Chapter 301 Love is like a tornado. Squeak. There was a sound of the door opening. Looking at the night outside, Lin Hai couldn't help sweating. How long had he communicated with Boa Hancock just now? It was already late at night. Dear, I like you so much. Without waiting for Lin Hai to find Luffy's whereabouts, Boa Hancock hugged Lin Hai's arm intimately. Seeing this, Lin Hai naturally would not be polite, so he took Boa Hancock's hand and put his arm around her waist, saying, Hancock, we should go, it's time to eat, but is there anything to eat at this time? Dear. Boa Hancock said charmingly, yes, Gorid and Sonia will prepare dinner for us. Hey? Is it late at night? Lin Hai tightened Boa Hancock's waist and said coldly, so what if it's late at night? Can't we eat at night? Woman. Seeing Lin Hai's masculinity, Boa Hancock's eyes were blurred, and she said with tears in her eyes, No, it doesn't affect you, you can eat as much as you want. Looking at such a charming Boa Hancock, Lin Hai suddenly felt poetic, but before crossing, he couldn't find a poem that fit the occasion, like if the light clouds cover the moon, if the wind blows the snow back, he has long forgotten it. But in front of such a beauty, it would be a pity not to show off his talent. So, Lin Hai looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed. The moon mark cuts through the deep roots, sweeps over the heart, and goes up to the eyebrows. Aha! As soon as Lin Hai said it, Boa Hancock immediately leaned her head on Lin Hai's shoulder and said, My dear, you are so talented that you can write such a sad poem. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and replied, Of course, how can my husband's talent be compared with Luffy, who only knows how to eat? Although he said so, Lin Hai was depressed. What should he say next? He clearly remembered it just now, but he forgot it because of Boa Hancock's sigh. So Lin Hai hurriedly made up for it, I wrote this poem because it is so wonderful to be with you. It's a pity that we will be separated soon. Do you understand? Woman. Boa Hancock hugged Lin Hai's arm tightly and replied, I understand everything. Suddenly, Lin Hai's eyebrows flashed, and he remembered. He looked up at the moon again and sighed, the soul shadow is hidden in the dream, the boundless memory, the encounter. As soon as he finished speaking, Boa Hancock said excitedly, Dear, why don't you stay here and don't leave, we will stay here forever, okay? Lin Hai suddenly raised Boa Hancock's chin, stared into her eyes and asked, Woman, are you teaching me how to do things? Aha! Seeing Lin Hai's unique domineering attitude, Boa Hancock felt like a housewife. Her heart was moved. She leaned on Lin Hai's shoulder again with a moan and replied, Even if you are so strong, I love you so much, dear, I will listen to you. Gyalong long. Before they finished speaking, their stomachs growled at the same time. At this time, Gorid and Sonia came out with red faces. Sonia took the lead and said, Sister, and Lin Hai, dinner is ready. Gorid also said, Sister, you have become more beautiful. Seeing that Boa Hancock seemed to be still intoxicated in the situation just now, Lin Hai quickly pushed her and said, Be reserved, there are people here. Boa Hancock, who had reacted, answered the question irrelevantly, My dear, I love you so much. Everyone's eyes jumped. Sonia, the second sister, quickly reminded, Sister. Hancock suddenly shouted, Love is like a tornado, I am so happy. Gorido and Sonia were full of question marks. Elsewhere, Luffy, who was arranged to have a banquet, ate from before dark until dark. The captain of the national warriors who joined the banquet far away from Luffy's seat, Kikyo, did not eat, but was a cold and beautiful woman with a high black ponytail, frowning her slender phoenix eyes. After thinking for a while, she slapped her hand on the table, attracting the people who were whispering nearby. Kikyo taught, It is ridiculous for you to call men so affectionately. Don't forget the discipline of Amazon Lily. One of the women was a little unhappy, so she asked back, Then why is Lord Luffy here, right? Kikyo glared and put out her cigarette. One of the subordinates was very tactful and helped Kikyo explain. She asked, Why is the man who was sentenced to death at this time here? And in such a celebratory occasion? Didn't Lady Snake forgive him? Maybe. Is this a trap set by Lady Snake? Is Lady Snake planning to treat the man to a big meal and let him take it lightly, and then take the opportunity to send him to hell? Is this our current mission? After discussing and imagining for a while, several women drew their daggers. They couldn't help but think so, after all, the rule here is that men are not allowed to enter the island. And Luffy is also very interesting. I don't know if his acting is too good or he is wise but foolish, or he simply doesn't understand what is going on. But no matter whether he knows the current situation or not, he has stood up with a big round belly and looked around with dissatisfaction, then took out a pot and a spoon from somewhere. Seeing this, the women who rushed to the midlesh cried out in surprise, "Did he find out? He saw through the trap. Is this man going to fight us with pots and spoons as weapons? It's just a stupid man's meaningless resistance at best. Don't let him throw you off balance." When several women rushed up to fight Luffy with daggers, Luffy didn't take the fact that they were going to stab him with knives seriously. Instead, he pointed at the women with a pot and shouted, "What, are you kidding? Stop it, why don't you sing?" Plop. When the women who rushed overheard Luffy's words, they all staggered and fell directly. Luffy looked at the women who fell down with a pure face and said speechlessly, "What are you doing?" Luffy looked at the people sitting in his seat and said, "Listen to me, this is how the banquet should be held, right?" Dang, dang, dang. At one point, the knocking sound of spoons and pots rang out, and Luffy sang, "Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. I send you the wine of the guests, in the vast ocean, I can swim with the wind and waves." In the field, Luffy sang happily by himself, and the women in the dining hall were infected by this atmosphere and joined in one after another. Chapter 302 A big storm is about to blow. Ha ha ha, what is he doing? The man is so interesting, even more interesting than the dance of drunk Cdb. It's a bit heartbreaking, but I still admit defeat. Soon, the women watching in the field grinned and their eyes twitched. Because Luffy used 2 chopsticks to support his nostrils and lower lip, looking like he deserved a beating, and then acted cute to the women. Seeing such an interesting scene, 2 of the bold women also joined in, imitating Luffy's nostrils with chopsticks inserted, holding a dustpan in hand and dancing in one direction. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Men will insert chopsticks from their nostrils into their mouths, holding a dustpan. The flaming red lips of Kikyo couldn't help but sweat, and complained, "What a vulgar dance." At this time, Lin Hai and Boa Hancock and others also came here. Seeing the scene in the field, Lin Hai slapped his forehead, and he knew that Luffy was. "I said Luffy." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Can't you be quiet for a while?" Seeing Lin Hai and others come in, the people in the cafeteria couldn't help but turn their heads to look, and everyone immediately shut their mouths. "Snake Lady." Boa Hancock lifted her hair and said, "You are welcome, we are just here to eat." Others respect Boa Hancock, but Luffy doesn't. He put down the things in his hand and said happily, "Lin Hai, where have you been? You have been gone for so long. Now, can we go out to sea?" Lin Hai sat down casually and replied, "It's night now, why go out to sea? Besides, fill your stomach first." Soon, the banquet continued, and Lin Hai used the time to communicate with the Feng Shao system. After all, if he wanted to follow Boa Hancock to the underwater prison, he had to have a hiding place, right? If you use the ability of the space fruit, you can still be invisible, but you can't use the ability all the way, right? So Lin Hai asked the Feng Shao system, "Brother Sao, do you have any invisible magic weapons for sale here?" Feng Shao system, "Host, don't you have a space ring yourself?" Lin Hai asked confusedly, "Space ring? When did I have this thing?" Feng Shao system explained, "It was in the novice gift package at the beginning, with other things." Lin Hai didn't listen to the rest of the words at all, but observed his space backpack. After searching for a long time, he finally found the hard-to-find ring. Because this ring is very thin and transparent like jade, it is hard to see clearly in the backpack without careful observation. Lin Hai quickly took out the ring and asked, "System, can this space ring hold living things?" Flirtatious system, "Yes, the host can use his own ability to bring people in." Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly used his space ability to sense it. Although the space inside is not large, it is only more than 20 cubic meters, but it is a priceless treasure, right? Although he has this treasure, Lin Hai feels that he seems to have lost a lot of youth. If he had used this ring, why would he, Lin Hai, be so cautious with Robin and the others? At the same time, Lin Hai also browsed his page to make some judgments for the next action. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai. Evaluation, SS. Evaluation function is for reference only, including leapfrogging, that is, a character rated B may defeat an A opponent. From high to low, SSS, SS+, SS, S, A, B and so on. Constitution, 9th order, 2/10, the value on the left must reach the value on the right before it can be upgraded. The host's current constitution, whether it is recovery, strength, physical function, etc., has entered the high ranks, monster level. Observation Haki, 3rd order, 9/10, enhanced perception of surrounding aura, enhanced mental strength. Armament Haki, 3rd order, 9/10, with excellent attack and defense. Haki King's Haki, level 4, 2/10, extraordinary Haki. Space Fruit, skill 1. 1. Establish space field. Main skills, space exchange, space cutting, dimension space, void world. 2. One sword style. One sword style. XXXXX, not only looks cool, but can also chop down opponents. Skill 2. 1. Space slash, high level application of space fruit, requires summoning form to use. 2. Space barrier, unlimited, depends on the host's proficiency. 3. Step into the air, ignores gravity. Thunder fruit, skills. 1. Flash. Transform into thunder and fight at high speed, a combination of physical skills and thunder fruit, thunder finger, thunder kick. 2. Thunder sword. A combination of physical skills, thunder fruit, and swordsmanship. 3. Thunderbird. Transform lightning into a high-speed thunderbird to damage the target. Some moves are similar to Aokichi's, with ice cubes bursting into the pheasant's mouth. 4. God's punishment. Transform your hand into thunder, and then summon a huge thunder and lightning from the air to bombard the target. 5. 10,000 thunders. Use thunderclouds to attack a large area. 6. Thunder welcome. Secret, transform into the god of thunder, summon spherical lightning to throw at the enemy. Existing items. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, can put items, can be used for escape, and has endless uses. 2. Radio. There are songs, Chasing the Wind, One Piece World specific BGM, Dear Friend accompaniment. 3. Items, TT, ham, wig, cloak, hair dryer, comb, mirror, table lamp. Weapon, Gao Feng. Summoning form, Holy Sword. System store, opened. Feng Sao coins, 2,600. Special note, the host gets one chance to revive. After the host is resurrected, everything is formatted, and the body function, strength, age, and other states return to the time when the host received the reward on the day. Rogue Town. A banquet lasted until late at night, but at the banquet, Grandma Jia told us that we must set off tomorrow, because from Nine Snake Island to the undersea prison, if we take an ordinary pirate ship, it will take a week, and if we take a navy warship, it will only take 5 days, and Ace's execution is on the 6th day. Looking at this situation, time is very tight. As for why Lin Hai didn't go directly to the top war, it was because if he couldn't meet Ace in the undersea prison, he could bring a few people with better strength, right? People like Crocodile, Jinbei, and Ivankov are all very powerful. If he doesn't go, will Lin Hai and Luffy go to the top? If that's the case, if Lin Hai himself is entangled by someone, Lin Hai suspects that Luffy will be GG because no one protects him. The next day, at dawn, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Boa Hancock embarked on a journey to meet Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Of course, Lin Hai and Luffy naturally didn't dare to show up, but hid in the space ring, which was on Boa Hancock's hand. Last night, Flying Squirrel received Boa Hancock's request to go to the undersea prison, and after Sengoku at the Navy headquarters received the message from Flying Squirrel, he agreed to Boa Hancock's request. So, just like that, when a huge storm was about to roll up, 2 men joined in. They might be annihilated in the storm, or they might survive the storm. I was busy a few days ago, sorry. Chapter 303 Ace and Garp. During the time when Lin Hai and Luffy went to Nine Snake Island, in a very secret place in the New World, in a house, everyone sat there and watched a man in a blue coat in front of them. Although this man had a strange tattoo on half of his face, it could not hide his inexplicable charm. This man was Luffy's father, Dragon, who was holding a piece of text that the 7 warlords of the sea Bartholomew Kuma had taken a few days ago. Drag looked at the content in his hand, and despite his wide knowledge, he was shocked for a while at this time. Everyone. Drag handed the paper in his hand to a young man wearing a hat who was about the same age as Lin Hai in the back, and said, "Take a look." After a while, the second-in-command Sabo couldn't help but sweat, because the content on this paper was very concise, but it summarized the current situation. The celestial dragons, descendants of God, have great power. The strict noble promotion system, the overloaded heavenly gold. The system that is rotten to the core, the depressing life. So, some people who are unwilling to be managed in this way, or whose relatives are persecuted, or who have committed crimes, etc., they ran to the sea to become pirates. However, without constraints, some pirates began to do whatever they want. So, the chaos that was originally chaotic grew from it, like a virus, spreading to the entire. These contents are the views expressed by Lin Hai when Xiong and Lin Hai were chatting in the Sabayati archipelago that day. At that time, not only Xiong was shocked, but also Rayleigh. After all, the world, without the great men like Marx and Lenin, lacks high-end ideas such as dialectical materialism, economic theory, and social forms, and naturally does not see as thoroughly as Lin Hai. What Lin Hai said, the root problem, points directly to the Tianlong people. Although Lin Hai knew it, he really didn't want to devote himself to doing these, but it didn't prevent him from giving the Ji Ming army a boost. At this time, except for Darag, everyone else in the room saw these contents, as if they had suddenly opened their eyes and opened up their Ren and Du meridians. After a while, Sabo couldn't help asking, "Mr. Darag, you are really amazing." Dorag understood that Sabo had misunderstood, and explained, "This is not written by me. These words are actually said by a young man who is about your age." "Nanny!" everyone shouted. Sabo said excitedly, "Can we pull that person into our camp? His thoughts are so comprehensive and he sees things so clearly." Drag shook his head and said, "As for him, I have invited him before, hee, but I believe that one day, we will meet." A woman next to Sabo asked curiously, "Who is he?" Drag turned his back to everyone, looked outside the door and said softly, "Huaxia.d. Lin Hai, a very outstanding and interesting young man." In another place, Lin Hai and Luffy boarded Boa Hancock's ship. On the boat, after Lin Hai explained the function of the ring, Boa Hancock was surprised and worried. "Dear, the undersea prison is really very dangerous. Except for the legendary Golden Lion, no one has ever escaped from it, as it is like an iron barrel." Lin Hai put the space ring on Hancock's index finger and chuckled, "Don't worry, Hancock, in this world, if I want to escape, no one has caught me, but I don't know about Luffy, ha ha ha." Luffy said to Boa Hancock with a smile, "Well, Lin Hai is a very strong guy, don't worry. But we still have to thank you. Without your help, we don't know how to get out of this island, let alone save Ace." "Thank you, hee." Just when Luffy put one hand on his head and laughed, Boa Hancock pinched Luffy's cheek and taught him, "Listen, Luffy, if anything happens to Lin Hai, I will not let you go no matter where you are." Lin Hai couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Compared with the original work, this situation made Lin Hai speechless. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly pulled Boa Hancock away and said, "Hancock, no matter what happens, don't do anything and take care of your own business. After all, you are special because your actions are related to the fate of Nine Snake Island. As long as we get to the undersea prison, the rest will be left to us." Aha! Boa Hancock raised her head and sighed, immediately hugged Lin Hai's arm and said, "Are you caring about me? Dear, I feel so happy." Lin Hai was speechless again. Luffy's eyes twitched and he asked, "What happened to her?" "Nothing." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Luffy, you understand the situation now. Not only do we have to go to the undersea prison, but if we don't die, we may also have to participate in a century war." "Ah!" Luffy adjusted his hat and smiled, "That's exactly what I want." Grandma Jia couldn't help but complain, "I really don't know what's wrong with you. Do you understand your situation after entering the undersea prison? It's like two ants thrown into a big storm. I don't know. I wonder how you can still look relaxed now, I'm really impressed." At this time, Boa Hancock adjusted her clothes and told her two sisters and others, "I'll leave the matter of the 9 snakes to you, wait for me to come back." "Yes. Then please take care of yourself, sister. You must come back alive, sister. I wish you good luck in martial arts, Snake Princess." At the same time, on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, serious criminals were imprisoned. And Ace was also imprisoned here. The suppressed and silent 6th floor suddenly sounded a sound of footsteps. Ace looked over curiously, his pupils widened, and at the same time, a sound of iron chains was heard. "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Ace couldn't help shouting, looking at the grey-haired but so kind face, with mixed feelings. "Ah! Garp sat down outside the cell and sighed, "You are so badly injured, but you are still alive, Ace. Thanks to you, the Navy headquarters, no, the world government is in chaos." Ha ha ha. Ace was speechless for a while, but he also understood what was going on. He begged, kill me quickly." Garp was speechless for a while, and asked, "You want me to kill you? Idiot, it's useless to do anything now. Even if you die now, Whitebeard will not give up, no one can stop it, we have angered the king of the sea." Tick-tock. Ace couldn't help but shed tears. It didn't matter if he died, but it was really annoying to involve the Whitebeard pirates who had been so kind to him. I don't know what to do. "Damn it, Dad," Ace said in a tangled way. "Ah." Garp sighed and said, "I wanted you and Luffy to become excellent Navy, but not only did you fail to become Navy, you also became notorious villains. You have also heard the rumors about Luffy, right? Not only did he provoke the world government, he even captured Judicial Island. Although I arrived immediately and let him taste the taste of my iron fist of love, he didn't seem to learn his lesson at all afterwards, and this time he caused such a big trouble in the Sabayati archipelago. What surprised me even more was that one of his crew members actually fought on equal terms with the Navy Admiral Kizaru. There, he really deserves to be my grandson, ha ha ha." Ace understood who Garp was talking about, that bastard was really powerful. But for some reason, those people in my memory suddenly became so kind. Without waiting for Ace to continue recalling, Garp said, "Speaking of which, I mentioned his father to Luffy, and he was shocked when he knew he had a father." Ace returned to his usual tone and said with some amusement, "This kind of thing is troublesome whether you know it or not. Luffy and I have inherited the bloodline of world-class major criminals. How could we become Navy? However, even if I inherited the surname of Porgas, my mother who has been so kind to me, I am unwilling to acknowledge the other half of my bastard father's bloodline, because in my mind, he has not left any memory or kindness." Garp, "That's right, he is him." Ace thought Garp was going to persuade him again, so he interrupted, "So, Grandpa, my father is only Whitebeard." Looking at Ace, who looked up with a firm smile, Garp couldn't help but speechless. Chapter 304 Buggy, the Show of the Flower. 4.5 days later, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel's warship arrived at the underwater prison, Impel Down. And something happened on the first floor of Impel Down. The prisoners in the cell were upset when they saw that Bucky could escape from the cell. Some were jealous, some were excited, and some asked for help. One of them asked, "Have you hidden your ability? It's so noisy." Bucky, who had a blue ponytail, rubbed his fingers outside the cell and said, "If I have to be tortured in a place like this all day, I won't have enough lives." A prisoner asked, "Are you going to abandon us? Give us the key and let us out." "Hey!" Bucky put one hand on his ear to make a trumpet shape, and said with a face that deserved a beating, "When did my relationship with you become so close?" As he said that, Bucky turned around and looked at the prisoners, spread his hands and laughed, "I am the symbol of freedom. If you are unwilling, come and learn how to escape from prison." After that, Bucky supported his forehead with one hand, posed, and said, "You can't do it, right? Then die in jail, ah ha ha ha." Swish! When the prisoners saw what Bucky did, they were so excited that the chains in their hands made a sound. But it wasn't over yet. Bucky was half squatting with his butt facing the prisoners. He patted his butt, which meant, "What the hell? Asshole, I'm so mad, don't let us out." "That's right, if you let us out, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Remember this, Bucky." Facing the prisoners' angry looks, Bucky smiled, "I've forgotten it." "What did you say? You bastard! Stop, don't leave us behind." For these prisoners, Bucky is not stupid. The walls are full of video telephone bugs. If they are let out, once the people who are watching are startled, then everyone will be finished. At the corner, Bucky was walking forward when he suddenly ran into Lin Hai and Luffy, who were secretly brought in by Boa Hancock. The three of them stared at each other for a while, and Luffy was surprised. "Bakey, why are you here?" Bakey was also surprised. "Straw Hat Boy, Lin Hai." "SHH." Lin Hai whispered, "Don't be so loud, let's find a place to hide first." After a while, Bucky asked Lin Hai excitedly, "Why are you two here? Were you caught?" Lin Hai picked his nose and said speechlessly, "What do you mean by caught? We came here to save people." "Baka." Bucky said with disbelief, "No one would believe what you said." Who would be stupid enough to come here to save people? Wait. Luffy asked in confusion, what's wrong? Becky burst into tears and asked Lin Hai, did you hear that I was in prison and come to save me? Becky was stunned for a moment, and suddenly slapped Luffy and said, why are you here? Who wants your sympathy? Luffy's eyes bulged and he said, what are you talking to yourself? Becky ignored Luffy and rushed to Lin Hai, saying excitedly, wow, I knew you were my best friend. You are so brave to come here to save me. It's so touching. Long live friendship. Lin Hai said with a dark face, go away, Don T, you are being sentimental there. Stay away from me, don't wipe your snot on me, it's disgusting. Becky, with a big, red and round nose, suddenly raised his head and said angrily, you bastard, whose nose is big and round? Duan. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said speechlessly, do you often have hallucinations? By the way, Buggy, were you caught by Smoker? I remember that you didn't seem to be caught by him. Becky shook his head and said, how is it possible? After leaving Rogue Town, our Buggy pirates embarked on a treasure hunt, but the place where the treasure is hidden is always accompanied by guards and traps. If you are careless, your life will be in danger. But our Buggy pirates will not give up the treasure because of this difficulty, so we went through hardships and difficulties to find the treasure according to the location on the treasure map. After dozens of days of hard work, we dug a deep tunnel. Speaking of digging tunnels, it's quite nostalgic. It's a wonderful thing to exercise and sweat occasionally. After working like that, if you drink a cup, the feeling is really unforgettable. Originally, Lin Hai and Luffy were listening carefully to Buggy's explanation of why he was caught, but in the end, he was taken into the ditch. For a while, a few crows flew over the heads of Lin Hai and Luffy and Lin Hai punched Buggy on the head and said with a black face, speaking of the point. Buggy then reacted and replied, yes, 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 who knew that we dug into the secret base of the Navy and were caught? Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, Buggy, you are really stupid. Buggy said, you are not qualified to laugh at me, right? What are you doing here? Lin Hai replied, we are here to save Ace. Hey, Buggy, do you know where the 6th floor is? Luffy on the side said in distress, yeah, I don't know how the road here is designed. Lin Hai and I have been around for a long time, but we can't find the exit to the lower level. Baga. Buggy said, are you guys mentally ill? Will normal people run down there? The monsters locked up down there are all monsters among monsters. Who wants to go to the 6th floor with you? Hey? How do you know there is a 6th floor here? It exists in legends, wait, let me go quickly. Lin Hai picked up Buggy directly and said while running, Buggy, do you believe me? Brother Xin, just come with me, I guarantee you can escape from here. Yeah. Luffy smiled and said, that's right, just take us to the lower floors, we are very strong. Becky said with tears in his eyes, I won't believe you, Straw Hat Bastard, no matter who I believe, I hate you, Straw Hat Bastard the most, Mom, save me. Just like that, Buggy was violently dragged away by Lin Hai. At that time, I didn't think anything of it when I was watching the anime, but when I was there, the road inside was really hard to find. There was no road ahead at any time, which was really speechless. Chapter 305 Flirting at Any Time. After shouting for a while, Buggy finally reacted and said in horror, stupid, we ran out so swaggeringly, and we were discovered directly, okay? You two bastards, I'm going to be killed by you. Luffy replied, is that so? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, there are den mushi everywhere, it's only a matter of time before we are discovered. Besides, we have to hurry to the 6th floor. If we are slow, how long will it take to find it? Luffy laughed and said, hee hee, I've said it before, we should just rush down directly. Becky said, is there something wrong with your brains? Do you know that the jailer beasts here are all monsters? Without waiting for Buggy to continue, Lin Hai showed off one of his arms, showing off his muscles and said, don't worry, see? What a reassuring muscle, I'm very strong. Buggy wanted to chop off the two guys in front of him and feed them to the jailer beasts. Becky just wanted to hide well, so he didn't want to run to the 6th floor where the monsters of monsters stayed. No, he had to find some balance. At this time, Buggy happened to see the arm guard in Luffy's hand. If I remember correctly, it was Captain John's thing, right? For Buggy, who valued money, he immediately said, I promise to send you to the 4th floor, but the thing on the arm of the Straw Hat Boy must be given to me in return. Luffy looked at the thing on his arm, smiled and took it off and handed it to Buggy, saying, "Here, thank you for your help." Becky was immediately furious and stuttered, Are you really going to give this to me?" "Yes." Luffy replied. Brother. At this time, a prisoner in the cell asked softly, "Why can you go outside?" Luffy replied innocently, "Go outside? I came in from outside." The prisoner grabbed the fence and said angrily, "Who are you kidding? You bastard, who are you? It shouldn't be guards or jailers, right?" Tisk. Lin Hai patted Luffy and said, "Why waste time talking to these guys? Let's get down to business." Luffy replied, "Right, by then." A prisoner saw the three people running away and shouted, "Wait, brother, can you go to the guard room to steal the key for us before you leave?" "Yes, please. Don't you think it's fate that we meet in this vast world?" Damn. Lin Hai on the side was speechless. These guys actually plagiarized the words he used to pick up girls? What's wrong? Buggy saw Lin Hai stop and couldn't help wondering, "Lin Hai, you don't really want to go to the guard room to steal the key for them, do you?" Lin Hai turned his head to look at the group of prisoners, showing a Madonna expression, and then said affectionately, "Brothers, in the sea of people, in the wilderness of time, it is so rare for us to meet here. Don't worry, the three of us will definitely go to the guard room to steal the key, and then liberate you, long live freedom." Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation. Woo woo woo. It's so touching, it's a great brother. If I can get out, I will follow you. Woo woo woo, if I can get out, I will never be a pirate again, I want to go back to my hometown and start a new life. Long live freedom, long live freedom. Luffy completely ignored Lin Hai's wink, and asked in shock, "Lin Hai, don't we have important things to do?" Becky, who was standing next to him, understood what Lin Hai meant, so he stopped talking and showed an expression of a fellow traveler on his face. In addition, he got the arm guard decoration left by Captain John, and Buggy's mood has never been so good. At this time, Lin Hai shouted, "Stupid, be quiet, forget it, the jailer beast has already caught up, you stay inside first." Before the prisoners could react, Lin Hai and his men had already run away. Luffy asked while running, "Lin Hai, are you really going to steal the key?" "Done." Lin Hai punched Luffy directly and said speechlessly, "When we retreat, we still need them. If I want to release them, do I need to steal the key?" Cow. Sujie. A light bulb lit up above Luffy's head, and he punched his palm and exclaimed, "You are really a genius, do you think so deeply?" Becky asked with fish eyes, "Lin Hai, why did you follow such an idiot captain?" Luffy turned around and asked, "Becky, how do you know I can become the Pirate King?" Becky and Lin Hai were silent. Becky did not intend to answer Luffy's words, but changed the subject, looked behind, and asked, "We are being chased by these things now, what should we do?" Looking at Buggy like this, Lin Hai couldn't help but suggest, "Becky, why don't you be the bait?" Becky immediately objected, "What a joke! Those jailer beasts are very difficult to deal with." Boom bomb. Luffy exhaled 2 streams of air from his nostrils and said angrily, "Don't get in the way, we still have to hurry." I saw several jailer beasts chasing behind were punched away by Luffy, and this scene made Buggy snot. If I remember correctly, those foods were obtained by these jailer beasts hunting those sea kings in the deep sea, right? Such a powerful jailer beast was punched away? Becky, who reacted, exclaimed immediately, "Thank you for your hard work. By the way, Straw Hat Boy, you seem to have become a little stronger." Before he finished speaking, Buggy found that there was a Den Mushi shining in front of him, and Buggy was embarrassed. So he stretched out a hand and greeted him, "Good evening." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Buggy and said, "We have no way out, and we have been prepared to risk our lives when we went out to sea. What is there to be afraid of now? I say, Buggy, this is how you should greet someone." Lin Hai raised his 2 middle fingers towards Den Mushi, and when the people in the guard room saw Lin Hai like this, although Lin Hai didn't say anything, it gave people the feeling. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. For a moment, the guard room was noisy, this lunatic is too arrogant, how dare a mere prisoner be so rude? That's right, don't they know their situation? It's just a victory over a few jailer beasts. Wait, that person seems to be Lin Hai, the god of sleep, with a bounty of 425 million berries. The one next to him is Buggy the Clown, and the other is the Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 300 million berries. How did they appear there? Now is not the time to tangle with this, quickly notify the director. Where is Director Magellan? He seems to have taken Shishibukai Boa Hancock to the 6th floor. The director told us not to disturb him. Quickly notify the deputy director. That's right. We can't deal with this kind of person anymore. Chapter 306 The Despised Monster. Soon, led by Buggy, the three of them jumped down from a high dot in the sky. Lin Hai asked, "This prison is really big, what's down there?" Luffy shed a drop of cold sweat and said, "Blood Red Forest, there are still many people down there." Lin Hai replied, "Damn, isn't this a bit exaggerated? It's all wailing. It's very uncomfortable to listen to." Beiki said, "They are all prisoners. That's not an ordinary forest. The leaves of the sword trees are like sharp blades, and the grass underground is needle grass that can pierce the body like needles, and there are poisonous spiders living on the grass. The prisoners brought here are to be tortured in this cruel way. This is the first level, the Red Lotus Hell." Lin Hai immediately shuddered and exclaimed, "How terrible!" Luffy shed a drop of cold sweat and asked, "It's really hell? Ace, has Ace also been punished like this?" Beiki turned his head and said, "Yes, we landed like this, you two hold me." Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Do you mean we should use you as a cushion?" "Oh, you are so great, Buggy." Beiki rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Buggy is torn into pieces." Suddenly, Buggy's feet separated from his body, and the feet landed safely. Seeing this, Luffy asked, "Buggy, aren't you cut like this?" Beiki replied, "I won't be cut, hold on tight." Beiki's feet were seen walking on the ground, while his body was flying in the air. Lin Hai exclaimed immediately, "Beiki, your ability is really useful, awesome." Ahaha. Buggy laughed, "Of course, don't underestimate the ability to split into pieces." Luffy kept patting Buggy's head with his hands and laughed, "Beiki, you guy. Beiki was furious, "Stop it, bastard Straw Hat." Lin Hai asked curiously, "If I remember correctly, your ability, the feet can't be too far away from the body, right?" Beiki nodded and said, "That's right, ahaha, as long as the feet can touch the ground, it's my world. But if you want to go from this floor to the bottom, you don't need stairs or keys to the staircase door. Now we go directly down from the secret passage, hold on tight." Soon, the three of them came to a circular passage, but this passage was vertical and connected to the second floor. Looking at the dark passage, Lin Hai asked, "Is this passage used for exhaust?" Beiki replied, "Who knows, let's go down." Soon, after a free fall, the three of them arrived at the second floor. Looking at the cells everywhere, it seemed darker than the first floor, and from time to time, some unknown creatures roared. Lin Hai said, "Everyone, listening to this sound, why do I want to chop all the things that make the sound?" Beiki grabbed Lin Hai's collar and said with cold sweat, "Don't joke, these sounds are the hungry sounds of beasts unique to the second floor." Luffy asked, "Can I eat it?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, let's hurry up. By the way, why is the design here like a dead loop? Here, the walls are very thick, so that the observation haki is restricted everywhere, and the observation haki amplified by the thunder fruit is invalid." Luffy looked around and said, "Is this the second floor? There's no way out, Buggy." Buggy said, "This is the beast hell. The beasts on this floor are known as the Devil World." Lin Hai interrupted, "Is that it?" Roar. A hippopotamus the size of a cat appeared in front of the three people. Luffy asked expressionlessly, "Is this the beast from the Devil World you mentioned?" "It looks like a hippopotamus, right?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "A hippopotamus is much bigger than this, right?" Buggy walked forward and said, "How strange. As far as I know, the second floor should be." Before Buggy finished speaking, the hippopotamus the size of a cat suddenly opened its mouth that could swallow a cow and swallowed the middle part of Buggy's body. Boom boom. The hippopotamus knocked a hole in the wall with its head. Lin Hai said, "Beiki, what do you want to do? You should have been able to escape just now, right?" He. Buggy laughed evilly, and with his body remaining in the hippopotamus' mouth, he pinched the piece of meat between the hippopotamus' throat and nostrils with one hand and pulled it down fiercely. Ahaha! Seeing the hippopotamus being defeated, Buggy laughed proudly, even if the body is torn into pieces, each part can still operate according to my ideas. Do you know how powerful it is? You short hippopotamus, ahaha. Lin Hai raised his hand to signal Buggy to be quiet, and Luffy asked first, what's wrong? Lin Hai said, something is coming. At once, the sound of insect wings flapping sounded, and before Buggy could react, he was chopped into dozens of pieces standing in front of him. Because Lin Hai knew Buggy's ability, he didn't take action. After all, he wanted to give others a chance to show off, right? Split into pieces and escape. Buggy quickly split to the back of Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai asked, is there such a big mantis? It's as tall as us, and the mantis has 2 scimitars in its hands? So scary. Luffy sighed at the mantis, you are really good. Baki held his forehead with one hand and complained, is it time to admire now? What are you talking about? Swish. Big Mantis heard Luffy's praise and wanted to show off, so he quickly swung his swordsmanship, and the wall next to him suddenly appeared with slashes. Pa pa pa. Lin Hai, Luffy and Buggy immediately applauded. Swish, swish, swish. The mantis found that its 2 swords were stuck in the ground and could not be pulled out. After a moment of silence, Luffy asked first, is it impossible to pull it out? What should I do? Baki, you idiot, you still ask what to do. Lin Hai put his hands behind his head and said, let's go. Luffy also put his hands behind his head and said disappointedly, are they really beasts from the demon world? They are nothing special. Baki, it's not as evil as the rumors say. In this case, the first level is more terrifying. Lin Hai, what beasts from the demon world? The one just now was just a smaller hippopotamus and a larger mantis. They are all beasts. You really believe what you heard from others? The mantis was very depressed. These guys just applauded and admired others, but now they immediately turned their faces and despised themselves. Sure enough, humans are all hypocrites. Suddenly, a strong storm blew over. Luffy asked in surprise, what's going on? Lin Hai replied, something is coming. Woo. Buggy immediately said in horror, what is that? Luffy also said in surprise, what a big bird, is there such a big bird in this world? Lin Hai stepped forward and said, you 2 step back a little, by the way, you don't have to make such a fuss, right? It's just a big bird. Baki was crying, he held Lin Hai's face, pointed to the front and said, is it just a big bird? The head is bigger than a cell, it's a beast from the demon world, run away. Tisk. Lin Hai didn't, he said angrily, why are you running? Swoosh. Lin Hai suddenly disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared above the big bird's head, high kick. Boom boom. Lin Hai, who was beside Buggy, said with an intoxicated face, it feels so good to kick this kind of creature, it's so exciting. Buggy and Luffy were speechless. Chapter 307 Meet Mr. 3 again. What kind of destructive power does it take to knock out such a monster with one kick? Seeing Lin Hai so relaxed, Buggy couldn't help but screamed, how strong are you, bastard? How strong? Lin Hai pulled up his sleeves again and said in a very annoying way, didn't I tell you just now? Did you see such strong muscles? I told you a long time ago that I'm very strong. Sije. The savior has come to hell. Yet, he actually defeated that monster. Well done, even the monitoring room was destroyed. It's unbelievable, God. Woo-oh. Before Buggy could speak, the prisoners in the cell cheered. When he heard the cheers of these people, Buggy's eyes suddenly lit up, and a plan flashed through his mind. Lin Hai poked Baki's head and said speechlessly, Baki, what bad idea are you thinking of? Baki grinned and squinted his eyes and said, aren't we going to the lower floor? Let's make chaos on this floor and disperse the guards. Lin Hai did not object to this. Although he was confident of escaping, who would object to creating conditions that are beneficial to oneself? As for worrying about these prisoners running out and causing harm to the world? Damn, his future is uncertain, who cares about that? At this time, the prisoners did not know Buggy's purpose. They saw their chance to escape and shouted excitedly, although I don't know who you are, thank you so much. Please help us get the keys to the cell and handcuffs. Yes, the keychain fell there. Luffy said, let's go to the lower level. Baki smiled evilly, don't be so anxious. Hee. Buggy picked up a bunch of keys and smiled, do you want this? Woohoo. Of course I want it, throw it over quickly. The prisoners were excited and noisy. Buggy asked, is this the attitude of asking others to do something? The prisoners immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, I'm sorry, please. I'm so sorry, please. Buggy said, okay, then I'll give it to you. Just accept my gift from Captain Buggy. Haha, thank me, you bastards, tell me who let you regain your freedom. Captain Buggy. We will never forget your kindness. Captain Buggy is our savior. Haha. Listening to the compliments of the prisoners, Buggy smiled proudly and said, yes, engrave this name in your heart. Before Buggy could finish his words, he was violently chased away by Lin Hai again. Luffy said, you should be satisfied now, right? Lead the way for us. Let me go, bastard Lin Hai. Buggy struggled. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you don't think you can successfully escape from the underwater prison with just a little fight, do you? Luffy, who was running, asked, is there a hole like the one that goes down here? Baki replied, who knows? What road to the third floor? How can I remember the entire floor map of this maze-like prison? Stop it now. Luffy asked, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you would take us to the fourth floor? Baki, that was a lie, wasn't it? I lied to you because I wanted the treasure. Let me go. I want to take advantage of the riot on this floor. Luffy, did you lie to us? Lin Hai, where is the friendship we promised? Come on, look. When the prisoners met the jailer beasts, they all went back to their cells obediently. Tisk. Baki's eyes bulged, and he shouted at the prisoners, what are you doing? Isn't the chaos an opportunity to escape? A prisoner replied, well, we are a little too proud of ourselves. As long as the boss of this floor is still there, we have no chance to escape. Ah, it's safer to stay in the cell. Luffy crossed his arms and looked at Buggy with disgust, while Lin Hai tried to hold back his laughter. Buggy immediately forgot what happened just now, turned to Lin Hai and Luffy and said, okay, I'll tell you how to get to the third floor. Luffy said angrily, didn't you say you didn't know just now? Big nose. Baki was furious, who is the big nose, bastard? Hey. Lin Hai said, grow up a little, okay? Is this the time to quarrel? Baki immediately put his arm around Lin Hai's shoulder and said with a smile, ha, good brother, I'll take you to the third floor now. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm not forcing you. How powerful is the boss on the second floor? Look how scared they are. The boss on the second floor. That's a super big monster lion. Baki immediately said with a smile, no, of course not, let's go quickly. Ho ho. A man came over from a distance and said, if you have any trouble on this floor, let me help you. Baki asked, who are you? Ho ho. Isn't this man in front of him the Mr. 3 he met in the small garden? He looked like he deserved a beating and said, it's been a long time since we last met, Straw Hat Luffy, Sleeping God Lin Hai, I didn't expect that thanks to you, I'm free again. Baki turned his head to look at Lin Hai and asked, do you know each other? Lin Hai replied, yes, but this guy in front of me has a mean personality and a special hobby. Baki was confused, special hobby. Lin Hai said with fish eyes, this guy likes to seal living people with wax, and then look at the terrified eyes of the sealed people. Ah! Luffy finally reacted and exclaimed, 3, it's you. Baki asked Mr. 3 with fish eyes, you want to help us? Ho ho ho. Mr. 3 smiled and said, that's all in the past. Now we should help each other, right? I am a person who knows how to repay a favor. Lin Hai said with fish eyes, don't think about sealing us with wax, we will be thankful. Nanny. Luffy's eyes bulged and asked, so this is your idea? Mr. 3 suddenly felt angry and reminded, is it the time to talk about this now? Let's go to the third floor quickly. If we are chased by the boss of this floor, it will be the biggest trouble. Lin Hai on the side didn't believe this guy at all. After all, he, Lin Hai, knew about this guy's virtue. But these are not important, going to the third floor is the key. In fact, Lin Hai guessed correctly. Mr. 3 just wanted to use the few people in front of him to go to the third floor, because there was a staircase on the third floor leading directly to the first floor. Chapter 308 Hungry Hell. Soon, the 4 people walked forward from the cell because a bunch of jailer beasts were chasing them from behind. Lin Hai, who reacted, was full of confusion and asked, is the lower floor going here? Mr3 exclaimed, are you still thinking about going to the lower floor? Think about our current situation first, okay? Luffy looked back and asked with sweat, what is that? A lion with a human face? Baki cried with tears streaming down his face, that's a man-eating lion. Hey? Why did they all stop? They seem to be very scared of us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, of course, how can they not be afraid when they see me? I say you are really, aren't they just a few beasts? Is it necessary to be so scared? Mr3 suddenly bumped into something and said confusedly, there is no way ahead. Baki, who stopped, was sweating all over his head and had 2 drops of snot. What is this? Mr3 stood up and said with bloodshot eyes, this is the guardian of the stairs, the Sphinx. Luffy also said with sweat on his forehead, lion? No, uncle. Lin Hai also sighed, this is too big, right? How much does it take to eat in one meal? Can we afford it? Baki said in surprise, Baa, is it time to think about this problem now? I'm going to die. No wonder the jailer beasts didn't dare to move forward just now. It turned out that they were scared away by the momentum of this big creature. At this time, the huge lion lying on the ground roared, noodles. Everyone was confused. The big lion suddenly raised a paw and slapped Lin Hai and others. So that's it. Lin Hai said unhappily, beast, don't pretend in front of me, you bear, the wall of space. For a while, the palm of the big lion slapped in the air and couldn't move forward. Caw caw caw. This scene shocked Mr. 3 and Buggy next to them. The lion was very confused. What happened? So, it raised its paw again and slapped again, ramen. Cow. It's endless, right? Lin Hai disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, Lin Hai appeared in front of the giant lion's head. Before the lion could react, Lin Hai had already kicked. Space kick, high kick. Caw. For a moment, the space above the giant lion's head was like a broken mirror, boom boom. Baki screamed, what happened? Luffy also said in surprise, Lin Hai, you are too messy, aren't you? Lin Hai in midair said, aren't we going to the 3rd floor? Instead of looking for it, why not just open a hole here? Mr3, open a hole. Baki, damn Lin Hai, we are going to fall, ah. Lin Hai laughed and said, how is it? This saves a lot of time, right? Luffy asked while falling in midair, why didn't you do this just now? We took so long to go around. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, how can it be the same? The thickness here is not that exaggerated. You know the length of the cave from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. How can it be penetrated? Mr3, help, we will die if we fall down like this. Besides, don't you feel hot? Bucky screamed with tears in his eyes, asshole, who is going to the 3rd floor? Woo, stinky straw hat, remember this, I wanted to go back to the 1st floor directly. Soon, everyone landed safely under Lin Hai's ability, except for the big lion, of course. Luffy, sweating all over, asked, is this a desert? It's so hot, but it's so quiet. Baki looked up and complained speechlessly, the 3rd floor. I actually came here. As he said that, Buggy was very dissatisfied and sprayed Lin Hai, you bastard, you actually dragged me into this. Without waiting for Buggy to continue complaining, Lin Hai took out a bottle of iced Pepsi, and Buggy immediately said, I'm so sorry for complaining to you, thank you. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, Lin Hai, give me one too. Lin Hai was speechless. Mr3, are you okay? Melted by the heat? Ha ha ha, the candle fruit ability is really bad. The temperature is too high, isn't it? Look, is the lion suffering from heat stroke? Buggy, go and save it. Baki spit out a mouthful of cola and said angrily, you bastard, you are still joking with me now, I'm going to be roasted. Mr3 weakly took Lin Hai's cola and sighed, for me who has the power of candle, this place is too hard to bear. Lin Hai shook the sweat off his forehead and said, this level is still okay, but let's go to the lower level quickly. Do you think the foundation here is thick? Do you want to try it here and see if we can reach the 4th level? Baki immediately said, are you kidding me, bastard? Mr3 replied, it's impossible here. Let's leave here first. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Hai asked speechlessly, what kind of hell is this 3rd level? It's golden everywhere and looks golden. Luffy sighed, it's so spacious here. Where are the stairs? Becky said, let's leave here quickly. If we are trapped here, that guy won't be able to hold on for long. Lin Hai was surprised and said, Becky, I didn't expect you to have such a strong adaptability. If water is placed here, it will boil, right? As he said this, Lin Hai was shocked by himself. If it was before the crossing, this temperature would definitely roast him. But now he feels that there is no problem. At one point, the four of them started walking. Except for Lin Hai, the other three walked listlessly. Lin Hai put his hands on the back of his head and sang, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig a hole. Luffy no longer cared to listen to what Lin Hai was singing, but turned around and said, Lin Hai, give me another bottle of ice-cold Coke, I'm dying of thirst. Suddenly, a roasted bird fell from above, and Luffy immediately picked it up and ate it. Mr3 looked up and asked, it was a hummingbird on the upper floor that mistakenly entered here and was burnt in the air. Luffy replied, no, the heat is just right. Lin Hai, Buggy, and Mr. 3 were speechless. Lin Hai said depressedly, Luffy, don't eat everything, it's disgusting. Are the creatures in here normal? Luffy looked up and said indifferently, it would be great if I could roast the lion with its head off. Becky said, can animals that can speak human language be eaten? Lin Hai echoed, if you want to eat roasted chicken legs. Buggy, do you want it? Becky exclaimed, where did you get this? Luffy immediately said, Lin Hai, I want it too. Mr. 3, in this environment, you can still have an appetite. Soon, a cell appeared in front of the four people. I saw people in the cell, some with white bones, some with wrinkled faces, without any life. Mr3 said, it's really miserable. Those imprisoned on this floor are all powerful criminals who once had a bounty of more than 50 million. They endure the heat from the scorching hell below and the torture of no water and food. Lin Hai said speechlessly, damn, just execute the serious criminals directly. What's the point of torturing them here? Let these prisoners repent? Even if these people repent, the Navy will not release these prisoners, right? Lin Hai really couldn't understand this approach. To fight back or let them atone for their sins. But can the harm caused by those prisoners to others be remedied? Mr3 replied, how can they be released? The Navy just tortured these prisoners to death. Look at the sand on the ground, do you know what it is? Could it be? Buggy looked around and broke into a cold sweat. Lin Hai swallowed his saliva, and Mr. 3 continued to explain, maybe the sand we are stepping on now is the dried prisoners. Lin Hai and Buggy jumped up and down, it's terrible. It's disgusting. Luffy didn't feel uncomfortable, but asked, then let's go to the fourth floor quickly. Who will go? Buggy and Mr. 3 said at the same time. Lin Hai suddenly said, I see, Buggy, Mr. 3, if you don't go, then you'll have to pray for your own good. Luffy, let's go. Luffy asked, do you know the way? Lin Hai nodded and said, I know, okay, just jump out of that window. Mr. 3 exclaimed, are you going to die? It's boiling under that window. Lin Hai smiled and said, don't bother, then goodbye. Chapter 309 The Director with Diarrhea. Lin Hai didn't finish his words. Luffy patted Lin Hai and said, they have already climbed up there. Lin Hai replied, whatever they want, we are already surrounded. Ah ha ha ha. Buggy laughed, Straw Hat Boy and Lin Hai, say hello to Ace on my behalf when you see him, and tell him that if he can save his life, we will have a few more drinks. Ho ho ho. Mr. 3 showed a face that deserved a beating, and also laughed, just be a competent bait, idiots. Luffy, it's not easy to see you, so goodbye, thank you for sending us here. Lin Hai, take care, don't get caught again. No way. Buggy clenched his hands and exclaimed, isn't this too ambitious? Mr3, it hurts, my chest hurts. Tisk. Lin Hai turned to look at Luffy and said, let's go. Okay. In another place, Magellan, the director of Impel Down, was taking Boa Hancock to the 6th floor. Since Impel Down had a dedicated passage, they took the elevator directly down, so the time was very fast. When the prisoners on the 6th floor saw such a stunning beauty coming here, they all started to make a noise. Oh, she is the Pirate Queen, the most beautiful woman in the world. She is really extraordinary, is that the 9-Snake Princess? Hey, look over here. Look, so sexy, I can't stand it. Miss, come to our side, we will treat you gently, it smells so good. I really want to go to the daughter island, I heard that there are all women there, and they don't wear clothes, he he he. Who? For a while, the prisoners stomped their feet on the ground rhythmically and shouted. Boa Hancock ignored these people and walked in front of Ace. Ace in the cell looked up and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Boa Hancock replied, "Nothing, I just want to see you, the man who let me participate in the fuse of the war." Ace said speechlessly, "What a good joke." The 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei, who was imprisoned in the same cell with Ace, was also imprisoned here because he opposed the actions of the world government this time. He asked curiously, "The Empress, who was indifferent no matter how she was invited before, actually helped the government at this time. Is she reluctant to give up the title of 7 warlords of the sea?" Boa Hancock replied, "Are you Jinbei? Don't be so aggressive." At this time, the prisoners shouted, "Boa Hancock, don't leave right away, come here. Come on, miss. Major Lorne shouted, "We are in a meeting, can't you be quiet?" The prisoners said, "Magellan, you are so noisy, you have diarrhea all day long." "Ha ha ha, that's right. Hey Snake Princess, the girls on Daughter Island are all thirsty, right?" The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral on the side said speechlessly, "This is really the most despicable and vulgar place in the world, right? It's really uncomfortable." Deputy Director Hannibal complained, "You are called a guy with diarrhea by the prisoners. You are always scolded by them, Director." Suddenly, Magellan's eyes turned red and said, "Indeed, this rude attitude is unacceptable to me." For a moment, Magellan's body turned purple-blue, and the terrifying venom flowed from his body to the ground. Hannibal exclaimed, "Director, wait. We will be in danger too, ah." Taking advantage of this time, Boa Hancock made a few mouth shapes to Ace, and Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes. No one around noticed this scene. At this time, Magellan said, "Don't get carried away. Who is the boss of this prison? It seems that you don't know if I don't tell you." On Magellan's back, several poisonous dragons appeared, as if they were alive. If the venom turned into gas, people would die if they inhaled it. Because of this kind of strength, Magellan has almost no opponent here. Oh no, it's bad. He actually used the poisonous dragon. "Stop it, Magellan, what are you kidding? Stop!" The prisoners screamed in fear. Faced with these voices, Magellan did not show mercy. After all, in front of the Vice Admiral and the 7 warlords of the sea, these prisoners dared to be so disrespectful, so Magellan executed those who jumped the most happily just now. Those who were touched by Magellan's venom were immediately corroded by the poison and waited for death. After completing the mission and sending Boa Hancock away, Magellan made some arrangements and led some jailers to the 4th floor. A commander ordered, "Put on fireproof clothes for me. If Straw Hat Boy Luffy and others fall, it must be this door. Haven't they come yet? Will they be killed by the jailer beast?" At this time, Hannibal walked to a small room and said, "Even the director is sneaking around. How can this be? Please come out and show yourself." As he said, Hannibal pulled the curtain. "Oh, Magellan exclaimed, "Don't pull the curtain open suddenly. It's so dazzling, Here it comes again." Magellan quickly pulled down the curtain, "Gillialo." Hannibal complained, "The stench is coming over." At this time, a jailer ran over and reported, "Report, Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the others have entered the 3rd floor ventilation tower. I heard that the image cannot be confirmed. Hannibal, if they escape successfully, it will be the director's responsibility, so doin'." Magellan called Hanny directly. This guy kept shouting that he wanted to take his position, which really made Magellan speechless. Soon Magellan walked out of his private toilet and said expressionlessly, "It would be better if they could fall directly to this floor, which would save me a lot of effort. There is a boiling pool of blood below. If I guess correctly, all of them are capable people. If they fall down, they will definitely die." Looking at this situation, it seems that Magellan is going to take action himself. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew their director's ability best. Even a sigh of poison gas could poison the enemy to death. For a moment, the atmosphere became very subtle, and everyone looked at Magellan with fear. Suddenly, Magellan said expressionlessly, "Then." Everyone swallowed again. Is the director finally going to take action? The director is putting too much pressure on people, the Straw Hat group must have stopped here. That's right, no one can resist the director's strength. To everyone's surprise, Magellan hid in his private toilet again. Long long. I'm going to have diarrhea again. Everyone shouted. Chapter 310 Magellan takes action. On the third floor, just as Lin Hai and Luffy were about to jump onto the window, a commander of the jailers complained, "Are you just ignoring us? Do it." I saw that a net suddenly appeared under the feet of Lin Hai and Luffy, and Lin Hai and Luffy were caught like fish being salvaged. Luffy immediately said weakly, "Damn, is this made of sea stone?" The commander said to the Den Den Mushi, "Catch Straw Hat Boy Luffy and the God of Sleep, the remaining clown buggy and a prisoner escaped." Lin Hai in the network couldn't help but complain, "Hey, can you stop being so annoying? Just pretend you didn't see us. I'll buy you a cigarette and let us go, how about that?" The commander replied, "What a joke. You two are serious criminals. Tell me, how did you sneak in?" Luffy said, "Idiot, who will tell you?" The commander sneered, "When you torture me later you will naturally tell me when the time comes." Yo yo yo. Lin Hai picked his nose and said, "I gave you face? Why do you have to force me to beat you?" Space field. What is this? A person with special abilities? Being suppressed by sea stone, why can he still use his abilities? Isn't this the time to discuss this? What exactly is this thing that wraps us up in? Without waiting for the jailers to complain, Lin Hai and Luffy disappeared from the net and appeared right in front of the jailers. Lin Hai raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his left hand and pulled back in front, the world without space. Faced with the sudden situation, these jailers had no idea what was going on. Why couldn't they breathe? After a while, all the jailers fell to the ground and fainted. 1,2,1,2, turn around, turn around. A voice came from above. It turned out that Buggy and his friends met Mr. 2 when they were escaping, so they let him out. When he heard that Luffy was here, he rushed over immediately. When Mr. 2 saw Luffy, he burst into tears and said, "Long time no see, little Straw Hat, it's me." Luffy suddenly remembered the time when he was with Mr. 2 in Alabasta, and he exclaimed, "Xiao Feng! Woo-oh-oh!" The two of them ignored Lin Hai on the side and hugged each other. Lin Hai on the side was speechless. If I remember correctly, Mr. 2 seemed to be a demon. Luffy asked, "Xiao Feng, why did you come in too?" Mr. 2 replied excitedly, "It's a long story." Lin Hai reminded silently, "Now is not the time to reminisce about the past, that's Xiao Feng, right? We are going to the 6th floor, do you want to follow?" "Hey!" Mr. 2 exclaimed, "The 6th floor? Although there is a terrifying existence there, for the sake of friendship, I will come to help you. By the way, who are you?" Lin Hai was silent. Luffy smiled and said, "He is my companion Lin Hai. When we were on the ship, he was sleeping inside, so you don't know him." "No, no, no." Lin Hai replied, "Let's go to the lower floor quickly, don't recognize me, I am a little allergic to men with makeup like you." As he said, Lin Hai shuddered. Mr. 2 asked, "What's wrong with him?" "Luffy, I don't know, anyway, it's great to see you again." "Then let's hurry up, if it's too late." Soon, the three jumped onto the window, and a wave of heat came over them. Lin Hai shouted, "It's so cool. Let's go down, brothers." Wait, Mr. 2's eyes bulged out and he shouted, "Find the right angle. There's a boiling pool of blood right below us." Luffy was surprised and said, "Really?" Lin Hai replied, "Don't worry, I have a way." After landing safely, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Isn't this too exaggerated? There's a big fire under the bridge. Won't these stones be burned to slag? It's so hot, so hot." Luffy was not used to this temperature for a while, and he jumped around there. Mr. 2 said calmly, "This is the 4th floor, the scorching hell." Lin Hai turned around and asked, "Xiao Feng, do you know the way to the 5th floor?" Mr. 2 replied, "Of course I know, come with me." Lin Hai said in surprise, "Luffy, don't complain about the heat. Look at the prisoners in the distance. They can step on it barefoot without any problem. Are you worse than them?" Luffy said in surprise, "Really? Mr. 2, now is not the time to pay attention to this, right? Let's leave here quickly. Remember, there is a person here. We must not run into him. If we run into him, we will be finished." Luffy asked while running, "Who? Mr. explained, it is the director of this prison, Magellan. He is the user of the poison fruit. Because of his very troublesome strength, he can suppress the prisoners here. And the other person who is as famous as him is Rain Shiryu. The two are known as the Copper Wall and Iron Wall. Lin Hai touched his chin. If I remember correctly, Rain Shiryu seems to be imprisoned on the 6th floor? If you run into him, then give him a knife in the throat and let him bleed. Stop, die. The jailers noticed the situation here, so they surrounded Lin Hai, Luffy, and Mr. 2. Estimate, fireworks. Luffy jumped into the air and punched the jailers. Spin, shemale boxing, memoirs of that summer. Mr. 2 also used his special moves. Boom. The jailers who came to arrest were all beaten away. Pa, Lin Hai applauded and laughed, great, come on, run for your lives. Luffy said angrily, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Mr. 2 also said while beating, brother, come and help too. Lin Hai picked his nose and said, depending on you two, I will die here sooner or later, come on, run to the right. Mr. 2 was full of doubts, asked, that's not the staircase, it's a dead end. Lin Hai said, don't talk too much, I have a way. Although Luffy didn't know the situation, he still believed in Lin Hai, so he said, Xiao Feng, we listen to Lin Hai, we have to believe him. But Mr. 2 was a little entangled, after all, there was really no way there. But for the straw hat, Mr. 2 said with a stiff upper lip, if I want to die, I'll die with you, fight. There was a reason for Lin Hai not to run to the stairs, because according to the observation Haki, there were crowds of people on the other side of the door. Those jailers were waiting for themselves to be caught. Although Lin Hai didn't mind chopping them all, it would be a serious sin if he chopped them all. After all, things like time travel have happened, and Lin Hai is still a little afraid in his heart. Of course, if a person doesn't have fear of the world in his heart, then he is not far from death. This is not nonsense, throughout history, there are many such cases. Soon, just when the three were about to reach a dead end, Lin Hai stopped. Luffy asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai replied, there is a demonic aura, poisonous gas. Poisonous gas. Luffy and Mr. 2 were full of doubts. But soon they understood that there was a person jumping down from above their heads. Boom boom. Luffy blocked his hand in front of him and asked, what happened? The smoke and dust dissipated, and Mr. 2's eyes bulged, Magellan. Magellan looked at the three people in front of him and said, you are really restless and running around. Stop it, rats. The jailers at the bottom got up quickly, oh no, it's dangerous to stay here. Please don't fight first, director. Leave here quickly, don't be involved in the director's venom. Seeing Luffy staring at him, Magellan also stared at Luffy and said, this scorching floor is really hot. Boom boom boom. Kikai. The venom on Magellan's body kept dripping to the ground, and the venom was evaporated into gas by the high temperature on the ground. Lin Hai on the side understood that Magellan was too insidious. Did he want to use the gasified toxin to knock down the opponent directly? Luffy, Xiao Feng, Lin Hai said softly, you two stand behind me, don't go away, understand? Mr. 2 said excitedly, don't go away? Don't be ridiculous, he is Magellan, the director of Impel Down, the boss here, and he is the user of the poison fruit, his whole body is poisonous, as long as he is touched by his venom, he will die, let's go quickly, we can't defeat this kind of opponent. Luffy was not afraid, and said, poison. Lin Hai said unhappily, can you not Rory stop talking nonsense, stand behind me, don't run around, I guarantee you won't die. Luffy walked behind Lin Hai and said, Xiao Feng, listen to Lin Hai is very strong. Mr. 2 burst into tears, didn't you listen to what I just said? His venom can't be touched, how can we fight? Space field. Lin Hai activated his space ability, and then raised his palm upwards, space barrier. For a moment, a section of space centered on Lin Hai had been changed, but others didn't know. At this time, after seeing his subordinates running away, Magellan said, Straw Hat Boy Luffy and Sleeping God Lin Hai, you are obviously newcomers, but you are causing trouble everywhere. Not only the Navy headquarters, but even the world government dared to resist the 300 million and 425 million Bailey bounty prisoners. Moreover, you actually dared to sneak into this historic underwater prison known as a Copper Wall and Iron Wall, which simply makes me, the director, lose face. I already know the purpose of your coming here, to rescue poor Gas d'Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, right? Lin Hai looked up at Magellan and replied, Magellan, are you too confident in yourself? Look at what you can do. Before he finished speaking, Magellan said to himself, even if you reach Ace or leave this Impel Down, it is absolutely impossible for you. I guarantee in the name of the director of Impel Down that your fate will end here. Also, how did you sneak in here? This guy. Does he treat Lin Hai as heir? If so, don't blame him, Lin Hai, and prepare to piss off Magellan. So, Lin Hai quickly adjusted his mentality and took out a cigar. Bang! After spitting out a mouthful of circles, Lin Hai replied, how did you sneak in? Of course, we came here by boat. We ate buns for many days on the way and felt like vomiting. So, Magellan, if you eat buns in the future, you must pair them with some fresh dishes, otherwise, it will be too uncomfortable and bad for the stomach. Gurgle. As soon as he mentioned food, Luffy's stomach immediately growled, Lin Hai, what you said made me hungry. Magellan was a little confused. What did he want to do just now? Was he Magellan asking about eating buns? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. Chapter 311. Chapter The Furious Director. Magellan, who had come to his senses, said, forget it. I'll interrogate you slowly after I punish you. Luffy, who was behind Lin Hai, replied, even if I die, I won't tell you. Humph. Magellan laughed, prisoners are always so stubborn before being tortured. By the way, the punishment you will receive next cannot be described by the word torture. Tisk. Lin Hai said, it's just the ability of the poison fruit. Are you going to go to heaven? It makes us seem like we have done something that is hated by heaven and people, bah. Lin Hai turned his head and looked at the two people behind him, saying, scold me. Scold. Luffy and Mr. Two were puzzled at the same time. Lin Hai complained speechlessly, can't you curse? Luffy, poisonous man. Lin Hai was speechless for a while, and shouted, okay, I'll do it myself. Mr2 trembled and reminded, let's run, brother, don't anger this extremely dangerous man in front of you. Here it comes. Poisonous dragon. Magellan has already exerted his ability, and 100-meter-long poisonous dragon extended from his back, circled above and then crashed into the direction of Lin Hai. Mr2 shouted in horror, I'm going to die. Guess it. Luffy was about to punch. Lin Hai stopped him and said, you all stand there, didn't you hear what I said? Puff. The poisonous dragon crashed not far from Lin Hai and dispersed directly. Magellan couldn't help but frowned, the venom was blocked? He didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't give up and continued to attack. Poison dragon. Several poison dragons suddenly appeared above Magellan's head. Lin Hai stared at Magellan's eyes provocatively and said, Magellan, you diarrhea bastard, how can you be the director of the world's largest prison? You are just a shit bastard who only knows how to squat on the toilet all day long. How dare you be so cruel to judge us, the world's best young people? Tell me what makes you so stupid that you even want to judge people's models like us? I say you must have no friends, right? At most, you have a toilet to keep you company, right? Magellan, are you constipated? Why don't you squat on your toilet? What are you doing here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation and advancing to the 4th level of armed color domineering. Luffy and Mr. Two looked at Lin Hai in horror. They didn't expect the guy in front of them to be so talented. How many questions did he ask? Magellan was silent, as if his heart was pierced for a moment. After reacting, Magellan was furious, damn it, poisonous dragons. I saw that all the poisonous dragons rushed towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai closed his eyes and reveled, it's great, then Director Magellan, goodbye. Space exchange. Suddenly, Lin Hai and the other two disappeared from the 4th floor and appeared on the 5th floor. Because Magellan dispersed his poison in the air, and in this limited environment, it was naturally not good for Lin Hai and the others, and the air in the space field was also limited, so Lin Hai chose to anger Magellan and then escape. As for why he could reach the 5th floor? That's because the foundation there is the lowest point of the 4th floor, and the foundation below is not that thick, so Lin Hai used his space ability to exchange it. Looking at the three people who suddenly disappeared in front of him, Magellan was confused for a while and roared, where did you run to? Sleeping god Lin Hai. The prisoners in the cells heard this voice and hid in the dark in fear, trembling. The 5th floor, in the air. Mr2, who was falling, exclaimed, "Why? Am I dreaming? Where is this?" Lin Hai said, "Don't ask so many whys, this is the 5th floor. Damn, it's really cool here." Luffy exclaimed, "Woo, it's so comfortable, it was so hot just now, and now it's so cool." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Don't be frozen into ice later, what kind of hell is this place, it's so hot up there, and it's icy down there." After the 3 fell to the ground, a gust of wind blew. Crack! The 3 were directly frozen. Damn! Lin Hai broke the ice with a punch, and also broke the ice for the 2 people. Luffy was surprised, "No way, the temperature here is so low." "Mr2, let's get out of here quickly, what is that? A wolf?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Everyone move, move." "Luffy, does this look like Aokiji's trick?" Luffy laughed, "It really looks like it, I was frozen if I wasn't careful." "Mr2, is it time to chat now? Let's get rid of the wolf in front of us first." Lin Hai laughed, "Relax, at most you will die, enjoy the process, enjoy the process, 1234,2234. Ha ha ha." Luffy also laughed, 3234,4234. Mr2 was stunned, and a gust of wind passed by, and he was directly frozen. Mr2 quickly broke the ice and exclaimed, "Why is it so cold here? It feels like being locked in a refrigerator." "Ah!" The wolves pounced directly on the 3 people. Space field. A knife appeared in Lin Hai's hand, and he said speechlessly, "Why don't you hide well? You have to run out to bite people, I'll chop chop chop." Second gear. Luffy also moved, guess, machine gun. Mr2 looked at the wolves that were killed on the ground, and sighed blankly, "Silk cake." Lin Hai asked, "Luffy, have you adapted?" Luffy smiled and said, "No problem." Lin Hai patted Mr2 and said, "What about you? Don't be stupid, hurry up and follow me, do you want to freeze to death here?" Mr2, where to go? Wait for me. In fact, Lin Hai and his friends have been monitored by the fugitives between the 5th and 6th floors. Every move of Lin Hai and his friends is in the eyes of those people. That's because those hiding on the 5th and 6th floors put surveillance den mushi in the guard room, so those people can see the situation outside. At this time, a man walking in the forest, holding a glass of red wine, with half orange and half white hair, was observing the surrounding situation when Lin Hai suddenly appeared in front of him with Luffy and Mr2. "Hello." Lin Hai greeted, "Excuse me, how do I get to the 6th floor?" This strangely dressed person was full of confusion, "How did they find me?" Chapter 312 Terrifying Black Silk. If he knew how to get to the 6th floor, Lin Hai would never follow this strangely dressed person to the residence developed by the ability user between the 5th and 6th floors. Because of the scene in front of him, Luffy and Mr2 are fine, but Lin Hai is really not used to it. Under the bright lights, it is a gorgeous huge room, people eat, drink and laugh as if they are holding a party, and there is a stage in the front. It seems that someone is holding a concert. Those who were sitting on the chairs eating and drinking were attracted by the sound of the door opening. One of the men wearing black silk stockings raised a beer glass and said with a smile, "Cheers to the newcomer." Wipe. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Lin Hai's forehead. He didn't listen to the man's words at all. Instead, he looked at the decorations of those people, and a strong feeling of disgust came from his heart. Those women with good figures were fine, but the clothes of those men were simply ruining the world view. Thick eyebrows, flaming red lips, long hair, pink clothes. It happened to be a big man who picked his feet. Ugh! Lin Hai, who was not strong enough in his heart, vomited in the corner. Luffy and Mr2 shouted, "Lin Hai, are you okay? Are you poisoned? I told you not to fight Magellan. Is it okay?" Lin Hai waved his hand and replied, "No, I'm fine, but At this time, a man sitting over there drinking said, "We all saw it through the monitor. Your wonderful trip is so interesting." Looking at the scene in front of him, Mr2 suspected that this was the place of his dreams. He muttered with bloodshot eyes, "Where is this?" At this time, a woman dressed as a queen said, "3 of you, please take a seat inside. Welcome to the human waste paradise." Luffy asked in confusion, "Human waste paradise? What is that?" Mr2 replied blankly, Okay. Lin Hai, who had adapted for a while, looked at the queen with glasses in front of him and asked, "Are you really a woman?" The receptionist was speechless, but she didn't care about it at all. Luffy suddenly laughed and said, "It smells so good, there are so many delicious foods, hey, hurry up and follow me." The woman who brought Lin Hai, Luffy, and Mr. 2 to this floor is called Lightning, because from the sound and appearance, she is at least a woman. She held a glass of red wine and smiled, "You must be very hungry after arriving here from outside, right? Please come in quickly." While eating, the lights suddenly went out, and a light appeared on the stage, a net-like transparent cloak, a blue fluffy head, and a small crown on the head. That person is the queen of the human waste kingdom, Embryo Ivankov. Ivankov said to the microphone, "Welcome here, this is..." Delaying. A burst of electric guitar sounded, accompanied by dynamic music. Ivankov sang in the form of rap, "This is the paradise for prisoners that can only be reached by going through the sewers of the impelled down city along the passage that should not exist. There is everything here, enjoy it. There is wine, there are weapons." Looking at the man on the stage, the chicken leg in Lin Ha's hand fell to the ground. After all, this music is too dynamic, much more exciting than that bastard Brook who can only yo-ho-ho every day. Dong dong, wait, dong dong. A popular dynamic and timeless music continues to expand along some kind of exciting music line. Tap, tap, tap. The accompanist next to him tapped the floor rhythmically with high heels following the dynamic music. "I can't help it." Lin Hai forgot the purpose of coming here and twisted his body passionately. Shouts, whistles, music, etc., under the atmosphere led by Ivankov, the whole place was on fire. Mr2, who was stunned for a while, muttered, "What's wrong with this group of perverts?" Lin Hai was confused. Does Mr2 have the right to say that? Lin Hai couldn't help but said, "You tasteless guy, this music is definitely the most fashionable in the world, right? What pervert?" and so on. Luffy asked with a puzzled face, "Lin Hai, why are you so excited? Eat something quickly." But soon, the conversation of the three people was drowned in the shouting, "Ah, Lord Ivan." Listening to the voices of people shouting Lord Ivan, Mr2 asked again in doubt, "Lord Ivan? Could it be that this person is the legendary hip-hop?" The number of people on the stage gradually increased, and everyone followed hot dance, bending the body, and then upward in an S shape, like the one on the pole. After a while, Lin Hai reacted and immediately covered his head with his hands, punched Luffy on the head, and shouted, "What the hell, we have to hurry to the 6th floor. Luffy, oh, right, I almost forgot the business." On the stage, Ivankov danced for a while and suddenly fell down, saying, "Ah, a little too excited, a little anemic." No, haha. "It turns out that you don't have anemia, you've been tricked again." The people under the stage echoed one after another. Mr. 2 on the side asked, "Could it be that you are Ms. Ivan?" Ivankov replied, "Do you know me?" A woman next to him reminded, "Hey, Ms. Ivan is too rude." "That's right, you should call the new waste king Ivan." Ivankov smiled and said, "Please be quiet, candy boys, don't worry about these trivial matters, the title is just a small problem, the name doesn't matter, you can call me shit." Ivankov, who reacted, shouted with disgust, "Don't call me shit." At this time, Lin Hai shouted, "Ms. Ivan, thank you for your hospitality, can you tell us how to get to the 6th floor? Luffy also said, "Yes, we are going to save a very important person. If it's too late anyway, can you take us to the 6th floor? Thank you. Tell us how to get there." The 6th floor. What are they talking about? The monsters among monsters are imprisoned there. Don't worry about your life. Run away. Where to go? That's right, although they can get here, if they run to the lower floors, they will definitely be finished. Ignoring the whispers of those people, Ivankov said, "Although you made a lot of noise and broke into the 5th floor, if it was in the past, I think it would not be so simple. Because there is still a huge fighting force in this prison. The warden of the Impel Downs Rain Shiryu, his strength is comparable to Magellan. If you consider Magellan's short working time, the real tricky one should be Shiryu." Luffy asked, "Little Ivan, can you tell us how to get to the 6th floor? Please." Ivankov smiled and said, "What an anxious boy." Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, "You guys, listen to Ivankov's analysis of the current situation first, okay? Since we came in, we are no longer thinking about whether we can rescue Ace, but whether we can get out of here unscathed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Hai with admiration. Seeing that Luffy seemed unable to calm down and was thinking about rescuing Ace immediately, Lin Hai reminded him, "We have no idea about the terrain here, the deployment of troops, where Ace is imprisoned, and how to retreat. Do you want to take us to deliver food?" Luffy adjusted his hat, was silent for a while, and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I am a little anxious, but..." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "No buts. A captain who doesn't listen to the advice of the crew is not a good captain." As he said, Lin Hai looked at Ivankov and asked, "Queen of Miracles Ivankov, now all the troops of the Navy headquarters are dragged in Marineford, and they have no time to take care of this place. And the city of Impel Down has been in chaos, and it is the opportunity to lead everyone to escape. Instead of wasting time here and not seeing the sun, it is better to escape with us. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After Lin Hai's analysis, the people in the paradise couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It seemed that it was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, they all looked at Ivankov, waiting for her decision. Chapter 313 Trapped. After a while, Ivankov replied, "Forget it, it's not time to go out yet. I understand the current world situation very well. The world is about to undergo earth-shaking changes centered on the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. But the man has not taken any action yet, the man behind the fortune tellers all over the world, my compatriot fortune teller Dragon." Luffy replied, "My father." Lin Hai, "It should be." "Yes." Ivankov didn't react yet, but continued, "Only when your father leads the army out, I will return to the world again and throw myself into the tide of the world. Even if I try to go out now, I will be wanted outside." Before he finished speaking, Ivankov, who reacted, said in surprise, "Dad, Dad." "Hey!" everyone exclaimed. Ivankov asked suspiciously, "How is it possible, you are Dragon's son? Does he have a son?" "Oh my!" Lin Hai complained, "Dora didn't offend you, can't he have a son?" Luffy stood up and said to Ivankov, "It seems that this can't be said, forget it, Grandpa said it anyway. But I don't know him either, we haven't even met." After thinking for a while, Ivankov suddenly asked, "Where were you born?" "Luffy, East China Sea." Ivankov, who made his own judgment, suddenly shouted, "Lightning, go check the escort time of Ace Boy." "Lightning, yes, I'll go now." After giving the order, Ivankov said, "Straw Hat Boy, you can't just tell your life story casually." Luffy replied, "Is that so?" Ivankov replied, "I am your father's companion and a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Although I am a little self-willed, I have the obligation to support you. I can't watch the son of my compatriot die in front of me." "Wow!" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Luffy, if that's the case, if the Navy dares to hinder you, you report your grandfather's name Monkey D. Garp, will they let you go?" The whole audience was shocked again. Luffy shuddered and said, "What a joke." "Hey!" everyone exclaimed again. Lin Hai complained speechlessly, "I say you, stop making a fuss there, hurry up and do your business, don't die. Can you say something auspicious?" Everyone shouted. After a while, Ivankov began to give orders to his followers, and everyone rushed to the 6th floor. It was very quiet and dim here, and the prisoners hiding in the shadows were indistinguishable, but judging from their breath, they were very dangerous. "Where are you, Ace? I'm here to save you!" Luffy suddenly shouted. Ivankov said, "Don't shout nonsense." As he said that, Ivankov grabbed a jailer and asked, "Can you tell us where Ace is?" The jailer replied, I refuse." Ivankov said, "This is not easy to deal with. You have to be more honest with yourself, Emporio. Female hormone." I saw spikes appear on the end of Ivankov's knuckles, and then inserted into the man's waist, and a miracle happened. Luffy exclaimed, "Become a woman." "What?" The woman looked at herself curiously, with a blank face. Ivankov asked, "How is it? What do you think after awakening to your true self?" The jailer looked at himself in the mirror, a shy woman, and asked, "Is this me?" Ivankov said, "You have been reborn, no longer a guard, you are a new waist." The woman blushed, couldn't help but lift her hair, and sighed, "So beautiful, thank you, Lord Ivan, I have found my true self again." Lin Hai, who was standing next to him, said in horror, "I can't accept it, my god, Luffy, we should not stay with such a scary guy. Luffy was confused and said, why? Lin Hai replied in a panic, stupid, if she also gives us that, I can't even think about it. Ivankov's face turned black and he said to Lin Hai, is it time to think about this now? She turned to the woman and asked, do you know where Ace is imprisoned? The woman immediately replied, I know, please follow me. After a while, several people came to a place, but there was only one fishman in the cell, and no one else. Lin Hai said speechlessly, are we still late? But that's right, after all, he is about to be executed, and it takes time to escort him. Lightning, it seems that we are a step late. The fishman Jinbei, who was sitting on the wall, saw the straw hat tied around Luffy's neck and asked, you are the straw hat boy Luffy, right? Luffy, yeah. Jinbei said anxiously, he was just taken away. Hurry up and chase him, Mr. Ace was taken away from the elevator, if you hurry up, you can still make it. Luffy asked, who are you? Ivankov said, this is another big shot. Lin Hai complained, it's too late, what we are thinking about now should be to bring a force to the Navy headquarters and cooperate with Whitebeard to save Ace, right? Luffy didn't listen to Lin Hai, but looked at Jinbei for a while and said, I know, thank you, although I don't know who you are. With that, Luffy and Ivankov turned around and ran away immediately. Lin Hai was stunned. Damn, didn't these people hear what he said just now? It's so angry. Seeing Lin Hai standing there instead of turning around with Luffy and the others, Jinbei asked, you are the sleeping god Lin Hai, right? Aren't you going with them to save Mr. Ace? Tisk. Lin Hai said unhappily, saving people is one thing, but we have been under surveillance. Are the guards of the so-called number 1 prison idiots? Can they catch up just by saying so? You are the Shishibukai Jinbei, right? Jinbei narrowed his eyes and asked, I am. What's the matter? Lin Hai asked, I heard that you were imprisoned here because you opposed this war. Jinbei's eyes were firm. Said, that's right, I don't think this war is good, I firmly oppose it, but being locked up here doesn't matter. What makes me sad is that I can't carry out the heart of benevolence and justice, and I can't stop this war. If this goes on, I will die with my eyes wide open. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Hai said speechlessly, the Navy has its own purpose in making such a decision, and you are just a pirate, so don't say anything about saving the world. Instead of being here, how about this? Before he finished speaking, Luffy and the others ran back again. Lin Hai turned around and smiled, what's wrong? Ivankov said with a headache, the passage is cut off. Lin Hai nodded and said, it's good to understand. I told you, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We are now thinking about how to escape, and then think about how to save people. By the way, what did I want to say just now? Luffy said, who knows what you are thinking? Hey? What is that? Chapter 314 Team Assembly. Suddenly, hypnotic gas was lowered above the floor. Lightning was surprised and said, are they planning to let the prisoners on this floor sleep with us, and then take the opportunity to kill us? Lin Hai complained, seal the place where the air is released. If I guess correctly, this floor should be sealed. Soon, Lightning's hands turned into 2 scissors, cut the ground, and then sealed the leak. Looking at the situation in front of him, Luffy asked, I want to go up, little crab, if you seal the stairs, I can't catch up with Ace. Still thinking about chasing Ace? Forget it, Lin Hai doesn't want to talk anymore, damn it. Luffy pushed Lin Hai and asked, why don't you talk? We can't stay here any longer. Humph. Lin Hai turned his head away and said, I don't want to care about you. What if I let you catch up? There is an ocean outside. Do you plan to save Ace and swim with him to escape? Or can you escape from Magellan's venom? Luffy replied, I don't care. Anyway, I want to save Ace. Think of a way quickly. Go away. Lin Hai said like chasing a fly, don't act like a spoiled child with me, you annoying guy. At this time, Lightning shook the wine in the glass and said, there is no other way to stop the gas except to seal it. If you lose consciousness, don't mention saving people. Luffy waved his hands and shouted willfully, even if I lose consciousness, I will save him. Ace will be executed. Lin Hai's brain circuit was broken. Lightning replied, don't talk nonsense, although it is simple, the enemy's strategy is better, we are trapped here. Ivankov said, according to common sense, it is too late, Ace Boy should have been successfully taken to the sea. In contrast, we still have many powerful enemies to face. Now we have to change our mood. I will do my best to help you escape from this big prison safely. Ace Boy has been handed over to the Navy headquarters without a doubt. Next, we can only bet on Whitebeard. Luffy was silent for a while and said, I want to go to the Navy headquarters. Don't talk nonsense. Ivankov said incredulously, there is the world's top combat power there, what can you do there? Do you know the strength of Whitebeard? The 3 admirals, the 7 warlords of the sea and 100,000 naval elites are against him. You don't have enough lives. What's wrong? Seeing Luffy looking at him with a serious face and silence, Ivankov couldn't help asking. Luffy said, if I give up, I will regret it. The instant courage made Ivankov sweat coldly, as if he was facing dragon. The charm of going forward and facing death with indifference infected the people around him. If such a person were a friend, who would not trust him with their back? Tisk. Lin Hai couldn't help but retorted, what do you regret? Didn't we decide to save Ace when we came in? It's all because of you bastards that I almost forgot what I wanted to do just now. Lin Hai looked at the cage next to him and asked, Jinbei, you want to save Ace too, right? How about going with us? Suddenly forgetting what you want to do is not funny, but a fact. For example, sometimes we have a lot of things in our minds, and when we are interrupted by others, we find that we have blacked out. Jinbei replied excitedly, yes, I have known Mr. Ace since he just joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He always talked to me about you, Straw Hat Luffy. I was imprisoned here because I opposed this war. I want to save Mr. Ace. Please, let me die happily. Lin Hai complained unhappily, can you not be so serious? It makes me got nervous. The 7 warlords of the sea are so scary. Seeing that Lin Hai was about to release Jinbei, Lightning said in surprise, is it okay? We don't know how dangerous this guy is and his personality. Luffy stared at Jinbei's eyes and said, it's okay, let him out. Lin Hai, who was on the side, immediately squatted in the corner and drew circles. Does this world also value bloodline so much? Doesn't he, Lin Hai, have any charm at all? These guys always treat him, Lin Hai, as transparent. As soon as Luffy spoke, Lightning used his scissors ability to cut the fence open. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Not far away, a low laugh sounded, if you want to leave here, just let me go. With my help, you can open a hole in this ceiling, how about it? Lin Hai on the side was shocked. This annoying voice should be Crocodile, right? If you use the space ability, you really can't make a hole for everyone to escape, because you don't know how thick the ceiling is. Sure enough, each ability has its own uniqueness. After seeing the man's face clearly, Luffy was shocked and said, You were caught here? Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed very annoyingly, long time no see, Straw Hat Boy. Humph, I thought that even if I escaped outside, there would be no fun, but I heard that Whitebeard was going to start a war with the Navy. If I can take down the old man's head, I am very interested in this war. As long as I have my ability to help, everyone can get out of here. It's a good deal, it's good for both of us. Luffy on the side couldn't help but shed a cold sweat, after all, this guy in front of him caused great harm to Vivi's country. Lin Hai on the side didn't think so. First of all, Crocodile is an extremely arrogant and conceited guy. He is really cold-blooded and ruthless about his own goals. He regards human lives as ants, and even likes to play with people's hearts with evil taste. But if I guessed correctly, this guy doesn't like to owe others favors. During the war at the top, he not only saved Ace, but also saved Luffy many times. It should be regarded as a favor for letting himself out, right? Thinking of this, Lin Hai smiled playfully, Yo, isn't this Crocodile? Is this your attitude of begging? You want us to let you out, pay attention to your tone, begging tone. Crocodile's face darkened, you guy. Luffy on the side said anxiously, what a joke, Lin Hai, you won't forget that this guy messed up Vivi's country, right? Crocodile replied, that's all in the past. I'm not interested in that country anymore. Tap tap tap. Ivankov stepped forward and said, let him go, Straw Hat Boy. This guy is indeed a very powerful force. Hey! Luffy said excitedly, little Ivan, listen to me, this guy is... Ivankov interrupted, you can't stop, not to mention that you are going to the Navy headquarters next. Crocodile shouted again with a dark face. Ivankov. Looking at Crocodile like this, Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Crocodile was a woman before, just like the scene just now, a man turned into a woman? But it doesn't seem right. After the man turned into a woman, he admired Ivankov so much. At this time, Ivankov said, "It's been a long time since we last met, Crocodile boy." Luffy asked, "Do you know him?" Ivankov replied, "I had some friendship with this guy when he was still called a rookie. It doesn't matter. Even if he betrays us, I will control him. Although he is untrustworthy, he has a weakness in my hand." Crocodile said quickly, "Don't tell me useless things." Ivankov said with a slap in his face, "As long as you help us obediently, I will continue to keep your secrets, hee. Crocodile shouted like he was constipated, "You bastard! What's wrong?" The prisoner on the opposite side saw that he seemed to have a chance to get out, so he said, "Then let me go too. And me, I have a grudge against Whitebeard." Spacefield. For a moment, the voices in the cell opposite Crocodile gradually became less, and the prisoners around him narrowed their eyes and fell silent. This guy kills people if he wants to. What a ruthless character. Seeing Lin Hai coming out of the cell, Jinbei had forgotten to ask how Lin Hai got in, but said, "Here, you should be the most dangerous." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Time is limited. I originally wanted to find that person. Forget it, let's set off quickly. The longer the time is, the more perfect Magellan's deployment will be, and the more difficult it will be for us to get out." Crocodile looked at Lin Hai and asked, "You are really unexpected." "Unexpected?" Lin Hai looked around, quickly pulled Crocodile aside, and asked softly, "You were not a woman before people? That's why you're so scared? What a joke, bastard, I'm going to kill you." Crocodile immediately went berserk. He really didn't expect Lin Hai to ask such a question. Lin Hai blocked Crocodile's hook and said unhappily, "I'm just joking. Don't you want to go out? No, replenish something quickly, don't let your hands and feet get weak by then." Luffy was surprised and said, "I want it too." Ivankov said in surprise, "Straw Hat Boy, we have to make a strategy, be serious." Crocodile said, "Humph, we have to leave here immediately. If I guess correctly, the jailer will come here." Ivankov replied, "Yes, let's leave here first." At once, the team assembled immediately. 2 Shishibukai fighters, a cadre of the Gemming family, as well as Luffy, Lin Hai and those who followed Ivankov formed a powerful force to launch a big battle to escape the world's largest prison. Chapter 315 It's getting lively. When Straw Hat Luffy and others went to the 6th floor of the undersea prison, in an office of the Navy headquarters, a Navy officer shouted with sweat on his forehead, "Marshal Sengoku." Sengoku asked, "What's wrong?" "Marine, still can't find it. There are only more than 5 hours left before Ace's execution. It happens that in this most dangerous period when Whitebeard may appear at any time, we searched all over the island and did not find the figure of the 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard." Without waiting for Sengoku to order, the Navy continued to report. In addition, it is said that a warship without permission to sail has arrived at the undersea prison at this moment. Zhang Guo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "What?" At this time, at the port of Impel Down, Blackbeard did not disappoint the Navy. He really took this opportunity to come here. Compared to Straw Hat Luffy, Blackbeard is much better, at least in terms of talent, there is no comparison. No one would have thought that Blackbeard would take advantage of the Navy's full strength to fight Whitebeard on the top and had no time to take care of other places, and take advantage of Impel Down to be isolated and helpless. Blackbeard, like a gambler, came here with his pirate group. And Blackbeard's purpose of coming here was also beyond everyone's expectations. He actually wanted to go to the 6th floor to find a companion, just because he despised others' strength as too weak. Not worthy of being his partner. I don't know if Blackbeard would be at ease when he sleeps if he really recruits that kind of monster among monsters as a partner. But this has nothing to do with others. At this time, he was swaggering down from the warship and came to the outer door of the underwater prison. The Marines stationed outside the door asked in confusion, "Why did that guy come here?" "Go and investigate the interior of the warship they are on." A Navy officer hurriedly stepped forward and said to Blackbeard, "Please wait, we have not issued a request for support, you can't go in. Now is an extraordinary period, we can't be responsible." "Yes, Please wait a moment, we just got in touch with the headquarters for confirmation. Blackbeard said as he walked, it doesn't matter, aren't we companions? The commanding marine replied, but, no matter what the situation, the pirates are not allowed to enter the prison. Before he finished speaking, black smoke appeared under the feet of the marines, slowly swallowing them in, and the closed door in front of them was also wrapped in the black smoke, and then twisted into scrap metal. The Blackbeard pirates marched forward bravely, ignoring the wailing behind them, and Blackbeard smiled playfully, don't be so polite, I'm a government official. Oh, haha. Bages, who was next to Blackbeard, raised his fists above his head, showing off his muscles, and laughed, what a gloomy place, Captain. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard turned his head and looked at the navy who were preparing to attack him, and shouted, liberate. Blackbeard released black smoke again, and the debris and marines inside were all released and smashed towards the marines. The 6th floor of the underwater prison. The jailers came here in full gear, and saw a spiral ladder on the ceiling going straight up. A jailer asked, what is this stone shape? Could it be? Are those 4 still there? Find them quickly. Hearing the words of these jailers, Ziliu, who was imprisoned in the shadows, couldn't help but sneer, with such a big hole opened, who wouldn't escape? A bunch of idiots. It turned out that Ziliu was hiding here. Lin Hai didn't find him before because there were too many cells and the light was not bright. Ziliu, as a warden as famous as Magellan, was imprisoned here because he was bloodthirsty. He often tortured prisoners, so he was imprisoned. At this time, the jailers heard Ziliu's words and all stopped to look. Seeing the jailer looking at him, Ziliu raised his mouth. He saw the opportunity to escape from here, so he raised his mouth and smiled, you see, without me, you can't do anything. The incident has become so serious. It is really a major misconduct in the city. The 4 people you are looking for have released Shishibukai Jinbei and Crocodile, and escaped from the stone pillar. Turn to me now, tell Magellan, just say I can help him. This the guard was entangled for a while, but still contacted Magellan and waited for his decision. Shiryu, who was released from the cell, took his sword and pulled it out, and the blade shone with scarlet light. At the same time, in a house on the 5.5th floor, everyone was resting there. Jinbei said while eating, thank you very much, maybe this can help that person. Humph. Crocodile said contemptuously, even if you go to stop the war between Whitebeard and the navy, it will be a waste of effort. In any case, I will take the head of that old man. Jinbei immediately warned, don't even think about doing anything to Whitebeard, Crocodile. Crocodile immediately showed his golden hook and asked, you want to compete with me now, right? Lin Hai turned his head to look at Luffy and said, look, they are all so willful like you, fighting at the slightest disagreement. Ivankov, Crocboy, you're past. Crocodile turned away with a dark face. This scene made Lin Hai wonder what kind of past made Crocodile so aggrieved. But Lin Hai still understood that some things are better unknown. Okay. Ivankov said, it's come to this point, there is not much time left, let's do our best to break through this prison, hee. Soon, everyone who returned to the 5th floor again, like chicken blood, ran all the way, and those snow wolves were no match at all. Luffy asked, what happened? Why are there no guards here? Lin Hai said unhappily, look at the weather here, those jailers should be waiting for us to be caught on the 4th floor. Ivankov said as he ran, what are you afraid of? We have no way out now, and we have 2 Shishibukai in our team. Luffy said in surprise, 2 Shishibukai? Who is the other one? Lin Hai said, that Jinbei is good, right? What are you thinking about? By the way. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai suddenly said, I said Ivankov, who is afraid? I was just stating the facts, okay. Everyone was speechless, is the reaction so slow? Entering the corridor, Jinbei said as he ran, Ace's execution is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we have about 5 hours. If Whitebeard comes, he should have started preparing several hours ago. Mr. Ace is already at sea, so it's not surprising when the battle breaks out. No. Lin Hai replied, with a character like Whitebeard, he will not do those sneaky things. It is very likely that the battle will take place in Marineford. Luffy asked, how do you know? Lin Hai said unhappily, the execution of Ace is the message released by the world government, and Whitebeard, who has been provoked, will fight back head on, whether to save Ace or to save face. If he is intercepted in the middle, it will be too embarrassing, right? Who do you think Whitebeard is? The strongest man in the world is naturally not afraid of any challenge. Crocodile, tisk, I will definitely take down this old man's head. Jinbei, I won't let you succeed, Crocodile. Lin Hai said, are you two done yet? Is this the time to argue? Hey, hey. Luffy said, stop arguing, the door is closed. Humph. Crocodile used his sand fruit ability to fly to the door, stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the door, saying, the door is meaningless, just use my right hand to weather it. Instantly, the door turned into sand. Lin Hai, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but complain about Oda's pitfalls. How did Luffy beat Crocodile at that time? Before Lin Hai could continue to think, a wave of heat rushed out from inside, and behind the door, stood rows of jailers. Chapter 316 Encounter with Blackbeard. Boom. The door was violently weathered by Crocodile's ability. Here they come. Click, click. Hundreds of guns were pointed at the door, and a commanding jailer said in surprise, this is the 4th floor. The prisoners coming up from the 6th floor are Shishibukai Jinpei, former Shishibukai Crocodile, Gumina family Cotter Ivankov, Invader Monkey D. Luffy and Huaxia D. Lin Hai. All members are ready to fight and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hai and Crocodile just stood there, letting the bullets hit them. For a moment, the jailers stopped firing their guns and looked at the two men in confusion, only to see the holes in their bodies healed instantly. Lin Hai turned to look at Luffy, raised his eyebrows and boasted, how is it? Isn't this ability awesome? Jinbei looked at the blue arc flashing on Lin Hai's body and said in surprise, natural thunder fruit? What an incredible ability! A jailer shouted, stupid, use prison bullets. At this time, Crocodile had already taken action, his lower body turned into sand, and rushed towards the jailer, moon-shaped sand dunes. A crescent-shaped knife made of sand directly penetrated the body of the jailer in front of him, and those people immediately turned into dry shapes. Hurry up and use the prison bullet. Prison bullets. Bang bang bang. Guess guess guess. Luffy jumped into the air, rain. Fishman karate, Karasuma Wa Zheng Chuan. Jinbei also made a move. He punched forward, and the people in front of him twisted their bodies and flew backwards. These people are invincible, the two Shishibukai and. But we can't retreat. The jailers were still holding on, and the rear was still coming. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, you guys step back. Jinbei asked, what do you want to do? We should rush forward. Lin Hai said, step back first, step back, step back. Everyone's eyebrows jumped. Ivankov asked, what do you want to do? Lin Hai boy. Luffy replied, Lin Hai should use his ultimate move. Crocodile's eyebrows were raised, secret move. At this time, Lin Hai lowered his head and slowly stepped forward, suddenly raised his head and glared, and a shocking wave of air enveloped the jailers. All the jailers who were running stopped, their eyes turned white, and they all fell to the ground, and no one stood up. This is it. Crocodile's pupils shrank. And Jinbei and Ivankov and others on the side were also stunned. Hey! Lin Hai couldn't help but say, there is no beauty in front, don't look at it. Ivankov, who reacted, couldn't help but look at Luffy, and sighed that he was worthy of being his son. Such a person is willing to follow Luffy in front of him. If Lin Hai knew what Ivankov was thinking, he would definitely say to her, follow a bird egg, go to sea with Luffy because you don't have to worry about not even sleeping well, right? Where are you going? Lin Hai asked when he saw Crocodile running away. Crocodile replied coldly, take someone with you. Lin Hai said, what's your attitude? We are allies now, don't. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai fell down. Everyone was silent for a while. Luffy laughed, ha ha ha, Lin Hai, you are really stupid, baga. Get lost. Lin Hai stood up and glared at Luffy fiercely, then said to the jailer who was lying on the ground and fainted, asshole, go home and sleep if you want to sleep. Jinbei rolled his eyes and complained, that's your fault, right? Not far away, Crocodile threw the key into a cell and said, I want to get out of here, but I need some troops. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Mr. 1. The sturdy man sitting in the innermost part was the guy defeated by Zoro before Mr. 1. Hearing Crocodile's words, he looked up and replied, since it's you, I'll accompany you to the end. I'm just a little bored. At this time, Hannibal, who was rushing to the third floor, was sweating coldly. The person at the front entrance was the 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard. There was a riot on the second floor, and there was also a riot on the fourth floor. No, the fourth floor was completely wiped out. Hannibal's eyes turned white for a while, and he exclaimed to the Den Mushi, "What did you say? What's going on? Can I still be the director?" A jailer reminded, "Deputy Director, the director has gone to escort the most important prisoner, so now it's all your responsibility." "Ah! It's over, my life is over." Hannibal, who had reacted, quickly connected to Magellan's Den Mushi, informed him of the current situation, and then made reasonable deployments. Finally, after receiving Magellan's order, Hannibal guarded the passage to the fourth floor. Since there was no prison guard to stop them, Lin Hai, Luffy and the others soon ran to the stairs to the third floor, but were stopped by Hannibal. Luffy stared into Hannibal's eyes and said, "Get out of the way." Hannibal firmly replied, "No." As he spoke, Hannibal showed his unique saber and shouted, "In order to protect the bright future of the weak people, the unprecedented pirate Straw Hat Boy and the god of sleep Lin Hai, I will sentence you to death on behalf of the director." Tisk. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "Luffy, now is not the time to show off, nor is it the time to compete with him." As he spoke, Lin Hai looked up at Hannibal and said, "I only said one side, get out of the way, otherwise you will die." Hannibal, "No. Really? Space field, void world." Lin Hai would not listen to Hannibal's righteous talk like in the original book, and then wait for Magellan to come. After seeing Hannibal crawling to the ground, Lin Hai also put away his ability, and couldn't help but complain to the people behind him, "Are you watching a show? If Magellan comes, it will be interesting. Yes, let's run away quickly. If Magellan comes, it will be difficult for us to get away." Woo-oh! Just as Lin Hai was about to move forward, Hannibal suddenly squatted up, which scared Lin Hai. Is this guy's willpower so strong? Hannibal took a deep breath for a while, and then shouted, "This road is blocked." Luffy said, "Get out of the way, I want to save Ace." Hannibal stood up and taunted, "You, how dare you say you're going to save the big brother? Stop talking to me, you scum of society. You're just notorious pirates, and there are those who are trying to return. As long as you exist on the sea, the people will be unable to sleep all night for fear of losing their loved ones. Damn, look at what you can do." Lin Hai was not like those people behind him who couldn't bear to take action because of this guy's words, but when he was about to take action, black smoke appeared behind Hannibal, causing Lin Hai to stop. At this time, Hannibal also looked behind him and asked, "What's wrong with you? Shut up." A rough voice came, "Don't always say it's either justice or evil. Even if you search every corner of the world, there will be no answer. It's so stupid." Blackbeard used his dark fruit ability to appear in front of Hannibal and kicked him in the face. Haha, haha. Chapter 317 Top Level Hatred. Luffy couldn't help but wonder when he saw the 3-meter-tall burly man, isn't this guy the one from Gaia Island? Hey! Blackbeard also noticed the people in front of him, and he couldn't help but say, oh, there are really a lot of big shots gathered here, you seem to be busy, haha. Jinbei couldn't help but clench his fist, because this guy caused this war. Jinbei angrily said, "Teach, why are you here, you bastard? No, should I call you Blackbeard now?" Luffy's pupil shrank, was it this guy who caused Ace to be arrested and executed? At this time, Blackbeard didn't care about the way everyone looked at him, but reminded, "Jinbei, don't be murderous, can you take back your fist? Speaking of which, you and Ace have a very good relationship, right? However, if you hate me, you've found the wrong person, thief, ha ha ha." Seeing Luffy about to step forward, Lin Hai patted Luffy on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down, but seeing Blackbeard and his gang glaring at him, Lin Hai mocked without fear, as expected, "Guys who like to eat cherry pie are so annoying. Blackbeard, if you still deserve a beating, I don't mind knocking out a few more of your front teeth, hey? Your arm is connected, I think a broken arm is more suitable for you." From Lin Hai's words, the pupils of those standing behind Lin Hai shrank, the amount of information was so great. Crocodile couldn't help but mutter, "Have you fought before?" Jinbei also looked at Lin Hai unexpectedly. Blackbeard is not simple. From what he said, it seems that Blackbeard has been defeated. When Lin Hai taunted him, Blackbeard looked at Lin Hai with a fierce look on his face, but he still understood the current situation and his purpose, and forced himself not to attack Lin Hai. Seeing that Blackbeard was so patient, Lin Hai raised the corner of his mouth, and pointed at Blackbeard with his index finger and said, "Come if you want to fight, don't hold it back, the underwater prison welcomes you." Thief haha, thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed lowly for a while, looked at Lin Hai with a ferocious look and said, "I still have things to do, sleeping god Lin Hai." At this time, Luffy glared at Blackbeard and asked, "Are you Blackbeard?" Blackbeard looked at Luffy, and immediately changed his expression, saying, "Ah, long time no see, Straw Hat Boy, I didn't expect you to be my Captain Ace's younger brother, it really scared me. If you still stay here, are you okay? Your brother's execution will begin soon, thief ha ha ha." Lin Hai was speechless. Should we say that Blackbeard is born to attract hatred, or does this guy like to abuse others mentally? Seeing Luffy gritting his teeth, Blackbeard pointed his index finger at Luffy and said, "After meeting you, I heard that it was you who defeated the former 7 warlords crocodile standing there, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. At that time, for me who was determined to get the position of the successor to the 7 warlords, I was going to offer your head or the head of the sleeping god Lin Hai to the world government, which was also the most effective way to show my strength. However, fate protected you. My ace, who was constantly chasing after the great crime committed on the Whitebeard ship, turned out to be your brother. When we who were about to kill you appeared in front of him, he had no way out." Seeing Luffy gritting his teeth, Blackbeard was inexplicably excited. He was afraid that Luffy didn't understand, so he explained again, "Do you understand? If he lets us escape, he will not only tarnish Whitebeard's name, but also put his brother's life in danger." As luck would have it, Blackbeard's crew also began to finish off the enemy. Sniper Van Oka said, "There is no coincidence in fate, in other words." Hiccup. Poison Q added in a dying voice, "You are really lucky." Lafitte also said, holding his hat, "Now that the captain has successfully become a Shishibukai and is famous all over the world, your lives don't matter." Haha. Barges smiled at people with his nose, "Your big brother fought with all his strength at that time." Blackbeard smiled and said, "When you get to Ace's grave, you must thank him well. If he hadn't shown up, you would have been the ones to die." Lin Hai, who was standing aside, was so angry at what these guys said that he almost took action, but he still understood the current situation and the urgency of time, and Blackbeard and his group seemed to be mentally ill. Although Lin Hai was still clear-headed, but Luffy was led into a pit. "In that case, let's have a showdown." Luffy half-crouched, steam coming out of his body, and attacked directly with an angry face. Lin Hai, who had reacted, did not intend to stop him. On the one hand, he wanted him to vent his anger, and on the other hand, he wanted this guy to experience Blackbeard's ability. In this regard, Lin Hai did not intend to do it himself, because the physique of the people in this world was too abnormal. If he could not kill them directly, it would be interesting for Blackbeard to be a water ghost. At this time, Luffy had already aimed his palm at Blackbeard and made an attacking posture with a punch, but Blackbeard did not know Luffy's moves and was observing Luffy's form. Swoosh! Jet pistol! The disappeared Luffy suddenly appeared at Blackbeard's belly and punched Blackbeard out. Luffy retorted, "I won't let Ace die." Ah! Blackbeard groaned, but soon stood up like nothing happened, with black gas coming out from behind him. Guess, jet! Dark water! Luffy in midair was directly sucked to his left hand by Blackbeard's ability, hey, ha! Blackbeard grabbed Luffy's waist and smashed Luffy to the ground. Boom boom! Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, and his forehead was hit by the floor, and blood flowed down. Crocodile on the side was full of doubts, blood? Isn't that guy rubber? Indeed, even if Luffy was grabbed and smashed to the ground with Haki, Luffy's forehead would not be bleed, because Luffy is rubber, and Haki cannot invalidate the ability of the ability user. Lin Hai stared at Blackbeard and replied, because Blackbeard's dark ability can make the ability of the Devil Fruit ability user ineffective, the ability user caught by him will directly become an ordinary person. As soon as the explanation was given, everyone's pupil shrank. Blackbeard's ability is really not simple. MR2 shouted in horror, "Little Straw Hat!" Ah! Luffy covered his head and jumped away quickly, and activated the second gear ability again. Lin Hai hurriedly stepped forward to grab Luffy, and Luffy said angrily, "Let me go." Haha! Blackbeard laughed proudly, "Do you feel this feeling? The moment I caught you, the ability user could not use any power, and therefore, I defeated Ace. Do you understand? In front of me, the ability user of the devil fruit is powerless. So what? Luffy stared at Blackbeard with murderous intent. Lin Hai shouted speechlessly, calm down, is Ace's life more important or is venting your anger more important? Don't let that guy lead you into a trap. Jinbei also advised, Luffy, he is right, don't waste time and energy here, the most important thing now is to rescue Mr. Ace. After being persuaded by Lin Hai and Jinbei, Luffy really disengaged from the second gear and replied, I understand. Haha. Blackbeard said, you are more powerful than I thought, and your domineering is stronger than before. At this time, Lin Hai said, I said Blackbeard, you should be thankful that you picked a good time, but we are not good friends, right? Then stop talking nonsense there, you are not here to stop us from escaping, right? Haha. Blackbeard laughed, that's right, same for each other, haha. Blackbeard walked towards the fourth floor and laughed, just wait and see, in just a few hours, we will give you a top performance that will shock the world. Chapter 318 You're welcome. When Hannibal dialed the telephone bug to Magellan, he had already handed Ace over to the Navy, and he came to the second floor and knocked down all the rioting prisoners. The actions of Lin Hai and Buggy at the beginning actually played such a role, giving Lin Hai and others time to escape from prison at this time. It's really unpredictable. However, after dealing with the riot on the second floor, Magellan took the special elevator to the fourth floor, and at this time, Lin Hai and others just ran to the third floor. The surprising thing is that Blackbeard ran into Magellan at this time, which was exactly what Lin Hai wanted. Tap, tap, tap. Seeing 5 people walking towards him in a row in the distance, Magellan also walked towards them. Haha. Blackbeard laughed, you are Magellan, right? Magellan replied expressionlessly, Blackbeard, right. Blackbeard, yes. Poison Dragon. Magellan activated his ability without saying a word. The poison dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the 5 people of Blackbeard directly. Magellan continued to move forward and said, I don't have time to ask you the purpose of your coming here. Blackbeard shouted immediately, it hurts. What is this? Is it poison? That bastard. If Lin Hai was here, he would definitely spray Blackbeard in the face. This grandson seemed to be going to fight against the sky and the earth just now, but now he was killed by someone in one move. On the third floor, Lin Hai and the others were running, but seeing Luffy's silence, Lin Hai was speechless and said, what's wrong with you? You are not a saint, why do you care so much about what others say? Hurry up and get your mind together, rush to Marineford to rescue Ace, everything else is just a passing cloud. Jinbei replied, that's right, Luffy-kun, don't worry about what Blackbeard said. Luffy replied, I understand. Lin Hai said unhappily, never mind, where did that bastard Buggy go? Could he have been killed? Suddenly, Lin Hai stopped. What's wrong? Ivankov said, now is not the time to stop. Luffy also asked, Lin Hai, we have to hurry. Lin Hai said, you guys run away, I will catch up with you later, Magellan is catching up. What? Everyone shouted. Lin Hai said, stop talking nonsense, run to the first floor and grab a warship, hurry. After a struggle, everyone continued on their way, and Lin Hai stayed to stop Magellan, but the space on the third floor was very large, which made Lin Hai feel a lot more at ease. Space field, space barrier. As soon as the ability was exerted, the purple-blue poisonous dragon came towards them. Seeing that his poisonous dragon couldn't enter Lin Hai's body, Magellan was distressed. Lin Hai sat down and complained, Director Magellan, you didn't even say hello and attacked directly. Isn't it too rude? Magellan replied expressionlessly, what kind of ability are you? Lin Hai spread his hands and replied, I'll leave it to you to observe slowly. By the way, did you run into Blackbeard's gang just now? Magellan did not answer Lin Hai's words, but looked at the stairs from the third floor to the second floor being cut, and frowned. Lin Hai knew his purpose here, so he said, could they be poisoned by you? You are worthy of being the boss here. Magellan looked at Lin Hai dangerously and said, what do you mean? Lin Hai asked confusedly, what do you mean? Oh, you mean the stairs, but it doesn't mean anything. Those ungrateful bastards left me here as bait. Woohoo, do you know how it feels to be abandoned? Poison Dragon. Several dragon-shaped venom appeared on Magellan's back and slammed directly at Lin Hai. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't attack anymore. Poison will pollute the environment. Be more civilized." "Bah, what did I want to say just now?" Magellan stared at Lin Hai and said, "You underestimate the director of the world's largest prison, don't you?" "Poison. Wait." Lin Hai slapped his head and replied, "I finally remembered, Director Magellan, hurry to the 4th floor." That Rainziliu took the antidote and went to hang out with Blackbeard. Magellan's pupils shrank and asked, "How did you know?" Lin Hai threw the eavesdropping Den Den Mushi to a place and rolled his eyes and said, "I'll tell you the truth. In fact, Blackbeard's purpose of coming here is to liberate the prisoners on the 6th floor and then raise a pirate group. Think about it, their threat is the biggest." Magellan immediately roared, "If this happens, you are the ones who deserve to die, poison giant soldier." The purple-blue venom turned into a fiery red. "Isn't this too exaggerated? Boiling venom? Damn!" Lin Hai exclaimed, "You are such a bad director, aren't you? This has nothing to do with us. We can't escape outside anyway, so why not eliminate the biggest threat? Just think about it, Rain Shiryu, Blackbeard pirates, and those powerful prisoners on the 6th floor, if they run out, it will be your biggest dereliction of duty." "Magellan, you are exaggerating, trying to trick me down and then choose to escape." Lin Hai said contemptuously, "Come on, believe it or not, but you can't afford to gamble, right? If I'm not mistaken, have you lost contact with Rain Shiryu before?" Listening to Lin Hai's words, although Magellan appeared calm on the surface, he was frightened in his heart. After releasing Rain Shiryu, he couldn't contact him. Could that guy really be in partnership with Blackbeard? If it is really as Lin Hai said, the consequences are simply unimaginable, and the ability of this guy in front of him is really speechless. The poison giant soldier can't do anything to him. After a while, Magellan, who had made a decision, turned around and walked towards the 4th floor. Lin Hai hurriedly reminded, "Be careful of Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. When he releases his ability, the person whose physical ability he touches will lose his devil fruit ability. As the saying goes, a friend dies but a poor one dies. Blackbeard pirates, you're welcome." Crackle. After Zillow of Rain left, Lin Hai used his thunder fruit ability to go directly from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor with a flash of lightning. Without Magellan blocking the way, the escapee was much more relaxed. "Hey!" Looking at Hannibal, Lin Hai asked, "What are you doing here?" Mr. Tu exclaimed, "Do you recognize me? Although the appearance has changed, the aura cannot change, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and asked, "What are you doing in the guard room?" Mr. replied, "When the Straw Hat Boy escapes, the gate of justice needs someone to open it." Lin Hai said, "No need, run away quickly, I will have a way when the time comes." Chapter 319 Grow Up. On the 1st floor of the undersea prison, Luffy remained silent while running, occasionally glancing down at the floor below. Ivankov, who noticed this nearby, comforted him, "Straw Hat Boy, he should be fine, our mission is not easy." Jinbei said, "Yes, after we rob the warship, we still have to face the pursuit of other warships." Beiki, who was running on the other side, suddenly said to Luffy, "What did you say? You just let Lin Hai stay on the 3rd floor to stop Magellan? What kind of captain are you?" Luffy also said, "Do you think I still want to?" Lin Hai said, "It's okay, we have to believe him. If you have such an opinion, you go to stop Magellan." Beiki snorted and suddenly cried, "It's so touching, Lin Hai, you rest in peace, we will remember your kindness, you bastard, go gorgeously. Damn it, it's rare to have a friend, ooh, let's run." Everyone broke into a cold sweat, having this guy as a friend is really. Just now they were reluctant to part, and now they are directly asked to rest? Duan. Lin Hai, who was running at high speed in the air, grabbed Mr. Tu with one hand and hit Buggy on the head with the other hand, and said with a frown, "Thank you, you are really my good friend." Puff. Beiki's eyes bulged, and he spitted at Lin Hai, saying in shock, Lin Hai." Luffy, who was on the side, immediately rushed towards Lin Hai with a smile, "It's great that you are not dead." Mr. Tu, who reacted, wiped his face and asked, "Is it raining? Am I dreaming?" It turned out that when Buggy spitted, Lin Hai subconsciously used Mr. Tu next to him to block it. And Lin Hai ran too fast, which confused Mr. Tu. At this time, Lin Hai avoided Luffy's hug and said unhappily, "You guys are too lame, right? We just got here now. I thought I could get on the boat directly after I came up." Ivankov said in disbelief, "Sleepy boy, you are quite capable. You can actually escape from Magellan's hands." Crocodile narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did Magellan catch up? Or was he defeated by you?" Lin Hai replied, "We got rid of it temporarily, but we have to run away quickly. That guy's poison is really speechless." Soon, a group of people came to the gate of the underwater prison, but found that there was no ship outside, which made some prisoners despair. Buggy was the first to say with cold sweat, "What's going on? There's not even a warship. There's not even a warship to rob, not even a marine, how could this happen? Aren't we helpless now? What should we do? There's nothing we can do. Can we just wait for Magellan to come here? Damn it, what a joke, I thought I could be free here and escape from this hell, but... Is that the end?" A group of prisoners dropped their weapons to the ground and knelt down directly. Crocodile observed for a while and said, "I see, it seems that the enemy is not as stupid as imagined. There are large sea kings on the seabed. It turns out that this doldrums is the biggest defense wall of the underwater prison." Luffy shouted, "Hey, now is not the time to talk about this, right? Hey, little Ivan, you guys should think of a solution." Jinbei replied, "No time to sigh, this voyage was just ordered by Magellan. Look carefully, you can still vaguely see the shadow of the sail in the depths of the fog." Ouch! Lin Hai punched his left hand and exclaimed, "I see, I wondered why Magellan ran to the 4th floor with peace of mind, it turns out that he has us in his grasp." Jinbei suddenly shouted, "Don't worry, I'm here, leave this to you. Old man." Wow! Lin Hai looked at Luffy. How reliable you are. You have a big nose. Bucky does not counsel. Who are you saying a big nose? The lines of Kaiang Yao drama? Lin Hai quickly separated the two and said, enough, they are mature to me, and it is flat. What should we do? It can't be true. What a strange power, worthy of being a Shishibukai. The prisoners consciously gave way to Jinbei, and Buggy exclaimed, "He actually took the gate by himself." Jinbei said, "Although it is impossible to transport too many people, we can use this to rob the warship, and those who are aware will come up." Jinbei jumped into the sea with the door panel. Lin Hai, Luffy and Ivankov were the first to jump onto the door panel, and Crocodile and Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 followed. Bakey on the shore was sneaky. For a while he exchanged glances with Mr. 3 and also jumped onto the door panel. "Jinbei, are you ready? We need to speed up." Luffy pointed forward and shouted, "Go, grab the warship." Ahaha! Buggy looked at the criminals behind him with disdain, turned to Mr. 3 and laughed in a low voice, "Hey, partner, those idiots are really stupid." Mr. 3 also laughed sinisterly, "That's right, it's safer to stay with the people in front of you instead of staying there afraid of Magellan's threat, right?" He. Buggy laughed, "That's right, ahaha." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Buggy and Mr. 3 with amusement, and reminded, "Don't pick your feet there, don't fall into the sea by accident, pay attention to me." As he said, Lin Hai quickly turned his head to at the same time, he quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing, because Buggy's profile, that big and round red nose, is so interesting. How did it grow? Luffy saw Lin Hai like that and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Hai. Lin Hai pulled Luffy over and whispered a few words in Luffy's ear. The result was beyond Lin Hai's expectation. Luffy turned his head to look at Buggy's profile, and immediately covered his stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Buggy, your nose is so interesting." Bakey immediately roared with a dark face, "Asshole straw hat, I'm going to kill you." Crocodile said unhappily, "Is it time to do this now? The Navy has discovered us." Bakey and Mr. 3 turned their heads and saw the shell flying over, and they immediately exclaimed. Lin Hai said angrily, "Mr. 3, you are too lame, aren't you? Can't you just make a candle wall? Really?" "Ah!" Mr. 3 suddenly said, "Why didn't I think of it?" Lin Hai said, "How could you think of it? You think about those dirty things every day, right?" Jinbei said, "We are going to rush to the deck, hold on tight." Bakey asked puzzledly, "What? What did you say? Stupid fish." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "He has already dived under the sea, just hold on to the door, we have to believe him." "Believe him?" Buggy with a face full of horror, he said, "Will he abandon us and run away? Traitor, traitor." Duan. Lin Hai punched Buggy directly and said unhappily, "Be quiet and see what Jinbei wants to do." Luffy echoed, "Yes, we must trust Jinbei." Jinbei dived into the sea and used his special moves, Fishman Jutsu, Water Heart, Sea Current Shoulder Throw. Boom! A stream of water rushed up from the sea, pushing the door panel into the air and flying towards the warship. Lin Hai, who was on the door panel, was speechless. "So that's it?" Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, "Are fishmen so willful? It's just getting on a boat, and we got on." Chapter 320 Buggy's Luck. The thickness of the Gate of Justice is only 10 meters, which is useless in front of Lin Hai's spatial ability. Moreover, Magellan was already fighting with Blackbeard and his men, and there was no vice admiral commander on the navy ship, so the warship where Lin Hai and his men were located escaped from the Gate of Justice of the undersea prison without any hesitation. When everyone on the warship looked at the huge Gate of Justice behind them, the warship appeared outside like magic. Some of them couldn't believe it, but a huge joy rose to their eyebrows. "Woo-oh! Success, finally out, we escaped from hell. Woo-woo-woo, we can actually escape from Impel Down, it's like a dream." Looking at the Gate of Justice behind them, some prisoners cried and laughed, "Woo-woo-woo, I will never go back to that kind of hell again. Me too, I want to change my past, return to my family, and never be a pirate again. Damn it, why can't I stop crying? We are free." Lin Hai, Luffy, and Buggy also cheered with their shoulders on each other. After all, watching anime is watching anime. When the problem is really solved and successful, Lin Hai can't hide the joy in his heart. Because he came here, Lin Hai also made the worst plan. After all, in such a dangerous place, he was really afraid that Luffy would die halfway. After leaving the sea area near Impel Down, everyone was nostalgic and bathed in the sunshine from the clear sky, intoxicated by it. Some people didn't know how long they hadn't breathed this kind of air. Ahaha! Becky picked up a glass of beer and laughed, then everyone, to celebrate our unprecedented escape from the underwater prison, cheers! Cheers! Another mess. Holding the glass, Lin Hai walked to Jinbei and Crocodile who were not sociable on the side and asked, "Jinbei, Crocodile, don't you two want to have a drink? Although this beer is not as expensive as red wine, it tastes refreshing enough." Luffy also laughed, "That's right, you should also have fun when you should be happy, right?" Jinbei turned. He raised his head and answered the question irrelevantly, "Luffy, Lin Hai, you gave me the opportunity to rescue Mr. Ace this time, I am really grateful." Luffy replied, "Don't be so polite, it's endless. With you around, I am also a lot braver, you are really strong." "Jinbei, before this incident, I was both grateful and sorry to you, but now let it go." "Apology? Is it referring to Arlong's matter?" "Forget it, now is not the time to think about this matter, because if he really wants to investigate, Lin Hai can't help but kill Jinbei. After all, as a boss, knowing that his subordinates hate and are so extreme towards humans, he actually let him go. Although the direct responsibility is not on Jinbei, the relatives of people like Nami are no longer there, and this kind of pain accompanies the living throughout their lives. At this time, Jinbei continued, "There is only one goal now." Becky seemed to be born with Luffy, and the two of them started to quarrel. After hearing Jinbei's words, Buggy couldn't help asking, "Purpose?" "That's right." Jinbei said, "Just call me Jinbei. After this time, the title of Shishibukai will definitely not be kept. Let's fight at the Navy headquarters without any scruples. We must rescue Mr. Ace." "Navy headquarters?" Buggy exclaimed immediately, "Wait, what does Navy headquarters mean? Isn't this ship heading towards Navy headquarters?" As Buggy shouted, the prisoners also gathered. Jinbei replied, "That's right." Becky exclaimed again, "You can't not know that Whitebeard wants to fight the Navy, right?" "What? Navy headquarters?" Some prisoners then realized that the warship was heading towards the Navy headquarters. Crocodile, who had been silent all this time, said, "Why are you still talking about this now? You can't be so slow, right?" "What?" The prisoners were shocked. Crocodile explained, "From the moment we came out of the Gate of Justice, our destination can only be the Navy headquarters or Judicial Island. Now this ship is riding on the rotating current used by the government, which is a huge whirlpool connecting the three major government agencies. We originally escaped to participate in this war." Luffy replied fearlessly, "Ah, that's it, the battle has just begun, However, the others did not have this purpose. Buggy and Mr. 3 were so frightened that they didn't know what to say. They exclaimed instinctively, "What do you mean it's just begun?" Some prisoners were also terrified, "It's over, I didn't say that at all." "Stop the ship now, you bastard! Stop the ship quickly!" Jinbei replied, "It's already riding on the current, it's impossible to stop the ship." Lin Hai glanced at Crocodile. This guy is quite sharp. He has explained that there is no way out. But looking at those prisoners who are eager to try, it seems that they want to seize the ship. At this time, Luffy said bluntly, "If you don't want to go, get off the ship." Becky and Mr. 3 said at the same time, "How can we get off? We are people with special abilities, we will definitely die." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Then what do you want?" All the prisoners seemed to have lost their composure. The war between the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea and the Whitebeard pirates is more terrible than hell. Instead of going to that kind of place, it's better to go back to prison. At this time, the sound of Den Den Mushi came from the main pole of the warship. Everyone looked there. Should they answer it or not? Could it be that the Navy headquarters has discovered? Without waiting for everyone to hesitate, Lin Hai picked up the phone directly. "Hello, hello, I'm Buggy the Clown." "Hello, hello." The prisoners said in shock, "You can't answer this." Becky said in horror, "Lin Hai, you bastard, do you want to kill me?" At this time, the Den Den Mushi said, "This is the Navy headquarters. We have learned from the report of the escort fleet in Impel Down that this ship was hijacked by escaped prisoners." Lin Hai replied, "Ah, I'm Magellan, what's up?" Everyone was speechless. The other end of the Den Den Mushi seemed to have not heard Lin Hai's words, and said to himself, "According to the information sent from the prison before the communication was interrupted, there are 3 main culprits in this prison break, the pirate Straw Hat Boy Luffy, his companion Sleepy God Lin Hai, and the clown Buggy who is also a pirate. What? Is it true? Captain Buggy has become the main culprit who is stronger than the 7 warlords of the sea." The prisoners began to be puzzled, and Buggy's protagonist luck also began. Just now, a prisoner clasped his hands and worshipped, "Captain Buggy, who are you?" As a prisoner asked, a voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Clown Buggy, we thought you were just a nobody among the pirates, but you were a crew member on the ship of the former pirate king Gold Roger." Bakey's eyes bulged and asked, "Why did it get exposed?" "Hey! Bucky, are you on the Golden Jackson?" "Shocked, too shocking. Giant, superstar of pirates." The prisoners all began to worship unreasonably. And the Den Den Mushi said again, "I didn't expect that your identity is not only this, Buggy, you and the 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks are brothers, right? We have also investigated it clearly, and we didn't expect that a man like you could quietly woo and has kept a low profile until now, but now he can't help but reveal his true nature?" Becky was stunned. "This." Den Den Mushi said, "Although I haven't found any connection between you and Fire Fist Ace, your goal should be the same as Straw Hat Boy Luffy, to rescue Ace, right? We have confirmed that the ship you are on has more than 200 fugitives, led by Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, and others. I advise you that as long as we don't open the gate of justice on this side, you will not only not be able to reach Marineford, but you will not even be able to get rid of this rotating current. All of you will not only have nowhere to escape, but also have no life to live. Be prepared, I'm done. Wait for the Navy." Luffy took a deep breath and shouted, "I will definitely rescue Ace, wash the taro for me and wait." Plop. Lin Hai, who was beside Luffy, fell down directly. "Is this guy crazy?" Lin Hai couldn't help but said, "Don't forget that you are a pirate, bastard. Do you want to be recognized by the Navy? And, did you ask the Navy to wash the taro and wait for you to eat it?" "The neck, it's the neck, Straw Hat Boy. That's right, do you want them to wash the taro and wait for you to eat it? Why does this guy deliberately provoke the Navy headquarters? Wait, compared to that, Captain Buggy, were you really a crew member of the Pirate King and a brother of that red hair Shanks?" Seeing Buggy nod, the prisoners shouted again. "Our savior is indeed an amazing pirate." Becky whispered in horror behind everyone's back, "Oh no, these things are exposed, and the government will definitely be watching us in the future." Lin Hai on the side added, "I almost forgot that we met Rayleigh on the journey, and he asked us if you were doing well." Luffy nodded and asked, "Bucky, do you know that Uncle Rayleigh?" "Hey!" Buggy was surprised and said, "Did you see Mr. Rayleigh?" It's really nostalgic, Deputy Captain. Where did you meet him? Lin Hai whispered secretly in Buggy's ear, Sabayati Archipelago. Seeing this scene, all the prisoners were not calm. The name of Pluto Rayleigh appeared. What a great conversation. Captain Buggy, you are indeed a terrible big man. No, no. Becky, who reacted, was sweating profusely and said, wait, although those are indeed the facts, if I am given such an exaggerated name, my future life will also. The prisoners did not listen to Buggy's next words at all, but surrounded Buggy, Becky, Buggy. Chapter 321 Ready. The atmosphere on the warship seemed to be a little beyond Lin Hai's expectations. These prisoners did not seem to be the crew members who worshipped the Pirate King at all. So, Lin Hai and Luffy looked at each other, then raised their mouth corners and smiled evilly. Crocodile on the side saw this scene and couldn't help turning his head to look at Jinbei and asked, what does that guy want to do? Jinbei, I don't know. MR2, why do I feel like he's giving bad ideas? At this time, Lin Hai did not disappoint everyone, but followed the prisoners and looked at Buggy with admiration, shouting, Captain Buggy, you are indeed a terrible big shot. Just as the Navy said, you have been unknown until now, are you finally going to show your ability to stand at the top of the pirates? Sure enough, Buggy, you are a god, take us to the top of the pirates. Nanny. Luffy's eyes bulged. Lin Hai quickly held Luffy down to stop him from talking nonsense. Becky's eyes bulged when Lin Hai said that, you bastard. Becky was about to confront Lin Hai, but when he saw Lin Hai winking at him, he seemed to understand. Becky saw so many prisoners looking at him with admiration and cheering for him, so he started to imagine. Looking at so many prisoners with higher bounties than his, if he, Buggy, took them under his command, maybe he could really kill Whitebeard? By then, he, Buggy, would be one of the 4 emperors? No, 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 if he works harder, he would be the Pirate King. The treasure of the world. Becky, who was thinking there, couldn't help but drool. Luffy on the side stared at Buggy and asked, Lin Hai, what is he doing? Lin Hai shook his head and replied, he must be dreaming. At this time, a prisoner shouted, Captain Buggy, we want to follow you. Woohoo! In response to the shout, a prisoner picked up a weapon and said, please give instructions to take this ship from those guys who are going to the Navy headquarters. Then we will be free again. We did it. Okay. Straw Hat Boy, hand over this ship. That's right, it's not easy to escape from prison. Who wants to go to the Navy headquarters to die? We have Captain Buggy here, be prepared. Lin Hai's face turned black. Are these guys locked up stupid? They don't play by the rules at all. For a while, Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, and others were ready to take action. As long as those prisoners dared to take action, they didn't mind killing them first. Lin Hai, with a black face, couldn't help but look at Buggy, and he was too weak to complain. Becky ignored the meaning in Lin Hai's eyes, but really thought that his plan could succeed, so he stood at the highest point and shouted, be quiet, you bunch of clowns, you are really stupid. This ship can no longer be stopped, it is heading to the center of the war, this is the so-called pirate ship. You pat your heads and think about it carefully. The fixed point of the world is already within our reach. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, right? If you are a man, come with me to realize your dream. Today I will take Whitebeard's brain, in other words, the world. Woo, Captain Buggy. The prisoners were excited by Buggy's speech, and Lin Hai on the side also exclaimed, Buggy. Especially his last sentence, it was clearly misleading. Didn't he, Buggy, say that he wanted to take off Whitebeard's head? He, Buggy, just said to realize his dream and take the world into his pocket. Is it okay to brag? But the prisoners used the keywords in Buggy's words and then filled in their imaginations. At this time, many prisoners threw their weapons to the ground, knelt down and said with tears in their eyes, we have been tortured by hell for too long, and we have lost the most important thing to us without realizing it. That's right, the heart gem called dream that I had in my youth has finally been found. Let the days of mediocrity go to hell. We will follow you, Captain Buggy. Buggy, standing at the highest point, waved his hands and shouted heroically, well said, let's set off, little guys, rush to the Navy headquarters. Woo, Buggy Buggy. Lin Hai on the side felt that his brain was not enough. What happened? These prisoners are so weird. Luffy put his hands on the back of his head and said, it seems to be settled. Jinbei, I didn't expect this guy to have such a skill. Lin Hai laughed and said, don't underestimate Buggy, he is my friend, how could he not be good at it? MR2, what kind of friends are you? MR3 echoed, you two are more despicable than me. Lin Hai picked his nose and replied, are you jealous of us? Everyone was silent for a while. At the same time, the Navy headquarters Marineford. After a long period of preparation, there are about 100,000 elite naval forces gathered here. The densely packed heads all quietly stood in their own formations, waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard, and everyone was responsible for their own tasks. Looking down from the air, Marineford is a huge crescent-shaped fortress, with 50 warships surrounding its outer edge, and countless heavy artillery in front of the fortress. Guarding the front row of the army seen from the port are the 5 Shishibukai. Just below the execution platform, guarding the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, 3 Navy admirals. The seats of the 3 admirals are arranged from left to right, from oldest to youngest. The one in the middle is not the C position, arranged by age and seniority. At this time, Sengoku, who was standing next to Ace who was about to be executed on the execution platform, held a den mushi and said to the 100,000 Navy elites and the people of the world, there is something I want to tell you in advance, Porgasti Ace, about the great significance of this man's death here today. When Sengoku told Ace that he was actually the son of Pirate King Gold Roger, not only the Navy was shocked, but also the people of the world were shocked. After a burst of noise, Sengoku continued to explain, this man inherited the world's most evil bloodline. 2 years ago, when Ace used his mother's surname to become the captain of the Spade Pirates, he galloped across the sea with his superior strength and speed. We finally noticed that Roger's bloodline had not been cut off. However, Whitebeard, who noticed it at the same time as us, actually let the son of his former opponent board his ship in order to train you to become the next generation of Pirate King. No. Ace roared, I boarded that ship to make my dad the Pirate King. Sengoku replied, you are the only one who thinks so. In fact, we couldn't do anything to you at that time because you were protected by Whitebeard. Ace was speechless. Is that so? Sengoku said, so, in order to prevent this man from being ready to show his qualifications to be the top of the next generation of pirates, our Navy must take Ace's head here today. This is of great significance to the world, even if doing so will lead to a full-scale war with Whitebeard. Woohoo! The Navy was immediately excited by Sengoku's speech. For justice, for the people's stable life. And Ace, who was tied to the execution platform, couldn't help but arouse his childhood violence when he heard these shouts. Pirate King? Ace had no such thoughts a long time ago. He just wanted to pursue an answer. Is his existence really wrong? Why are so many people scolding Gold.D? Roger? Everything about Gold.D. Roger should be destroyed. In order to prove that others are wrong, Ace began to change himself, learn etiquette, and how to treat others. After recovering from his shock, Ace glanced at Garp who was struggling on the side. Ace seemed to remember what a bastard had said to him from time to time, Ace, you care too much about what others say, it's all just a passing cloud. It's better to care more about the people around you, even if it's just a greeting. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but mutter softly, can I really not care about what others say? But it seems to be too late, I'm really sorry, everyone. Before Ace continued to mutter, a Navy reported, Marshal Sengoku, the gate of justice opened without receiving any instructions from anyone. And the power room can't be contacted. Sengoku was shocked, what did you say? Chapter 322, Kill with one move. After receiving this information, Sengoku knew that Whitebeard and his men were coming. The Marines consciously quieted down and waited for orders. For a moment, everyone only heard the sound of flags whirring in the wind. Suddenly, dozens of pirate ships appeared on the outer edge of Marineford, and Whitebeard's pirate ship appeared in Crescent Bay, and 2 huge pirate ships appeared next to it. It appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. At once, the alarm sounded. Those cannons aimed at the front, below and the sky, preparing for invasions from all directions. This time, the heavyweights of the Whitebeard pirates came, such as Ranger Doma, Thunder Lord Makuga, the Decalban brothers, the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad and other characters, leading their own pirate ships to come. These are all famous figures in the New World, a total of 43 ships. In Crescent Bay, there were Whitebeard and his captains. They were like stars surrounding the moon, forming a formation around Whitebeard's pirate ship. Garp complained to Vice Admiral Tsuru next to him. He popped up from an unexpected place. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also speechless. This time the formation is wrong. I see. Zhang Guo said, all their ships are advanced from the bottom of the sea after being coated. On the main ship Moby Dick, 14 captains lined up in a row, and Whitebeard did not appear in the field, because Whitebeard was walking up from below. Ding, ding, ding. As Whitebeard climbed the stairs step by step, at the same time, the knocking sound of the weapon in his hand, like Guangong's weapon, against the floor was like a blacksmith forging iron, and the sound shook everyone's heart. Before he arrived, the oppressive momentum had already suppressed the scene, and no one dared to underestimate this king of the sea. Soon, a 6.66-meter tall giant appeared on the bow of the Moby Dick, holding a nearly 12-meter-long weapon in his hand, Kurogiri, one of the 12 supreme swords. Gulala, this giant was Whitebeard. He looked at the execution platform and said, we haven't seen each other for decades, right? Sengoku. My beloved son, are you okay? The Navy couldn't help but sweat, the momentum was too strong. Sengoku was also depressed. I actually let him invade at such a close distance. Ace shouted loudly, Dad. Gulala Whitebeard smiled and said, wait for me, Ace. As he said that, Whitebeard inserted the weapon to the back, half-crouched, crossed his fists in front of his chest, and accumulated power for a long time, Ka. Whitebeard punched both sides with his fists, and the two sides were like broken mirrors, causing a roar next to them. What happened? The atmosphere cracked. What on earth was going on with that explosion? Now is not the time to think about these things, right? The height of the water surface is not good. The seawater on both sides of Marineford was abnormally moving away like a fountain. At this time, the Marines did not know Whitebeard's purpose. In fact, Whitebeard wanted to use his ability to artificially create tides. In other words, using the ability of the tremor fruit, artificially intervene in the seawater on both sides of Marineford, thereby causing a rebound, and using the huge waves that will rebound later as a weapon to directly submerge Marineford. The first move is a sure kill. In another place, Lin Hai, Luffy, and others who were at the warship arrived at the Gate of Justice. Lin Hai was ready to perform the supreme magic again, but who knew that the Gate of Justice opened automatically. So, Buggy started to play tricks again, cooperating with the prisoners to perform a bloody worship ceremony. Luffy asked, what are they doing? Lin Hai replied, don't worry about them. Those guys have a different vision than us. Damn. Luffy asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai was surprised and said, an incredible storm is coming in the distance. A navigator is coming here. Is there a navigator? The boat is going to capsize. After a while, Luffy held his hat and complained, we want to move forward quickly. What's going on now? We are going backwards. Lin Hai suddenly remembered, could it be Whitebeard's good deed? So the war on the top has begun? Damn, why do I feel eager to try? After a while, the boat stopped. Bucky asked, what's going on? We've retreated a long distance. If we keep going like this, how long will it take to reach Marineford? Lin Hai said in surprise, Bucky, now is not the time to think about this, right? Let's take this time to dress up. Congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation. Dress up? Buggy asked in confusion. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, you are still wearing this kind of clothes for prisoners. When you appear in front of the whole world, isn't it too cheap? Becky suddenly realized, yes, you are still thoughtful. MR2 couldn't help but said, is it the time to do this now? We should find a way to get to Marineford now, right? Luffy ran to Jinbei anxiously and shouted, think of something quickly, please, we must get there before Ace's execution begins. Jinbei turned around and said, don't worry, we will definitely catch up. Luffy immediately replied calmly, really? I understand. Hey! Everyone shouted, is it done? Lin Hai asked, Jinbei, do you want to put away the sail? If I guessed correctly, if so, there should be huge waves coming later, right? Crocodile said disdainfully, put up the sail? Are you an idiot? If the boat is put up and the wind is lost, we will be drowned by the sea water directly. Without waiting for Crocodile to continue, Lin Hai rushed to Crocodile with a dark face and said, pay me the money for the cigar. Congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation. Crocodile asked gloomily, didn't you invite me to smoke? Lin Hai said, you still know that I invited you to smoke cigars? Look at you, you haven't said anything for a long time, and you will be angry to death when you speak. Pay the money, a total of 100,000 baileys. Crocodile turned his head away and ignored Lin Hai's words. Buggy on the side suddenly shouted, stop it, the huge waves are coming. Jinbei, hold the helm, who will command? Navigator, navigator, come quickly. Burp, who called me? Burp, another cup, I can drink more. Chapter 323 The battle begins. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The Navy and Whitebeard did not start the fight, but Whitebeard had already started, and did not order his subordinates to attack, because he was waiting for the huge waves to go first. Sure enough, after a while, Marineford roared. The distant coast was hit by a huge wave, approaching Marineford. For some people, this kind of scene may be the only one they have ever seen in their lives. The Shishibukai Maria, who was standing in front of the coastal defense, asked first, what's the matter with this ground ring? Fufufu Doflamingo, who was also a Shishibukai, wore orange sunglasses and laughed wildly, what kind of strange power is this? It's worthy of being a legendary monster. The world's #1 swordsman Joricole Mihawk, nicknamed Hawkeye, and Bartholomew Kuma on the other side remained silent. The pirate queen Boa Hancock, who was standing on the same side, looked at the people next to her with disgust, and complained in her heart, everywhere is crowded with dirty men, it's really unbearable. After complaining, Boa Hancock looked into the distance, worried in her heart. After all, when she came from Impel Down, there was already a riot there, and Magellan's ability was so dangerous. The queen prayed, Lin Hai, you must be okay. I miss you so much. Boom, boom. At this time, those small waves took the lead in continuously hitting the two sides of Marineford. Whitebeard is definitely the world's top judge of the battlefield. Because there are warships stationed on both sides, Whitebeard's move not only prevents the flank attack when attacking later, but also can use the huge waves as a vanguard. Natural disasters only last for a moment. Marineford, which was calm just now has huge waves nearly 1,000 meters high on both sides. If the Navy cannot solve this situation, then wait to be wiped out. Garp shouted, they are coming. The tsunami caused by Whitebeard just now has turned into a tsunami. Zhang Guo said with a serious face, although we have the advantage in numbers, we should not think that we can win. We may be the ones who lose in the end. That man has the power to destroy the world. Seeing this scene, the elite navy had no idea what to do, but Marshal Zhang Guo did not give any orders, so they could only swallow their saliva secretly. This scene was transmitted to the outside world through Den Den Mushi, and those people were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Even the scenes in their dreams were not so exaggerated. Whitebeard, too scary. At this time, Aokiji, the admiral of the navy who was sitting under the execution platform, saw that the height of the waves was almost the same, so he jumped directly into the air, with his palms facing both sides. Aokiji's palms appeared with round icicles extending all the way to the waves, Ice Age. The exaggerated huge waves were all frozen. This move of Aokiji directly prevented the huge waves from hitting and also prevented Marineford from being submerged. Double Thorn Spear. Aokiji in midair reciprocated, and a few ice spears appeared next to him and stabbed at Whitebeard. Whitebeard couldn't help but complain, Aokiji, you little brat. As he said, Whitebeard charged a punch and punched Aokiji directly. Allah la. Faced with such vibration ability, Aokiji was not stupid enough to run in and fight Whitebeard alone, but fell directly into Crescent Bay, freezing all the sea water to create a favorable battlefield. The front of Crescent Bay was guarded by the 7 warlords of the sea, and the flanks were guarded by the Navy vice-admirals, which were as solid as a rock. Seeing this, the Navy directly fired the heavy cannons that had been prepared long ago, and the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates also jumped off the ice and began to attack. No one could have imagined that Hawkeye, known as the world's #1 swordsman, would jump out at this time. The 7 warlords looked at Hawkeye in surprise. Joricole Mihawk, have the 7 warlords finally taken action? The marines near Hawkeye were shocked. And Kizaru, who was under the execution platform, complained in disbelief, it's really rare. It seems that Kizaru's resentment towards the 7 warlords is not a little bit, especially last time. The Admiral Akainu next to Kizaru also said unexpectedly, that self-willed Hawkeye actually wants to come here to join the battle. What's wrong? Doflamingo asked, are you really going to fight? Hawkeye stared at Whitebeard and said, I just want to try to see how far the man in front of us is from us. Clang as he said that, Hawkeye pulled out the black knife on his back. Knight, one of the top famous blades among the only 12 in the world. Hawkeye drew his sword and slashed down quickly, and an energy body different from the sword swing of an ordinary great swordsman hit Whitebeard directly. This was different from the ordinary slash, and the big guys all looked sideways to see how Whitebeard took it. Boom! The captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Jaws, who was under Whitebeard's ship, rushed to the front of the slash and collided with it. Instantly, a violent energy spread out in all directions. Jaws exerted his strange power, used himself as a shield, and directly guided the energy of the slash into the air. A circular green light exploded in the air, and the world's first slash was blocked. Time went back a little bit, and Lin Hai and Luffy were on the warship. Because of the ability that Whitebeard had activated before, the warship created an artificial tide, so that the warship where Lin Hai and his friends were now moving forward at an incredible speed in the sea. At the bow, Buggy stood there and shouted arrogantly, "See, little guys, the times are calling me, telling me to hurry up and take over the world, ah." The prisoners echoed, "You are really amazing, you are definitely not an ordinary person." "That's right, the times are calling our Captain Buggy to take over the world." Looking at that back, why do I have the urge to cry, this inexplicable excitement, woo woo woo. Luffy ignored the group of people, but shouted happily, "Although I don't understand the situation, just rush forward with this momentum, then I should be able to catch up." Before everyone got excited, the surging waves rolled over from behind. Jinbei turned around and ordered, "Hurry up and put up the sails, we are going to ride the waves directly." Lin Hai said to Crocodile, "I told you, we must put down the sails." Tisk. Crocodile rolled his eyes at Lin Hai, "This is the time to change, okay?" At this time, facing the threat of huge waves, the prisoners once again sang a different tune, "Aren't we going to escape?" "What are you talking about, you stupid fish? Hurry up and turn the rudder for us. If we don't escape quickly, we will die." Seeing this, Lin Hai had to resort to violence. "Are you too proud to be proud? I have tolerated you for a long time, do you really think I have a good temper?" Clang! Lin Hai suddenly drew out his sword, and a momentum of "whoever moves will die" enveloped those guys who were jumping happily. Crocodile, who was standing aside, played another role. He said, "How many years have you been a pirate? Are you all amateurs? If you change the course of the ship in a hurry and cause the waves to hit the belly of the ship will capsize. From the beginning, there is only one way." Jinbei echoed, "That's the truth." Lin Hai shouted, "Do you understand? A bunch of idiots, if you don't want to die, come and work." Jinbei shouted, "Everyone hold on to the hull, be careful not to be hit by the waves." The prisoners quickly took action and put away the sails. Jinbei, who was standing on the side, saw Lin Hai looking at the waves and asked, "Lin Hai, what's wrong?" Lin Hai said depressedly, "I really want to chop down all these waves." Before he finished speaking, Jinbei's eyes bulged, "Don't have such thoughts anymore. If we do that, can we still reach Marineford?" Lin Hai said, "Is it not okay for me to just think about it? Can't I even think about it?" Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. Lin Hai I was stunned. Is this also considered? Jinbei on the side was speechless by Lin Hai. Luffy reminded, "Lin Hai, hold on to the boat, we have to listen to Jinbei." Lin Hai looked at Luffy in doubt. This guy actually listens to people? Chapter 324 Brother Sao appears. I heard the sound of the waves, standing at the top of the waves. I don't know where this boat is going. It may fall down in the next second. At the end of the boat, Lin Hai played the guitar leisurely. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds, and Crocodile asked first, "What is that guy doing?" Bakey's eyes bulged and he shouted, "Is it time to sing now? Everyone, think of a way quickly. Where are we going to ride this huge wave?" Lin Hai waved his hand and smiled, "The times are calling us, so let's leave our fate to God. Aren't you a great God? Maybe we will really fall to death." Bakey retorted, "This joke is not funny at all, Jinbei." Jinbei also replied leisurely, "Brother Lin Hai is really carefree. When riding the huge wave, I have done what I should do. The rest let it be left to fate." "What?" everyone exclaimed. Before everyone was scared, suddenly, the waves under the boat turned into ice. A stream of snot flowed from Buggy's nose, and Buggy asked in a state of panic, what happened? Captain Buggy, the waves are frozen, so we can't move at all. Jinbei pondered, the only one who can do this is. Crocodile walked in front of the ice and said, look below, the answer is clear. Ivankov sighed, the war has begun. At this time, Luffy suddenly shouted, listen to me, use my idea to cross over. According to Luffy's story, it turned out that they took a boat to slide from the frozen waves into the sea. Lin Hai said unhappily, if you slide down, you will have to go around a long way. Leave it to me. Beiki asked doubtfully, what are you going to do? Before Lin Hai could speak, the telephone bug at the main pole of the warship rang, notify all warships and soldiers, the target is TOTS, change the formation, implement conventional operation number 3, and once ready, execute ACE in advance. Hey! What is TOT operation? Prepare for execution in advance. Luffy said in surprise, hold on tight. Lin Hai quickly held Luffy down and said, wait, everyone hold on to the hull, don't jump off the ship, I can guarantee your safety. Before everyone could wonder, Lin Hai had already started directly, space field. Clang! Everyone only heard the sound of a sword, and then the warship shook a few times and fell directly from the sky. Everyone who reacted all cried out, sleeping god, you bastard, do you want to drag us to death together? It's over, we'll definitely die if we fall from such a height. Everyone, think of a way quickly, if we continue like this, we'll fall to our death, there's ice below. Boom boom boom. The people who were falling looked up and saw a green light exploding in a circular manner. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What was going on? It turned out that the energy was guided into the air by the captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division. Back at the warship, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh, the Navy and Whitebeard are so willful. Are they setting off fireworks to celebrate this century-long war? Congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation. Everyone was silent. Is that the case? Buggy reacted and said, bastard Lin Hai, I trusted you so much. If I fall to my death, I will be the first to kill you. Woohoo, my treasure. Ah! The free fall was so exciting that the people on the warship kept screaming while grabbing the hull, and the sound echoed in the air where Whitebeard and the Navy were fighting. All the people who were fighting fiercely were attracted to it. When the warship was about to land, Lin Hai used his space ability. Although he landed safely, the momentum also made Lin Hai feel exhausted. Shaking his arm, Lin Hai smiled and said, I told you a long time ago that you should trust me. Look, didn't everyone land safely? No need to thank me. The people who were still in shock said in unison, who should thank you, bastard? When the people on the battlefield saw a warship suddenly fall from the sky, they couldn't help but speculate. Whitebeard, is that a surprise attack by the Navy? Why would Tianlong drop a warship? No, it shouldn't be. Look at their clothes. What happened? What are those people doing? Navy, why would a warship fall from the sky? Those people don't look like the Navy, do they? It was a surprise attack by Whitebeard? It's so despicable, they actually came from the air. No, if I'm not mistaken, they are the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down and came here. At this time, in front of the falling warship, Luffy saw Ace's figure and suddenly shouted, Ace Ace. Because Ace was at a high place, he naturally saw it in his vision. Seeing Luffy actually came here from Impel Down, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Luffy. Garp on the side felt like he was going to be Spartan. After a while of runny nose, he reacted and covered his head with both hands, and instinctively screamed, Luffy. At this time, the heads of several people who came out of Impel Down above the warship all appeared on the bow, and the Navy officers all exclaimed, Hey, is that Crocodile? Ivankov of the gorilla family, Jinbei of the 7 warlords of the sea, Straw Hat Luffy, and that sleeping god Lin Hai. More than that, who are those people? Ivankov at the bow laughed, it's worthy of being the total combat power, it's really extraordinary. Ahaha Buggy raised his hands to the sky and laughed, 6 billion servants of my world, welcome your Lord Buggy to the stage gorgeously, world, wake up. Damn, Lin Hai on the side was choked with words, is this guy's lines so sexy? At this time, Luffy shouted, Ace, I'm here to save you. Woohoo! The prisoners in the back all cheered in cooperation. Warring States on the execution platform turned his head with veins throbbing on his forehead and sprayed, Garp, it's your bastard family again. Garp didn't know what to do. He could still ask Sengoku to let him off the hook in private, but now in public. The Shishibukai who were guarding the front were also very curious about this group of people who fell from the sky. "Look," Hawkeye complained, "what a man who is constantly talking about topics, Straw Hat Boy, and that god of sleep Lin Hai." Lin Hai didn't know that he was pretending to be in front of Hawkeye, but now he seems to be targeted. Moria gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Hai, shouting, "God of sleep Lin Hai." Fu da Flamingo laughed wildly with his white teeth as always. "The old and new Shishibukai are all here, he, and those two are the rumored super problematic newcomers, Straw Hat Boy and God of Sleep Lin Hai?" Boya Hancock next to them didn't hear any sound. She seemed to be in love, staring at the guy in the white cape and sunglasses. Hancock covered her cheeks with her hands and screamed, "Honey, I knew you were okay." At this time, Tashiji, who was fighting against pirates on the front line, also noticed it. After seeing Lin Hai, she couldn't help but think of the kiss at the beginning. Her cheeks turned red, and she immediately recovered and said to Smoka, "Mr. Smoka, over there." "Ah." Smoka replied, "I saw it, Straw Hat Boy plus Crocodile, what a strange combination. And that bastard." Lin Hai, who was at the bow, was wearing sunglasses and had modified the navy uniforms stored on the warship. On Buggy's white cloak, the two big justices were marked with an X, and on the back of Lin Hai's cloak, the word "handsome guy" was written in a striking way. Seeing this scene, everyone who knew Lin Hai couldn't help but sweat. This guy really hasn't changed at all. Only this kid would do such a thing. Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. After receiving the prompt, Lin Hai on the warship was stunned. He didn't do anything. Did the Fengxiao system go wrong? Chapter 325 Luffy and Whitebeard. At this time, Luffy, who was half crouching at the bow, didn't know who was staring at him. Under the execution platform, the man wearing a very red dress was the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu. Akainu stared at Luffy and muttered, "Is that guy the grandson of the hero Garp and the son of the famous Ryu? And the dangerous newcomer next to him, we must get rid of these two guys." And Sengoku on the execution platform stared at Jinbei and said, "I didn't expect you to act with Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Is that your answer?" Jinbei. Jinbei replied, "That's right, I don't want to be a Shishibukai anymore." Originally, Sengoku wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Garp next to Sengoku. Garp calmly analyzed, "No matter how you think about it, that team is very strange, prisoners, cotters of the gorilla family, plus a group of people dressed strangely, and Crocodile, how can you think that they have the same purpose? At least on this battlefield." At this time, Marco, who was not far from the warship where Lin Hai and his friends were, asked, "Isn't that the younger brother that Ace often talked about?" But Lin Hai and his friends didn't pay attention to these at all. Lin Hai pulled Luffy up and asked, "Bucky, do you want to go to Uncle Whitebeard with me?" Bucky's eyes bulged and he said, "Who wants to go there, idiot?" Luffy asked in confusion, "What are we going there for?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "At least tell him the information we got on the warship just now. Although everyone's goal is to rescue Ace, you have to understand one thing, Uncle Whitebeard, they are the main force, we forget it, it's always right to go first." Luffy replied, "Is that so? Then go." Soon, Luffy couldn't help but sweat, he regretted going with Lin Hai. Because at this time, Lin Hai was looking up at the sky, with his hands behind his back, and a knife was inserted into his back at some point, and then he slowly rose into the air like a ghost, chanting, "Ride the justice of heaven and earth, control the debate of 6 chi, and travel infinitely. My name is Lin Hai, worship, mortals." Baki on the warship was a little confused, then, what is that guy doing? Can humans fly? Or is he a devil fruit ability user? No, Captain Buggy, let's do something too, the limelight is all taken away by those two bastards. The momentum was just brewing, but Luffy suddenly said, "Crocodile. Second gear." At this time, Crocodile used his sand fruit ability to attack Whitebeard from behind. "Long time no see, Whitebeard." Whitebeard said calmly, "You are the guy who forgot your lesson again." Boom. Luffy started the second gear and kicked Crocodile's arm made of golden hook from one side with his foot, then kicked Crocodile with water all over his body, forcing Crocodile back. Seeing Luffy dripping with water, Crocodile frowned. Has this guy prepared to fight him in advance? Crocodile asked, "Before arriving here, I had already reached an agreement with you, but why did you protect Whitebeard?" Luffy replied, is this uncle really Whitebeard? Then you are not allowed to attack him. Ace likes this uncle very much. Marco praised, you are good at fighting, Ace's brother. Hey? What are you doing? Lin Hai was surprised and said, your hairstyle is so stylish, where did you get it? Marco's mind was a little confused, but the guy in front of him should not be an enemy. Marco did not intend to pay attention to this guy, especially the word handsome guy was written on the back of his cloak. It was really shameless. Soon, Crocodile was controlled by the crew on Whitebeard's ship, and Whitebeard saw the straw hat tied around Luffy's neck, and remembered what Shanks said to him at the beginning. Whitebeard couldn't help but asked curiously, kid, that straw hat is very similar to the one Red Hair wore before. Luffy turned around and replied, Uncle, do you know Shanks? This is Shanks' safekeeping. Whitebeard asked, are you here to save your brother? Luffy looked at the giant like Whitebeard and replied, yes. Whitebeard said angrily, do you know who the enemy is? People like you will die. What Whitebeard said was absolutely right. According to the aura, Luffy is too weak. As he spoke, Whitebeard poked his weapon on the deck, and an invisible force spread out in all directions. All the people who paid attention to this place were frightened by Whitebeard's shout. However, Luffy was not frightened. He was simple-minded and did not think about those twists and turns. Instead, he retorted, stop talking nonsense. Why should you decide? I know that you want to be the Pirate King, right? I am the one who wants to be the Pirate King. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, they were all frightened when they heard Luffy's roar. Lin Hai on the side was full of contempt. At this time, he was picking his nose and muttered, I have said that the Pirate King is really nothing great. Can you make beautiful women throw themselves into your arms? Can you eat without paying? As he said this, Lin Hai flicked the booger in his hand forward. Marco, who was near Lin Hai, quickly moved aside. It was too disgusting. Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. Lin Hai was confused. At this time, Whitebeard saw that Luffy seemed very arrogant. So, he rotated his weapon, driving the airflow around, and then put one end of the weapon on the deck again, and a wave of air spread out in all directions. Luffy, who was in the center of the airflow, still stared at Whitebeard stubbornly. Looking at Luffy, Whitebeard suddenly grinned, you are so arrogant. If you dare to hold me back, I can't let you go, runny-nosed kid. Luffy replied, I will act according to my ideas, and I will rescue Ace. Lin Hai on the side was full of black lines on his face. Luffy is competing with Whitebeard? To put it nicely, he is fighting for his own honor. To put it bluntly, he is an idiot. After all, in the face of this war, without the Whitebeard pirates as the main force to contain, nothing can be said, let alone saving Ace. Hey, hey! Lin Hai couldn't help but remind him, Luffy, have you forgotten the purpose of our coming here? Whitebeard asked in confusion, purpose? Marco couldn't help but look at Luffy curiously. It's not that he is here to take the head of Whitebeard, right? Luffy, who reacted, said, Uncle, I just heard the communication of the warship, saying that after the taut formation is set up, Ace will be executed. To execute Ace in advance. Whitebeard asked, is that really what they said? Luffy replied, yes, I don't understand those codes. Since we all want to save Ace, I will tell you this. Whitebeard replied, really? This is indeed an important piece of information. Thank you. Luffy. It's okay, don't worry about it. Then Ace, I'll go over right away. Before he finished speaking, Luffy jumped off the boat and ran forward. Wait, Lin Hai on the boat was petrified. What happened to the strategy they agreed on when they were on the warship? Did they all go to waste? Chapter 326 Showing off the world. Seeing that Lin Hai didn't go with Luffy, Whitebeard couldn't help asking, Kid, your captain is out, aren't you going with him? Lin Hai, with a dark face, complained, it's better not to have such a captain. He doesn't even listen to the crew. It's really unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco tried to suppress his smile and looked at Whitebeard. What Lin Hai said was so right. He had advised Whitebeard not to drink before, but the old man didn't listen to his advice at all. Now he was being criticized so well. Noticing Marco's gaze, Whitebeard's eyes twitched. What a twisted logic this is. For the sake of his old face, Whitebeard quickly changed the subject and asked, Kid, your captain is here to save Ace, what about you? Now Whitebeard was eager for Lin Hai to leave the ship quickly, because he had heard some rumors before, so he reminded him with words. To everyone's surprise, Lin Hai took out a loudspeaker, raised his eyebrows at Whitebeard, and then shouted loudly at the execution platform, "Ace, pay back the money, money, money." The echo echoed and shocked everyone in Marineford and the people of the world who were watching the live broadcast. Pay back the money? Are we fighting now? What's going on? At this time, everyone wondered if they were dreaming. Plop! Luffy and his group, who were running, fell down, and the navy who were rushing to the battlefield also fell down. Whitebeard and Marco next to Lin Hai were also a little confused, and instinctively looked at the execution platform. Ace on the execution platform was also confused. Pay back the money? What money? Didn't he come to save himself? Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation, and the reward is epic. Now is not the time to look at the system. It's a rare opportunity to show off in front of the world. Lin Hai must seize the opportunity. Looking at Ace's confused look, Lin Hai shouted with a loudspeaker, "Don't look at me with such an expression. When we were in Alabasta, did you take a cigar from me? You owe me 250 Baileys. 250 Baileys, Baileys. Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation, and the reward is epic." Before others reacted, Whitebeard got angry first. Is the guy next to him making fun of the Whitebeard pirates? What a joke! But Whitebeard still had to figure out the situation first. He couldn't help but look at Ace. If that kid was talking nonsense, he, Whitebeard, didn't mind punching him in the head directly to let him understand what the Whitebeard pirates were. Ace, who was standing on the execution platform, had a red face. He didn't know how to respond and felt like he was going to die on the spot. Hey, look at what's going on now. This is 250 Baileys for you in front of the world. Can't Ace afford that little Bailey? Seeing everyone staring at him with wide eyes, Ace was so ashamed that he wanted to spit on Lin Hai's face. At this time, Lin Hai didn't stop, but pointed at the execution platform and shouted frantically, "Navy, let Ace go first, let him and me settle the personal grudge first, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Don't just stand there, isn't it natural to pay back debts?" What a righteous man, he was absolutely right, this is protected by the law. No matter what the prisoner is like, the creditor should deal with the matter first, right? Being pointed at by Lin Hai with such righteousness, everyone was confused for a moment. Zhang Guo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot and he sprayed at Garp next to him, "Garp, you are really good. Look at what kind of people appear around you, a bastard." Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't react either, and looked at Garp in confusion. Garp looked at Lin Hai in a daze. He never thought that such a thing would happen today. There would be no such outrageous thing in his dreams, right? Release Ace and let him deal with personal matters? Is being a navy an idiot? Release, fart, right? At this time, the supernovas watching this live broadcast in the Sabayati archipelago were also stunned by Lin Hai's operation. Godfather Capone. Becky, the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground, and he said in a daze, "The Straw Hat Pirates are really a bunch of lunatics. They actually went to the Navy headquarters to collect debts." Joelle Bonny's eyes twitched, and she complained, "Is this guy's brain sick? He dared to do such an outrageous thing in front of Whitebeard and the Navy's total combat power." Kid, who was in another place, saw Lin Hai like this, he didn't say anything, but just raised the corner of his mouth. Trafalgar Law slapped his forehead with one hand and couldn't help laughing, "Haha, this is the god of sleep, ha ha ha. Congratulations to the host for completing a coquettish operation, showing it to the whole world, and rewarding legendary level." Pucci, ha ha ha. A crew member of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help laughing first. After all, everyone knew that Ace often ate free meals. Although Lin Hai's words were suspected of provocation and insult at the beginning, there was no doubt about it now. In fact, there was a strong cultural characteristic in it. So, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates echoed Lin Hai and began to tease the Navy. "Ha ha ha, that's right, Navy, we are not in a hurry, let Ace go first, let them deal with their personal grudges first." "Yes, we are not in a hurry, let's deal with that guy's business first." "Ha ha ha, I can't stand it, look at Ace's face, how red it is." After listening to Lin Hai's last words, Whitebeard rolled his eyes at Lin Hai. Save Ace, and find such an excuse." But looking at those Navy looking around, I don't know why, it feels so good. Gulala, bastard. Whitebeard laughed rarely. Marco raised his head and laughed. Dad, this is the first time I see Ace's face blush like this, ha ha ha. Ace, who was teased, blushed and uttered, you bastard. Who? At this time, the pirates began to shout rhythmically, and the morale of the navy was somewhat scattered by Lin Ha's disruption. Seeing this, Sengoku, who was about to say something to adjust himself, saw Admiral Kizaru take action, so he continued to observe the battlefield. Kizaru, who was under the execution platform, sighed and complained, are you a little too proud of yourself, pirates? Where do you think this is? As he said, Kizaru used his flash fruit to decompose himself into light particles, and then appeared above the pirate ship Moby Dick. It's so dazzling, then, what is that? Kizaru is here. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was shocked. Space field. Before Kizaru finished gathering, Lin Hai had already opened his ability field. Marco asked, can you do it? He's a general. Lin Hai smiled and said, don't worry, it's not like I haven't fought him before. As he spoke, Lin Hai made a strange move again, with his right thumb, index finger and middle finger together, pressing forward, and his left hand also put 3 fingers together and pulled back, distort space, invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. Whitebeard next to Lin Hai couldn't help but jump in the corner of his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? This move is too weird, isn't it? Before Whitebeard could get curious, Kizaru had already gathered his hands, crossed his hands to his shoulders, and a cross-shaped golden light appeared at the intersection of his index finger and thumb. Yasakani no Megatama. The dense light particles attacked Lin Hai and Whitebeard. Whitebeard said calmly, hey, why is it so dazzling? A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Those light particles shot directly to the sky behind the ship at an incredible angle in front of the Moby Dick, just like a fireworks show. Kizaru saw that his move was cracked. He couldn't help but stop his attack, retracted his head, and said, it's so strange, does the space fruit have such a move? It's so scary, the sleep god Lin Hai. Lin Hai raised his head and grinned, this move is quite effective. Kizaru replied in a somewhat obscene voice, stop lying. As he said that, Kizaru was ready to use this move again. However, how could Marco on the side let Kizaru run to his base camp to make such a fuss? So, Marco used his phoenix fruit to transform into a phoenix, his arms turned into huge blue flame wings, and his feet turned into claws and flew into the air. Huang Yuan saw this and used his moves on Marco. Today, Huang Yuan felt that he was not feeling well. Was his own move really that bad? The light particles hit Marco, and the wounds were submerged by blue flames, and then he immediately returned to normal. Hey? Blue flames. Huang Yuan in midair observed for a while and said, how terrible, Whitebeard pirates. Marco in midair looked at Huang Yuan and replied with a playful look, how can we let you harass our king right away? Hu Yuan also stared at Marco and said, this should be an animal system or a mythical beast that is rarer than nature. Without waiting for Huang Yuan to continue, Marco looked at Huang Yuan with sleepy eyes, grinned, and replied playfully, it works. Hu Yuan's sparse eyebrows jumped, and he pouted and replied, stop lying. Whitebeard next to Lin Hai also jumped in the corner of his eyes. What's going on with these 3 guys? Did you mess up the words? Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. Now it was Lin Hai's turn to have his eyes jump. Did he do something? So strange. Hold on. With a loud shout, Marco blocked the first wave of attacks, transformed into a phoenix again, and flew towards Kizaru. At this time, no matter how Kizaru released light particles, it would have no effect on Marco. Seeing this, Kizaru raised one hand to block Marco's high-flying kick. Blocked by one hand, Kizaru replied in a very annoying way, this trick also works. Marco, stop lying. This kick was powerful and heavy, and Marco increased it again. Force, but Kizaru would not foolishly use brute force to receive it, but use his flash fruit to dissipate the force and retreat. It seems that the defense wall of the Whitebeard pirates is not so easy to be conquered. Chapter 327 Ragnarok. After blocking Kizaru's attack, Whitebeard looked at Lin Hai next to him with disdain, and then said, kid, you are not needed here, I am Whitebeard. Lin Hai was inexplicably scolded, and he really didn't know why he was disliked. However, he couldn't help but scold back, I am the god of sleep. Seeing Whitebeard looking at him, Lin Hai explained, in this world, I can rank in the top 10 in terms of sleeping. What is this? The pirates below couldn't help but complain, what's so great about being able to sleep? That's right, I can sleep well, okay. Idiot, is this a competition of who can sleep better? Look at the Straw Hat Kid, he's got all the limelight, our Whitebeard pirates can't lose to a little kid. Whitebeard on the boat laughed and said, Gulala, did you hear me, you bastard kid, get out of here. Tisk. Lin Hai replied with an unhappy face, a bunch of reckless men who only know how to fight and kill all day long, but I'm actually pretty good, okay? I can definitely kill a cow with this punch. Pa. Almost forgetting the business, Lin Hai took out a bottle of classic Lao Baigan from his backpack, the kind with more than 60 degrees. After throwing it to Whitebeard, Lin Hai said, Uncle, actually. Whitebeard took the bottle of Lao Baigan and interrupted, you bastard, you are a pretty good guy. Are you inviting me to drink? It can't be some inferior goods, right? Marco returned to the boat and said quickly, Dad, you can't drink. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you don't think I will poison there? What a joke. Did Marco mean that? He was worried that the guy in front of him would ask his dad for a debt later, which would be interesting. Moreover, Whitebeard's body really can't drink alcohol. Gulala the drunkard Whitebeard had already taken off the lid, sniffed it and said, this is more fragrant than the wine I drank before. Lin Hai said proudly, that's the classic Lao Baigan from my hometown, the only one in the world, but you have to be careful when drinking it, it's very strong. You runny-nosed kid. Whitebeard said arrogantly, what kind of wine in this world have I not drunk? Do I need you to remind me? I'm Whitebeard, you bastard kid, Gulala. As he said that, Whitebeard took a big gulp. Lin Hai on the side was too lazy to remind him, let this old guy show off. Let's see how he shows off. At this time, he drank too much in one gulp, and Whitebeard was just like Aokiji back then. When the glass of wine went down his throat, the strong aroma of the wine spread from his mouth, and a heat went from his throat to his stomach, warm and hot, and his stomach no longer hurt. Pooh, now is not the time to talk about this. Seeing Whitebeard's face flushed, Marco grabbed Lin Hai's collar and shouted, asshole, what did you give Dad to drink? Burp Whitebeard said, I'm fine, Marco, it's really good wine. Hey kid, another bottle. Lin Hai and Marco said at the same time, that's enough. Marco rolled his eyes at Lin Hai and complained, Dad, now is not the time to drink, right? Space field. Lin Hai, who reacted, used his ability to block other people's detection, and then said, I almost forgot to tell you something. When we attack the square, you have the ability to fly. When you save ace, you should find a chance to fly directly to the execution platform, right? Marco was surprised and said, how do you know? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and did not explain, but said, at that time, please ask Uncle Whitebeard to keep General Kizaru under guard. Whitebeard asked, kid, do you want to save ace at that time? Lin Hai nodded and said, you also know that I's spatial ability, but my spatial ability is not afraid of sea stone, and ace is handcuffed with sea stone, so. Whitebeard smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll keep an eye on Kizaru. By the way, Lin Hai explained again, there is a guy named Squard under your ship. He just met with Admiral Akainu. Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard looked at Lin Hai angrily and shouted, kid, do you know what you are talking about? Lin Hai said unhappily, I ate thunder fruit, observation haki can cover the entire island. I heard their secret conversation. That Squard guy seems to have a grudge with Gold Roger, and Akainu used this to incite him to assassinate you. Uncle Whitebeard, if that guy suddenly comes here, you'd better be careful, and also be prepared to solve the internal conflict. If not, that's the best. Listen or not, it depends on your choice. Whitebeard and the others still know that Lin Hai has the ability of dual devil fruits. At this time, seeing Whitebeard silent, Marco looked up and asked, Dad. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, my captain seems to be in trouble, I have to go to help, then, goodbye. After a while, after some questions through Den Den Mushi, no one could find Squard, and Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh, what a troublesome idiot son. Lin Hai, who had left the Moby Dick, quickly opened his page. It seemed that the reward just now was something incredible. Flirtatious system. Host, Lin Hai. Evaluation, SS, evaluation function is for reference only, including leapfrogging, that is, a character rated B may defeat an opponent rated A. From high to low, SSS, SS+, SS, S, A, B and so on. Constitution, 9th order, 4/10, the value on the left must reach the value on the right before it can be upgraded. The host's current constitution, whether it is recovery, strength, physical function, etc., has entered the high ranks. Observation Haki, 3rd order, 9/10. Armament Haki, 4th order, 5/10. Overlord Haki, 4th order, 3/10. Special Haki. Space Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Epic Skill 1, Space Secret. Equality of all beings, Level 1. The host uses the unique way of the Space Fruit ability to charge and hit forward. All living beings in a certain range in front will be damaged. The damage decreases gradually, 100%, 75%, 50%. The damage ignores the Devil Fruit ability, and the target passively accepts real damage, except for domineering. In addition, this skill can be upgraded and can also be attached. Haki is used to increase the power. Epic Skill 2, Space Secret. Night Parade of 100 Demons, Level 1. This move requires an ability field to be opened, in which a single target is cut from all directions. This move becomes more powerful as the host's sensitivity and thinking improve. This skill can be upgraded and Haki can be added to increase the power. Legendary Skill, Ragnarok. God Killing, Level 1. The host currently does not have the Haki of Overlord. When releasing this move, the host will be forced to consume the Haki of Overlord. In addition, this move can be upgraded. Existing items. 1 Space Backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, can put items, can be used for escape, and has endless uses. 2 Radio. Songs available, Chasing the Wind, One Piece World Specific BGM, Dear Friend Accompaniment. 3 Items, TT, Ham, Wig, Cape, Hair Dryer, Comb, Mirror, Desk Lamp. System Store, Opened. Feng Sao Coins, 75,600. Special note, the host gets 1 chance to revive. After the host is resurrected, everything is formatted, and the body functions, strength, age, and other states return to the time when the host received the reward on the same day. Roger Town. After reading the information, Lin Hai didn't pay much attention to the epic skills, but was directly shocked by the legendary skills. Ragnarok. God killing. It's so domineering. Killing gods? This world seems a bit scary. If I remember correctly, Roger's god avoidance is awesome, right? Once that move is released, even gods have to avoid it, but Lin Hai's move directly kills gods? Thinking of this, Lin Hai hurriedly asked the system, Feng Sao system, is this god-killing art really that sharp? Feng Sao system, the host does not need to doubt the system. This name naturally has its meaning. The host has no right to ask about other things. Lin Hai scratched his nose and replied, you are awesome, right? Although I don't know how effective it is, I still want to give you a 5-star praise, system. Your name is so suitable for me. Ragnarok. God-killing art. Yoo-hoo, so cool. Lin Hai, who had just walked a short distance, was too excited and ended up doing dozens of backflips and returned to the bottom of the Moby Dick. Boom. As expected, Lin Hai hit the bow directly. Whitebeard was silent. Everyone was silent. What kind of plane is this guy doing? Can anyone tell me? Congratulations to the host for completing a flirtatious operation. Chapter 328 Provocation. When Luffy started to act, the prisoners who escaped from the warship also jumped off the ship one after another, but the group of prisoners led by Buggy did not follow Luffy. They whispered near the ship where Whitebeard was. This war seems to have made that kid eye-catching in an instant. That guy, the Straw Hat Boy. Captain Buggy, we can't lose to him either. Let's go and take off Whitebeard's head. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down Buggy's forehead. The loophole in his previous words could not be made up now. If those prisoners knew that he, Buggy, did not dare to be hostile to Whitebeard, the result would be. So, Buggy could only perfunctorily say, well said, then let's go, ah ha ha, ha ha ha. What to do, what to do? Bakey is looking for a place where he can fish. Many people here are world celebrities. He, Buggy, will not be stupid enough to die in vain. Hey, Red Nose. Whitebeard on the boat had already noticed this group of people. Whitebeard wanted to greet people and comfort the prisoners behind Buggy. If those people make trouble, it would be troublesome. While thinking, Buggy suddenly heard someone calling him Red Nose. Buggy immediately spurted out, "Who is Red Nose, bastard? Do you want to be killed by me?" Puff Whitebeard. When Buggy found out that it was Whitebeard who asked him, his eyes bulged immediately. Lin Hai, who was under the ship, tidied his clothes and gave Buggy a thumbs up. Whitebeard looked at Buggy and said, "I thought someone was here. Isn't this the kid from Roger's place? You are still alive. I really miss you." At this time, Buggy was already stupid. Wouldn't he be beaten into an idiot? And at this time, those prisoners. Whitebeard. I was actually talked to by that Whitebeard. Too awesome. Captain Buggy, you are indeed a legendary resident. Seeing the expressions of the prisoners, Lin Hai and Buggy were also stupid. At this time, seeing Buggy so scared, Whitebeard had to ask first, "With so many prisoners, are you here to take my head?" "Yes." Before Buggy answered, the prisoners replied first. One of the prisoners scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, this should be said by the captain. Please just say it." Seeing this, Buggy could only brag hard, hoping that Whitebeard would not bother with him for the sake of old acquaintance. So, Buggy cried out with tears, "Long time no see, wake up. Pa pa pa." The prisoners actually applauded enthusiastically. Lin Hai on the side had every reason to believe that the image of Buggy at this time in their vision was definitely different from Lin Hai's own vision. Sure enough, after being locked up for a long time, they all became idiots. Despite this, Whitebeard still reached a cooperation with Buggy and others. After all, there was no hatred between the two sides. If they could become partners, who would make enemies? Especially at this time. Lin Hai walked to Buggy's side and put his arm around Buggy's shoulder, trying to suppress his smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Buggy, I'm glad you understand, woohoo, you are indeed my best friend. By the way, where is that bastard Straw Hat?" Lin Hai said with a smile, "You mean that bastard? I don't even care about him." At this time, Luffy was being stopped by hypnotist Zango and Navy Captain Hobadai, who he met at the restaurant on the sea before. Zango, like before, used his own hypnosis on Luffy, but Zango and Hobadai fell asleep first. When Kizaru in the distance told him to pay attention to the sky, Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, took action. Jaws rushed forward and said, "All of you get out of the way." The crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates obediently retreated, and Jaws punched the ice, crack. A huge circular crack appeared on the ice. No one could have imagined that Jaws actually brought up the mountain-sized ice block. Luffy, who was moving forward, was shocked and stopped, watching this scene with sweat all over his forehead. Lin Hai, who was behind him, exclaimed, "Brother Meng Jiang, handsome, so handsome. You are the second most handsome man I have ever seen." Watching anime is watching anime, but the scene in front of him is really shocking. With 2 snot hanging on his nose, Buggy asked in a daze, "What does he want to do?" Jaws quickly gave the answer. He shouted and said, "Come and block it if you have the guts." As he said that, Jaws threw the huge mountain-like ice block directly to the execution platform. Another killer move. At this time, all the Navy officers in the inner bay were stunned. How could they block it? Akainu, who was sitting under the execution platform, looked up and stood up, complaining, "Really, those guys actually left their posts without permission. If we all attack, who will guard here?" As he spoke, Akainu's fist turned into magma, and after accumulating power for a while, he punched directly at the huge ice block, big fire. In an instant, the mountain-sized ice block was directly pierced by a punch, and the broken ice blocks were also evaporated. This simple move allowed those experts to infer at a glance that Akainu was a difficult and dangerous opponent. This is not over yet. The huge magma from Akainu's fist suddenly exploded in the air, and the magma hit the direction of the Whitebeard pirates in Crescent Bay. The pirates in Crescent Bay looked at the meteor shower falling from the sky, like a doomsday disaster, and screamed one after another. "Danger, run! Is this a volcanic bomb? Damn it, how can we stop it?" The attacking pirates suddenly panicked. Baki beside Lin Hai also said in shock, "Hey, Lin Hai, we are not doing well here either, we are dying." Lin Hai drew out his saber and said speechlessly, "It's just a big pile of fire, look how scared you are." Clang! As he said that, Lin Hai directly cut the volcanic bomb that hit him with a knife. In another place, one of the bombs hit a huge pirate ship directly, destroying the ship. And in the back, there was also a volcanic bomb that hit Whitebeard. Whitebeard simply thrust forward with his weapon, then blew at the burning material and blew it out. Whitebeard said to Akainu, "You set fire so exaggeratedly, just go light the candles on the birthday cake, Lava Kid." Akainu mocked and provoked, "Don't you like luxurious funerals?" Whitebeard. Akainu's words really meant to hurt his heart. When he came here to fight, Whitebeard had been mentally prepared due to his old age and hidden illness. But when was he, Whitebeard, someone like Akainu who could provoke him? When he, Whitebeard, was famous in the sea, Akainu was just a small follower. However, time makes people helpless, people have to admit that they are old. But the scene in front of him still made Whitebeard's eyes jump with anger. At this time, in the forest not far from the ship, he picked his nose and said, "Isn't it just breaking a piece of ice? Look at what you can do, it's really amazing, General Akainu. Is it as simple as a piece of ice?" Just now he looked admiring, but now he is full of disdain. Hey! Akainu turned his attention to Lin Hai. For some reason, he was also angry at Lin Hai's words. However, Akainu ignored Lin Hai and waited until Whitebeard died before dealing with him. And Lin Hai on the side, even if he knew that Akainu wanted his life, he would not be afraid. It was because he was not afraid of Akainu. Chapter 329 Ounces. Boom! After Akainu's attack, the battlefield resumed an offensive and defensive battle, and those crazy pirates and the navy fought each other. Cannon sound, fighting sound, wailing sound. From these sounds, it can be faintly felt that the two sides were angry, and Buggy on the side, his big, red and round nose had two snots flowing down, and he was thinking about what he should do. If he rushed in blindly like that bastard in the straw hat, he would not have enough lives. Lin Hai, who was beside Buggy, was also thinking about countermeasures. Now these were just appetizers. After breaking through the first layer of the Navy's defense barrier, they had to pass through the blockade of the 7 warlords of the sea, followed by the encirclement of the officers and officers of the Inner Bay Navy. This was not over yet. The 3 admirals were like bricks, filling in wherever needed. Moreover, they blocked the execution platform tightly, and there were 2 legendary figures standing on the execution platform, Navy hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku. If there were no such people, Lin Hai would have directly struck the execution platform with a thunderbolt, and everything would have been solved. Lin Hai felt that he had to maintain good physical strength, because in the attack and retreat stages, incredible physical strength was needed. At this time, a prisoner shouted, "Captain Buggy, shall we follow the Straw Hats and attack together?" "Yes, yes, that bastard Straw Hat has stolen our limelight. It's rare that Whitebeard fights with us, and is an ally. I'm anemic, I know it's right to follow Captain Buggy, I never believed that I could fight side by side with the legendary pirates before. Today, our dream has finally come true, woohoo. No, I'm anemic." All the prisoners showed incomprehensible admiration, and even a blush on their faces. Lin Hai's face turned black. He must not stay with this group of people. Sooner or later, he will become a moron. Only Buggy can subdue him, right? After Lin Hai gave his instructions, he quickly joined Luffy. At this time, a marine officer with a sledgehammer hit Luffy, and Lin Hai, who arrived, kicked him away. Luffy was surprised and said, "Lin Hai, it's great that you are here. These marines are so strong." Lin Hai said with a dark face, "Can you use your brain? Do you understand the difference between a reckless man and a warrior?" Luffy replied, "You think I'm a warrior, too? But I'm not here to get this title. Let's rescue Ace." Lin Hai kicked the attacking marine away, and then sprayed at Luffy again, "Who praised you? Look behind you, you are out of touch with everyone, where are Jinbei and Ivankov?" Luffy looked around and replied, "They were here just now." At this time, the ground shook a few times, and everyone couldn't help but look back, and the outline of the towering shadow gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. "It's so big, is this a giant?" The Navy looked up at the giant and couldn't help sweating. Does the Whitebeard pirates have such a creature? How to fight it? It's hundreds of meters tall. Nanami Takamoriya, who was stationed on the edge of Crescent Bay, saw the figure and suddenly one eye became bigger and the other smaller, and shouted excitedly, "It's really a demon, hee, it seems to be bigger than Ounce, as long as I get his body, I can create the strongest zombie again. Come, Come quickly. He Doflamingo on the side hummed for a while, then stuck out his tongue and licked his white teeth, showing a look full of destructive desire and smiled, my hand is screwed, it's all starting to itch, phew phew phew. In a few breaths, the huge voice had crossed the Whitebeard pirate ship and attacked one side of the bay. The navy naturally had to make countermeasures and sent their own giant navy group, but the size difference between the two sides was still very large. The giant troops didn't pay any attention to the attacking pirates, and all rushed towards Little Ounce. A giant vice-admiral said firmly, it's our job to stop that. Get out of the way. Woohoo! The giants of the navy were facing the warships that were rushing towards them, but they could not stop the brute force, and they followed the warships and crashed directly into the wall of Crescent Bay. In the field, Ounce picked up his 40-meter-long sword and chopped all the way, invincible. The wailing of the navy was heard everywhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai on one side could not control himself. Silk, silk cake. Lin Hai shouted with shining eyes, so handsome, I'm going to be anemic, I'm going to be anemic. Luffy, who was beside Lin Hai, covered his mouth with tears and said, he is really too handsome, that big sword, woohoo. Jinbei and Ivankov were silent. What on earth are they doing here? Someone tell me. Because of their huge size and the huge Little Ounce's fast speed, the pirates couldn't keep up with their pace at all. More importantly, this is a battlefield, and there is no chance to start over. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was commanding, shouted, Ounce, risking your life and being a brave are two different things. Ounce turned around and said, Dad, please don't stop me, I want to save Ace. I want to save Ace as soon as possible. Whitebeard still understood this guy's stubbornness, and he had no choice but to say, I know. Having said that, Whitebeard still ordered his team members to cooperate with Little Ounce. After all, this is a battlefield. Fighting alone is very dangerous. As soon as Little Ounce appeared, his offensive line was unstoppable, an ordinary navy could not do anything to him. However, when they were about to reach the wall of Crescent Bay, Shishibukai Bartholomew Kuma stood up. Lin Hai on the side knew that Little Ounce was in danger. High-end combat power like Shishibukai cannot be defeated by size. Although he knew the result, Lin Hai really couldn't help. If he insisted on getting involved, if he goes, the consequences will be unpredictable. After all, Whitebeard has his own rhythm. If he rushes forward directly without breaking through the defense lines on both wings of the navy, he will be isolated from the battlefield and then be wiped out in one fell swoop like making dumplings. The bear on the wall of Crescent Bay, he has raised his head and opened his arms, using his ability to compress the surrounding atmosphere and then make bombs. Seeing the bear take action, Ivankov muttered beside Lin Hai, it seems that it is really as the sleepy boy said, the bear guy otherwise, he doesn't have to work so hard. Luffy asked confusedly, the guy who looks like a bear, what is he doing? It feels very dangerous. Lin Hai replied, he is making a bomb. Bomb? Luffy shouted hurriedly, hey big guy, get out of the way, it's dangerous. The two sides were far away, and Little Ounce didn't hear it at all. He was walking towards the gathering place of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then saw a white transparent little thing flying towards his stomach. Boom! A shocking explosion exploded directly from Little Ounce's belly. Chapter 330 Minga's Elegance. Boom! For a moment, the huge explosion made Phoebing run away on the battlefield. Ounce! Ace, who was being executed, couldn't help shouting. Seeing his former best friend being hit like this, Ace's heart seemed to be in the same pain. Seeing this power, Mariah and Doflamingo on the side couldn't help but get excited. Although Little Ounce, who took the blow, was seriously injured, he took it hard. Ace begged and shouted, enough! Stop it, you can't get here. Warring States said without emotion, can you still move? When Little Ounce came here, he had already prepared to risk his life. A true man will only end his work when he dies, and there is no such thing as giving up halfway. Little Ounce looked up at Ace with difficulty and said softly, Ace is a good man, I want to save you. Moria, who was in front of Little Ounce, was surprised and said, amazing. This perseverance is not inferior to that of the ancestors. Aim at Ounce. Seeing that Ounce didn't fall, the navy gave an order and prepared to attack with heavy artillery, bang bang bang. Little Ounce, who was under the bombardment, seemed to have discovered some bends in the wall of Crescent Bay. Such a high wall was a problem. If he fell, he would use his body as a bridge to let the crew of the Whitebeard pirates enter the inner bay. Otherwise, those troops would not be able to enter. Ounce, who made the decision, muttered, "At least one of the 7 warlords of the sea must be killed." As he said that, little Ounce punched Doflamingo downwards, boom boom. For a moment, the platform where the 7 warlords of the sea stood was smashed by Ounce's punch. Doflamingo, who avoided the punch, had already used his ability of the string fruit to set up a battlefield around him that was beneficial to him. At this time, he had jumped into the air and was lying on his side above little Ounce's head. Phew phew phew, ha ha ha. Doflamingo in the air kept waving his fingers and laughed, and asked playfully, "What's wrong with you, demon?" Ounce felt that his feet seemed unable to move. Clang! Doflamingo, who was feeling proud, had already arranged his own line and was ready to cut open little Ounce's legs, but who knew that a monstrous sword intent from below cut towards Doflamingo's belly, and this sword was fast and fierce. Doflamingo, who was originally intoxicated by the pleasure of killing and his own extraordinary ability, didn't expect that someone would dare to ruin his elegance. Doflamingo, who quickly avoided the attack and returned to the ground, looked gloomily in the direction of the slash just now, but was there such a person over there? For a moment, Doflamingo shouted angrily, "Who is it? Get out of here!" Lin Hai, who was far away from Doflamingo, naturally would not stand out. It was impossible for him to go out. If he was targeted, it would not be as simple as facing a Shishibukai. Besides, shooting from the side was what Lin Hai liked the most. At this time, Lin Hai had already met up with Buggy and the others, and had forgotten about Doflamingo. Even if Doflamingo saw him, I would like to ask, does he, Lin Hai, have a sword in his hand? He. Despite this, although little Ounce avoided the consequence of having his legs cut off, Mariah used his shadow to attack. Mariah looked up at little Ounce and said, "This guy's body belongs to me, Shadow Mage." Horned Knife Shadow. A shadow appeared behind Moria, and then split into countless bats, forming a gun that penetrated little Ounce's throat and came out from the other side. This incredible attack, little Ounce was hit before he could figure out the situation. Boom! Little Ounce, who could no longer stand, fell down, but when he fell, he smashed half of his body into the inner bay. At this time, Lin Hai, who was far away, couldn't help but shed tears. Are people in this world sick? This damn friendship. Woo. Seeing Lin Hai crying there, Buggy said, "Is it time to cry now? What can he Lin Hai do? In front of this world-class battle, he Lin Hai still knows himself. Even as strong as Whitebeard, he needs partners to fight side by side. Having said that, it's really uncomfortable to watch such a pure person fall in front of you, isn't it?" Luffy was silent for a while and said, "Is it time to be sad, Lin Hai? Let's go. By the way, Buggy, are you coming with us too?" "Baka." Buggy immediately said, "Who wants to act with you? I won't go with you, a stinky straw hat, even if I kill you." "What did you say?" Luffy and Buggy are arguing again. At this time, Lin Hai took Buggy's cloak and wiped it on his face, then said, "Go ahead, we have to rush into the inner bay quickly." Ounce Whitebeard on the Moby Dick muttered gloomily. He understood Ounce's intention, this bastard. "You've revealed your flaws, Whitebeard." A giant lieutenant general seized this moment and appeared from behind Whitebeard. He took an axe and chopped at Whitebeard's neck. Ding! Whitebeard punched in the direction of the axe and used the power of the tremor fruit to directly block the giant axe in front of his fist. With another effort, the axe broke into pieces. Whitebeard revoked the power of the fruit, and the giant fell forward due to inertia. Whitebeard didn't even look at it. He grabbed the giant lieutenant general's head with his hand and pressed it on the board to activate the tremor fruit again. Crane! Whitebeard shouted loudly, and a transparent energy wrapped around the head of the giant vice admiral, and exploded directly on his head. The vice admiral was directly crippled, and Whitebeard threw the vice admiral aside like a chicken. This scene shocked everyone. That was a giant vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. He was killed in one move? Whitebeard ignored everyone's gaze, but shouted, "Step over Ounce's body and move forward." Woo-oh, everyone echoed. This battle is no longer a question of who will live and who will die in the Whitebeard pirates, but a provocation from the world government and a test for the Whitebeard pirates. If Ace is really executed, then the Whitebeard pirates will Beta pirate group will withdraw from the stage of one of the 4 emperors. The Whitebeard pirates understand this, so let's fight. Chapter 331 Lin Hai and Ming Ji. On the battlefield, No matter who falls, there is no mood to be sad before the goal is achieved. After sorting out his mood, Lin Hai hurriedly said, Luffy, when we rush forward, we must keep a distance from the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, and we must not rush too fast. Luffy looked ahead solemnly and nodded, got it. Hey! Lin Hai turned his head and looked at the Whitebeard pirates who were about to catch up and shouted, Warriors, don't fall behind, those who are not afraid of death, rush with me in one breath. Woo-oh-oh! What is unexpected is that those pirates cooperated very well and raised their knives to echo. Buggy's eyes bulged, when did you become so familiar with them? Lin Hai stroked his cape and replied, because I am the most handsome here. Everyone was speechless. Joking aside, the force gathered by Luffy, Lin Hai, and others is now a very powerful team. Look, those navy who rushed over were cut like leeks by Lin Hai and others. Estimate, rocket launcher. Fishman karate, 5000 watt punch. Death. Seductive eyes. Boom boom. A straight energy wave directly blew away all the navy in front. A pirate next to Lin Hai complained to him, Brother, why don't you take action? Lin Hai ran back and said, if I take action, how can I show their strength, right? Damn it! Stop the Straw Hat Boys! The sailors who were blown away took a break, but did not lose their combat effectiveness. The commander began to command. The place where the 7 warlords of the sea stood before had been destroyed by Little Ounce, so they also came to Crescent Bay and guarded their own areas. The direction the Straw Hat Pirates were heading at this time was guarded by Moria. He he he. Mariah looked at the group of people running towards him and laughed, Straw Hat Boy and Sleeping God Lin Hai, I will not let you pass through here. Get up, zombie soldiers. He he he, whether it is the navy or the pirates who died on this battlefield, they will become my strength. Come on, he he he. Mariah. Luffy said speechlessly, what a troublesome opponent. Lin Hai suddenly pointed to one side of Mariah and exclaimed, Kaido, why are you here, you bastard? This name may not be so attractive to others, but for Mariah, it is an obsession in his heart. After being called by Lin Hai, Moria instinctively looked to that side, and shouted with excitement and anger, Kaido. Crackle. Lin Hai appeared in front of Moria in an instant, and said with a sinister smile, Moria, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Moria realized that he was fooled, but his body's reaction could not keep up. When he was about to fight back, Lin Hai kicked him like a bowling ball, knocking all the navy behind him away. The people who were running were speechless, and looked at Lin Hai at the same time, saying, how despicable. Although they didn't say it, how could Lin Hai not see it? However, the shameless Lin Hai ignored these guys, and complained, is this the 7 warlords of the sea? As he said, Lin Hai spit in the direction where Moria was kicked. Hey, hey! Jinbei said speechlessly, Lin Hai, this. Damn! Lin Hai turned around and shouted, scatter! Ivankov also noticed it, danger! A golden light shot directly at Lin Hai. Since he had fought with the bear before, it would be much easier to deal with it, and it was not as nervous as the first time. Lin Hai tilted his head slightly to one side, and the laser passed directly by Lin Hai's ear, avoiding it. Tyrant Bear! Hey, brother, he won't target you, right? It's terrible, I don't know when I was targeted by such an opponent. Seeing Bartholomew Bear appearing in front of them, the pirates following Lin Hai and others suddenly felt a great pressure. Just when he didn't know what to do, Ivankov said, you keep going, leave him to me. Luffy hurriedly said, little Ivan, that guy is very... Ivankov stared at the bear and replied, don't worry, you keep going. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai on the side quickly jumped away from where he was. Lower the rope line. I saw that the position where Lin Hai stood before, 5 lines were shot down directly from above. If you get hit, you will be penetrated directly from top to bottom. Avoiding this move, Lin Hai frowned and looked up, Doflamingo is coming. It's really addictive, phew phew phew. Doflamingo landed on the ground and couldn't help but say softly. Doflamingo. It's so unlucky, 2 Shishibukai intercept at the same time? Get out of the way, Doflamingo, don't get in the way. Some pirates began to shout. Hee hee, getting in the way. Doflamingo chuckled for a while, put his hands in his pockets and said, I feel like I'm in the center of this era, how can I say I'm in the way? As he said that, Doflamingo spread his hands to both sides, looked up at the sky and smiled, now this place is neutral, pirates are evil, and the navy is justice? That concept has been rewritten countless times. The values of the little devils who don't know what peace is and the little devils who don't know what war is are different. Only those who stand at the top can define good and evil. Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but feel sick. It was simply a distortion of the law and justice. However, Lin Hai didn't argue with him. If he angered him, it would always be troublesome. Besides, Doflamingo came to participate in this war, should he just be a soy sauce? Lin Hai asked, Doflamingo, what do you mean? We are not here to listen to your reasoning, right? Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo stared at Lin Hai, stretched out one hand in front of his eyes, raised a middle finger and bent it down, and said, you made me look for it for a long time. It should be me who asked you what you meant? Phew 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 phew. Lin Hai simply turned his body to the side, and at the same time, he swung his sword directly above the heads of the pirates behind him. Everyone was confused by Lin Hai's action. Lin Hai said unhappily, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave first. Luffy asked, is it okay? Jinbei said, Luffy, let Lin Hai handle it, we can't stop. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo threw his hand down, and an invisible line slashed towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai directly chopped it off with his sword, and asked innocently, can you get out of the way, Doflamingo brother? Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo supported his forehead with one hand and smiled, don't call me that, you swung that slash just now, right? I was almost chopped by you. After seeing Luffy and others leave, Lin Hai replied, we are even, right? Chapter 332. Brother Ming, I will be scared. Even. Doflamingo sat on the back of the pirate who was knocked unconscious by him, scratched his ears and laughed, I can't bear to attack you, but I don't come here to fight you to death. Lin Hai couldn't help complaining in his heart. Weren't those moves just now fatal? Despite this, Lin Hai pretended to be happy and asked, really? So you stopped me? You are such a good person. Lin Hai still understood Doflamingo's virtues, and satisfied his bad taste playing with people's hearts. Phew phew phew. Sure enough, Doflamingo laughed heartily, why should I stop you? There is no deep hatred between us, right? Sleepy God Lin Hai. As he said, Doflamingo suddenly shouted, pacifist, PX0. The bear, who had been silent on the side before, suddenly opened his mouth, and the light gathered was brighter than the two 4K titanium alloy dog eyes, ready to attack Lin Hai. Lin Hai was speechless, this damn Doflamingo. Death. Wink. Ivankov thought for a long time and started to attack the bear, because his former partner seemed to have really become a weapon, without a trace of personality. After the bear was knocked out by Ivankov's special skill, Ivankov said, Sleepy boy, you follow the Straw Hat Boy and the others, I will stop the bear. Then please. Lin Hai ran to satisfy Doflamingo's bad taste, pretending to be angry and unwilling to shout, Doflamingo, you remember it. Phew phew phew. Doflamingo teased very much, it's not me who wants to stop you, don't remember me, I will be scared, hee hee. Teasing a person like Lin Hai and seeing him look helpless, this made Doflamingo deeply intoxicated. But at this time, Doflamingo didn't know that one day in the future, when Lin Hai came to his own country, Doflamingo would no longer be able to laugh, and he almost exploded on the spot. At this time, the bear that was knocked away was like nothing happened. Ivankov knew the horror of the bear, so he used his own skills, and Ivankov ran, facial afterimage. In the bear's vision, countless big faces appeared. But now the bear is just a weapon. Seeing this scene, the control program in his body stagnated. Galaxy eyes. Boom. After being hit, the bear was directly hit into the ice. At this time, in another place, under the Whitebeard's pirate ship Moby Dick, Mr1 turned into a knife with one hand and knocked down several pirates, and several pirates jumped up behind Crocodile. Crocodile. It's endless. Crocodile directly threw a sandstorm and knocked all the pirates away. I won't let you get close to my dad. Several pirates from the Whitebeard pirates came up and continued to attack Crocodile, but those pirates simply didn't have the ability of the sand fruit. Crocodile had no way to deal with it. Seeing this, Whitebeard at the bow couldn't help but say, what a troublesome guy, he only wants the world to be in chaos. After receiving the order, Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division who was raiding on the side, immediately turned half of his body into a diamond form, shining explosion. Jaws' huge body had an incredible speed. Although Crocodile's observation haki captured it, his body's reaction was too late to avoid it and he was directly hit by this fierce blow. Crocodile, who was knocked into the air, had a few streaks of blood at the corners of his mouth. After landing, Crocodile half-crouched, raised his head and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and complained, "Such a huge body can still be so agile, it's really tricky." The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws. Just when Jaws turned half of his body into Diamond and prepared to hit Crocodile, Doflamingo, who came here, fiddled with his fingers a few times, then bent down, and Jaws was directly fixed. Doflamingo came to Jaws' back and said to Crocodile in a tone that deserved a beating, "You can still come out of it, you bastard crocodile, how does the boiling blood pool taste?" Crocodile looked up and replied, "Doflamingo, don't be nosy, are you looking for death?" Doflamingo grinned, showing his white and neat teeth and retorted, "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, how about it, do you want to join forces with me?" Crocodile asked expressionlessly, "You want to join forces with me?" "That's right." Doflamingo seemed to see the future, and pointed at Crocodile with his index finger like a wise man and said, "The era of outdated pirates like Whitebeard in power is about to end. In the future see, a new era where power is everything, our era will definitely come, so do you want to catch up with the new era? Where is the car? I think this proposal is not bad. Although you have been stripped of your title, after all, you are also a Shishibukai like me, right?" "Humph." Crocodile replied, "Don't talk to me on an equal footing. You want me to take you in as my younger brother, right?" "Phew phew phew." Doflamingo laughed and said, "I thought you were in the hell of the big prison and came out after repenting your past." Crocodile raised the corner of his mouth and replied, "In that case, I won't come out." "Sandstorm, disappear, bastard Doflamingo." Doflamingo jumped into the sky and complained, "I thought you were a sensible guy." Elsewhere, Lin Hai, who was running, naturally focused his attention on Doflamingo. He had shown weakness just now. If he continued to chase him, Lin Hai was really going to chop him. Although it consumed physical strength, there was no other way, right? "I just didn't expect that Doflamingo would actually go and recruit Crocodile," which made Lin Hai laugh. How could Crocodile be a subordinate of someone like Doflamingo? And if I remember correctly, Doflamingo was like a mouse seeing a cat in front of Kaido? How dare he talk about the new era? One thing Lin Hai is very sure of is that it is impossible for someone like Doflamingo to reach the top of the pirates. However, after passing the level of 3 Shishibukai, the next level gave Lin Hai a headache, because the one who blocked the way was Joricole Mihawk, a Shishibukai and the world's greatest swordsman. Many people called him Hawkeye. Hawkeye is different from Doflamingo. This guy is not smooth in doing things. To be honest, this guy is a close friend of Red Hair, especially at this moment. Lin Hai's impression of him is extremely bad. Because he said he would stop Luffy, he really had to stop him, he was not just talking. Seeing this, Lin Hai had a vague decision, the world's greatest swordsman, right? Want to show off, right? Lin Hai doesn't mind giving this guy a taste of what Ragnarok is. Chapter 333 A Flash of Black Knife. In front of Luffy running forward, a group of pirates were all chopped up, and when the smoke cleared, a man wearing a black hat, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, and a cross-shaped knife on his chest appeared in his field of vision. He is the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. At this time, he was holding the supreme big knife in his hand horizontally, staring at Luffy and muttering, "Sorry, Red Hair, I won't show mercy, so fate, is the life of the new generation of God-given son over? Or can he escape from my black knife?" While running, Luffy also found that Hawkeye was going to attack him, and the oppressive feeling was like being stared at by the god of death. For a moment, Luffy was thinking about how to run away from him. Now he is not going to fight with such an opponent. He can't beat him at all. Second gear. When Luffy ran to a distance in front of Hawkeye, he jumped away and changed his path to avoid Hawkeye. But it was obvious that Luffy thought too much. How could he escape so easily after being targeted by Hawkeye? A slash passed directly in front of Luffy, and Luffy, who avoided the fatal injury, slid into the wall. Luffy was ready to use the move he used to fight Lucci. Stuck himself in the wall. At this time, Jinbei blocked Luffy's way. After looking at Luffy for a while, Jinbei said, "You are worthy of being Ace's younger brother." Jinbei turned his head to look at Hawkeye and said, "I will not let you touch brother Luffy again, even if it costs your life." Hawkeye was stunned and asked, why do you have to do that? Jinbei replied, I want to save Mr. Ace to protect our sea. Although this war is unstoppable, there is still hope, that is Brother Luffy. I see. Hawkeye said, but I still can't see his fate clearly, so please get out of the way. Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy artillery on the bay wall fired directly at Jinbei. Fishman Karate, Karasa Wa Zhangchuan. Jinbei punched forward, and a force spread out around Jinbei as the center of the circle. The shells stopped around Jinbei incredibly. Seeing this, Hawkeye slid his knife and cut the shells in half, and then had a strength duel with Jinbei. In the duel, Jinbei was directly knocked away. At this time, Lin Hai also walked to Luffy's side and couldn't help complaining, this guy is too exaggerated, right? Jinbei can't beat him in strength. Lin Hai. Luffy said in surprise, you are here, that guy is really strong. Lin Hai said speechlessly, come out quickly, you are just being clever, hurry up, I will stop him. At this time, Hawkeye walked in front of Lin Hai and said, is it your turn? I didn't expect your growth to be a little beyond my expectations. It seems that your fate is still unclear. Lin Hai turned to Hawkeye and asked, can't you just let us pass? Clang. Hawkeye held the knife in front of him and said, if you want to get through, it depends on your ability. Really? Lin Hai stretched out one hand in front of him and put his index and middle fingers together, saying, in that case, then you should be careful. A white and transparent space disc vortex appeared on the left side of Lin Hai, and an ancient silver-white sword slowly appeared in the center of the vortex. The navy and pirates running nearby all stopped their actions. Why did that sword give people a sense of submission and worship? When Hawkeye took action, those big guys had already focused their attention here, and the result was an incredible scene. Lin Hai held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and then slowly pulled out this extraordinary sword. Clang! A crisp sword sound resounded in this space and time, and also hit everyone's soul. Since owning this sword, this is the second time that Lin Hai has used the transformed Gao Feng. Now it has been privately changed by the Feng Sao system into a holy sword. After pulling out the complete holy sword, Lin Hai flicked the sword to the lower right, and a sword fairy's aura spread out. What is this move? Why did the sword appear out of thin air? And that sword feels very dangerous. Now is not the time to care about this, right? Does the god of sleep really want to duel with the world's #1 swordsman? Let's get away from them quickly. The surrounding navy and pirates couldn't stand this kind of momentum, and all consciously ran to the side to avoid being affected by the fight between the two. At this time, Hawkeye in front of Lin Hai became very focused. He held the sword with both hands and made a chopping gesture, staring at Lin Hai. At this time, Hawkeye's eyes turned into eagle-like eyes. If ordinary great swordsmen were stared at by him like this, then those great swordsmen would be frightened and unable to move. And Lin Hai, who was stared at by Hawkeye like this, was not afraid at all. This time is different. In the past, Lin Hai's control over spatial abilities was only superficial, so when he was at the restaurant on the sea, he just used the second form of the holy sword to chop blindly, and then fainted for 3 days and 3 nights. But now Lin Hai is really not that stupid. Lin Hai also crossed the sword in front of his chest and said, "Be careful." Hawkeye didn't answer. He actually felt his blood burning and inexplicably excited. This feeling has not been felt for a long time since Red Hair's arm was broken. Twilight of the Gods, God-killing Jew. Lin Hai slowly spit out his own moves, and suddenly felt a force being drawn to the holy sword. And Hawkeye on the other side narrowed his eyes and also performed his own moves, black knife flashes. Clang! Lin Hai took the lead and slashed diagonally to the right front of Hawkeye, while Hawkeye held the knife with both hands and slashed to the right front of Lin Hai. The two men were so fast that their swords collided with each other in an instant, ding! If you look closely, the two swords did not touch each other, and seemed to be blocked by some force in the middle. Boom boom! The two swords did not produce much sparks when they collided with each other, but the loud noise in the sky made the people watching instinctively look up at the sky. What is that? Why did the sky crack? Oh my god, is this caused by the two of them? Mom, I want to go home, it's so scary. The navy and pirates nearby saw this strange phenomenon, as if they were facing the power of heaven, and some people were so frightened that they sat down on the ground. And Whitebeard on the Moby Dick looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and couldn't help grinning. "Gulala, you bastard, you are so arrogant." Marco seemed to be shocked and a little stupid, he has lived for so long, but he doesn't have such ability. The last time I saw such a scene, it was caused by red hair and his father. It's not surprising that Hawkeye has such strength, but does that unruly kid have such ability? Kizaru, who was on the battlefield, looked at the sky for a while and blurted out, "How scary, the sleepy god Lin Hai." A drop of cold sweat flowed down Aokiji's forehead. "Hey, is this true? How long has it been like this?" Garp, who was on the execution platform, had 2 streams of snot running down his nostrils. He wondered if he was old. Are all young people now so brave? Zhang Guo's eyes twitched, and he turned his head and glared at Garp fiercely. Is there no normal person around this bastard? Akainu's pupils shrank under the execution platform, and he muttered, "It seems that this guy must be sold." Congratulations to the host for shocking the world, and reward the host with special skills. Chapter 334, Shocking. For the first time, Luffy was shocked. Why is there a gap in the clouds in the sky? Ivankov, who came to Luffy, said weakly, "Straw Hat Boy, is Sleeping God Boy really just your crew?" Hee haw. Luffy nodded and said, "Well, I didn't expect his strength to become so." At this time, Lin Hai, who was holding a sword in the field, didn't pay attention to the outside world at all. At this time, there was only silence and active thinking in his mind. Even the eager look in Hawkeye's eyes was ignored by Lin Hai. Ding! The two pushed hard and separated at the same time. This time, Hawkeye took the lead. He held the knife with both hands and chopped it horizontally, and a black slash went towards Lin Hai. As for the force of the slash, Lin Hai would not foolishly take it head-on, as that would be too exhausting. After responding, Lin Hai leaned back to avoid the slash. The ice wall behind Lin Hai that was frozen by Aokiji was directly chopped up by Hawkeye's slash. The visual effect shocked everyone present and the people who were watching the live broadcast. A basic attack is a big move? Lin Hai was speechless. Swish! Lin Hai had no time to pay attention to other people on the battlefield. He disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Hawkeye again, competing with Hawkeye in swordsmanship. The two of them exchanged extremely fast slashes, but did not swing sword waves. It was a pure swordsmanship competition. After fighting for a while, the two separated again. Lin Hai frowned for a while and asked, "Are you too diligent?" There was a lot of complaints and dissatisfaction in his tone, and even a hint of sarcasm. He was just a pirate. In the eyes of the world government, he was just a chess piece at best. Was it necessary to work so hard? Although Lin Hai said so, Hawkeye didn't listen at all. He came here today to verify whether the next generation protagonist mentioned by Red Hair could escape from his black knife and kill time. But he didn't expect to meet a young man with such superb swordsmanship. This was completely beyond Hawkeye's expectations. Maybe he, the world's #1 swordsman, would fall. This made the belligerent Hawkeye inexplicably excited. At this time, Hawkeye's eyes were yellow, staring at Lin Hai as sharp as an eagle, and said, "Sleeping God Lin Hai, let me see your swordsmanship." Hee hee. Lin Hai flicked the holy sword in his hand and said, "Let me make it clear that I am not a pure swordsman. Do you really want to fight me?" Seeing Hawkeye ready to start, Lin Hai was inexplicably annoyed. Space field. Lin Hai half squatted and said, "Then be careful. Space secret. 100 Demons Night Parade." Suddenly, Lin Hai disappeared from the spot, which made Hawkeye narrow his eyes, coming. Ding, ding ding ding. I saw that with Hawkeye as the center, many Lin Hai appeared around. Those Lin Hai held the holy sword in their hands, and slashed at Hawkeye quickly in different postures. And Hawkeye held the knife with both hands and kept blocking. This move was like a ghost to the people outside the ability field. That's because Lin Hai's speed is too fast. Under the premise of knowing the haki of observation, if his thinking ability is not enough, or there is a mistake in the prediction stage, then what awaits him next is being hacked. For a moment, Hawkeye kept blocking at a very fast speed. While the two were competing in observation haki, they were also competing in physical skills. After the moves were released, Lin Hai appeared in the sky in front of Hawkeye, and Hawkeye swung a fierce slash again, which was accompanied by haki and was black. From this, it can be seen that Hawkeye's armament haki has reached the world's top level. Lin Hai directly blocked it with his sword, and then led the slash to the sky. Lin Hai, who landed, couldn't help but get angry. Damn it, the world's #1 swordsman, right? If he keeps entangled there, Lin Hai decided to fight him to the death. Do you really think that he, Lin Hai, has a good temper? However, when Lin Hai was about to use his killing move, he suddenly saw Hawkeye put away his knife and said calmly, "Let's stop here today." Lin Hai then realized that Marshal Sengoku began to adjust his tactics. Those pacifists began to encircle the Whitebeard pirates from outside the bay, intending to use violence to surround them. Damn, Lin Hai secretly cursed Hawkeye's mother in his heart, this guy. You. This Lin Hai was furious, trembling, and cold. But he couldn't do anything about Hawkeye for the time being, and he had to save Ace. At this time, Whitebeard, who was commanding, also shouted, "Little guys, rush in at once." Lin Hai, who was opposite Hawkeye, also understood the importance of the team. Lin Hai, who put away his knife and ran towards Luffy, shouted angrily, "Damn Hawkeye, you remember this?" Hawkeye was confused. Didn't he fight happily just now? At the same time, Luffy, who was running, suddenly saw a yellow light in front of him. Before he could react, he was kicked out. Who else could have kicked Luffy away if not Kizaru? Luffy. Jinbei quickly blocked Luffy. Damn it! Luffy took a breath and said unwillingly, "The Admiral has appeared." Jinbei said, "Although it is not easy to deal with, let's go quickly." At this time, Lin Hai also came here, looked at Kizaru, and then glanced at Garp on the execution platform. The hint was not strong, and everyone didn't understand what it meant, but Kizaru understood. Kizaru's face turned black after being hinted by Lin Hai. It was really a headache. Kizaru had a headache because Garp not only had the ability to beat the Admiral, but he was also the totem of the Navy and the hero in everyone's mind. It was already very difficult for Garp to execute Ace. If he killed his grandson, Garp might really go berserk. Once Garp went berserk at this time, the consequences were simply unimaginable. After all, it was a war now. If Garp fought with the Admiral, what would happen to those Marines? You can guess the consequences without thinking. Explain why everyone always thinks that Kizaru, Aokiji, and others are letting the enemy win during the war at the top. In fact, they have their own considerations. Garp also understands this point. He has been restraining himself on the execution platform, like constipation. At this time, Ace and Luffy completely threw a false proposition to Garp, and insisted that Garp prove that it was a true proposition. The Navy ran to Garp a true proposition and asked him to prove that it was a false proposition, which made Garp neither left nor right. At this time, Kizaru was secretly depressed, so he decided to leave the bastard in front of him to others. So, Admiral Kizaru followed the unspoken rules. At this time, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates also came here. Izzo, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, said, "Don't let an admiral block your way. Go together." Luffy nodded and said, "Okay, that bastard." Jinbei also said, "It's the captains. Now we have the confidence." Lin Hai winked at Kizaru not far away and said, "Admiral Kizaru, be prepared." Kizaru frowned his sparse eyebrows and dragged out his tone, "This is not easy to deal with." A captain encouraged, "Take advantage of this opportunity when the Marines retreat and go straight to Huanglong." Lin Hai, who followed behind everyone, was a little depressed. Those who had studied were different. Sengoku's strategy, taking advantage of the fact that Ace was going to be executed in advance, put the Whitebeard pirates in a state of mind and made them make mistakes in a hurry. And now, there is obviously a trap in front of them, but everyone has to rush in. Chapter 335, Unrivaled Whitebeard. Warriors, you are the best, charge! Fighting together with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, for some reason, made Lin Hai's blood boil. Ouch! Luffy exhaled 2 streams of air from his nostrils and shouted, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Ivankov asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" "The inner bay is surrounded by bear-like guys. It's dangerous now." Izzo said, "That should be the legendary human weapon, so we have to rush into the square in one breath." At this time, Sengoku on the execution platform observed the situation in the bay and muttered, "No matter how you struggle, you can't shake our advantage, Whitebeard. Once the images are all interrupted, activate the encirclement wall. Then execute Ace immediately and catch all the enemies at the same time." But after waiting for a while, Sengoku was a little angry and turned around and asked, "Has the video communication not been completely cut off?" The Marine replied, "No, please wait a moment." A video Den Den Mushi was snatched away by Buggy's group. No one would have thought that Buggy was taking the world-broadcasted video Den Den Mushi with the prisoners from the Impel Downs and shooting a short film. Those prisoners were really talented. They got a camera from somewhere and prepared to film Buggy to make him famous. A prisoner took lipstick and smeared it on Buggy's mouth, and then smeared it on Buggy's nose. After seeing that the color was even and bright enough, a prisoner said, "Then officially start, 3,2,1, action." At this time, the world's people saw that the first voice that appeared on the only bright screen was, well, I've kept you waiting for a long time. This is Marineford, with endless corpses of pirates and marines. A prisoner pointed the camera at the battlefield and filmed it, then turned to face the isolated back in front of him. He was wearing a white cloak, and there was an X on the big word justice. Who's standing there? Isn't that the legendary crew member on the ship of Pirate King Gold Roger who has been hiding his identity until now? The great pirate, Captain Buggy the Clown. The prisoner was very talented in attracting the attention of the viewers there. Buggy turned his head sideways and replied to the camera, "It's me. I'm the legendary pirate. This matter should be kept secret." As he spoke, 2 streams of snot flowed from Buggy's nostrils. Hey! The voice of a prisoner appeared on the screen, saying, "Captain Buggy, the nose is bleeding." As luck would have it, the prisoner also appeared in the camera, crossing his hands and shouting, "Pause, pause." This scene made all the people watching the world's authoritative live broadcast confused. Is the Navy playing with snakes? It's like in the future, such an outrageous thing appeared in the news broadcast. Jean Guo on the execution platform clenched his fists and exploded with anger. He turned around and shouted, "What is this? Cut off this ridiculous influence for me. Otherwise, the operation can't go on." The Marine reported, "Then, there is a video Den Den Mushi that was snatched away by the prisoners in the city." "What did you say?" Jean Guo felt that he was going to be anemic and his mind was confused. At this time, Lin Hai, who was running, naturally noticed the behavior of Buggy and others. What was incomprehensible was that Buggy and others actually came to shoot the second segment. The ridiculous second and third segments. Plop, Lin Hai's brain short-circuited and he fell down directly. That group of people was really genius. Well done. On the only screen that was lit up with the world live broadcast, a scene that shocked the people of the world was staged. 3,2,1, action. Isn't the person standing there Roger's legendary crew member and the sworn brother of the 4 emperors red hair, the great pirate clown Captain Buggy? Me? I am Buggy, the legendary. Lin Hai, the sleep god who just split the sky with Hawkeye my hawk, is also your brother, right? Captain Buggy. Me? I am Buggy, the legendary. Every time, Buggy doesn't need to perform, he just turns around and shows a decent smile, just like doing an outrageous interview. And this scene directly made Sengoku so angry that he was about to ascend to heaven. However, there is still a way. Sengoku directly ordered Aokiji to take action and freeze Buggy and others with the Ice Age to freeze everyone in Den Den Mushi. At this time, the broadcast image was also cut off, and the encirclement wall in Crescent Bay would also rise, but because the ice surface was too thick, it could not rise for a while. Lin Hai, who was running with everyone, was also a little anxious. For an individual, these encirclement walls can't trap Lin Hai, but the people of the Whitebeard pirates can't get over it. Whitebeard also vaguely sensed something about the Navy's conspiracy, and he also took action. Whitebeard took a run up and jumped directly off the ship. Whitebeard stood up, and a stream of air passed by him, making the Navy feel scared. Warring States, who was watching the battle, turned around anxiously and asked, "Is it not ready yet?" The Navy reported, "I'm very sorry, the ice is much thicker than expected." A Marine muttered, "If the encirclement wall is late, it will be bad. I'll buy time." A giant vice admiral stood up, holding a sword dozens of meters long, and jumped directly into the square. "Don't even think about getting on the square, Whitebeard pirates." Navy Vice Admiral, Xiao Jianti swung a sword and directly lifted a group of pirates away. Seeing him holding the knife with both hands and slashing towards him, Whitebeard blocked it with one hand, ding. The collision of forces was somewhat incredible. The giant's full-strength slash was easily blocked by Whitebeard with one hand. "Hey, you're in the way." Whitebeard used the top-level armament haki, and a stream of energy came out of Whitebeard's body and went towards the giant above. The giant holding the knife was directly pushed away and almost unstable. At this time, Whitebeard was not thinking about the giant in front of him, but about breaking the moves of warring states. Whitebeard half crouched, his hands clawed at the space in front of him, and each knuckle seemed to be connected to a certain place. Ha! Whitebeard opened his eyes angrily, and while pulling his hands down long, he also wrapped the domineering haki in it, and an incredible scene appeared. The Navy giant Vice Admiral in front of Whitebeard lost his balance. Not only that, the entire Marineford tilted, and the nearby sea also tilted. The scene that shocked everyone appeared. Chapter 336, Sengoku's Ultimate Move. Boom boom. Because Whitebeard used this move, Marineford tilted, causing a huge noise, like an earthquake. The tilt of the ground caused all the Navy's formations to be in chaos. Luffy, who was still running, was directly pulled by Lin Hai. Luffy said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing?" Lin Hai said, "Stop first and look around." Luffy looked around and couldn't help but sweat. This was more terrifying than the sky cracking. I saw the sea near Marineford as if being cut. A part of the huge sea was separated and tilted to the right at 45 degrees, and a part of the huge sea tilted to the left at 45 degrees, intersecting each other to form a world wonder. Lin Hai exclaimed, "It's ruining my worldview. This is too exaggerated, right? I wouldn't dare to act like this in my dreams, right?" Luffy muttered with some doubt about his life, "Big sea." Ivankov was also shocked and said, "Not only the sea, but the entire island is tilted. Is this the ability of the strongest man in the world?" Because of the aftermath of the vibration, many buildings in Marineford were directly cracked, and the ice surface in the inner bay also broke. Doflamingo, standing in one place, looked at the sea around him. Some of them stood up like walls. He couldn't help but immerse himself in this atmosphere. Madness, destruction, wailing, devastation. Doflamingo spread his hands excitedly, looked up at the sky and laughed wildly, "What a messy old man, ha 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 ha." After the vibration stopped, Vice Admiral Joe Gent half crouched and took a breath for a while and said, "What a terrifying power, but in the name of the absolute justice of the Navy, I will never let you pass here, Whitebeard." As he said, the giant Vice Admiral picked up his sword and attacked Whitebeard again. Whitebeard didn't take him seriously at all. Since this guy was determined to die, Whitebeard didn't mind sending him off. Whitebeard jumped up and punched the giant in front of him. The atmosphere in front of the giant was like a broken mirror. A powerful force penetrated from the body of the giant Vice Admiral and hit the execution platform directly. Boom! The execution platform collapsed around it, but it was safe and sound. The smoke and dust dispersed, and under the execution platform, stood the three admirals of the Navy, who blocked Whitebeard's attack. At this time, the Navy activated the maximum power of the device, and the encirclement wall unfolded. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the ice, took a bite of a chicken leg and said, "Everyone, this is interesting. We are caught in a trap." Jinbei's eyes bulged, "Then you should think of a way quickly. Is it time to eat now? And you, Luffy?" Luffy ignored Jinbei, but said to Lin Hai dissatisfiedly, "You are too despicable. There are so many delicious foods, but you actually hid them." Ivankov asked in confusion, "What are you two doing? Aren't you going to save Ace?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'm just thinking of a way." Facing this encirclement wall that is dozens of meters high, Lin Hai has no choice. The army can't go in, and if only a few people go in, what's the use, right? Jinbei knew this, but he still looked at Whitebeard in silence, waiting for Whitebeard's decision. At this time, the encirclement walls had been activated, and heavy artillery appeared on the top of the encirclement walls, aiming at the bottom. Whitebeard saw that the situation was not good, so he charged a punch, but only left a shallow mark on the encirclement wall. At this time, Lin Hai stood up, patted his pants, threw away his cloak, and said, "You step back, step back, step back." Everyone was speechless again. Crackle! Blue arcs appeared on Lin Hai's body, and a thunder blade condensed in Lin Hai's hand, one sword flow, thunder cut. Thunder flash! Boom! A huge thunder sounded over Crescent Bay, and the thunder blade in Lin Hai's hand chopped at the heavy artillery around in a circular manner, directly destroying most of those heavy artillery. What is that? Lava is rushing up to the sky. What is this doing? Everyone still didn't understand what was going on, so Lin Hai had to explain, "There will be a burst of volcanic rain coming down soon. Fire, volcanic rain. Like before. Jinbei frowned and asked, this should be Akainu's doing, right? Lin Hai said, now is not the time to be afraid and pursue answers, warriors, follow me to Ounce. Luffy also cheered, yes, rush there. Ivankov exclaimed, it's obviously a trap there, right? How could the enemy leave such an obvious gap for us? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Hai shouted, follow me if you don't want to die, Ace, pay back the money. Everyone almost stumbled and fell. He. Because with Lin Hai by his side, Luffy felt that he seemed to have become much more relaxed, and also smiled, Ace, pay back the money. Jinbei complained, you two are really optimistic, and you are still joking now. Although everyone was rushing to the gap, the magma fired by Akainu in the sky had accelerated and fell into the surrounded Crescent Bay. The volcanic fists were like raindrops. For a while, there were wailing sounds in Crescent Bay, like purgatory. The hard encirclement wall trapped the Whitebeard pirates inside, and the falling magma would melt the ice surface, making the pirates lose their foothold. After a long time, the result of waiting is to be cooked by the boiling sea water. The navy is ready to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates here in one fell swoop. Even if it cannot be annihilated, it can also reduce more than half of the Whitebeard pirates' forces. This is what Sengoku planned at the beginning, slowly wearing out the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, who was standing at one place, watched all this silently. He was thinking about how to reverse the current situation and resolve the ultimate move of Zhanguo. Chapter 337 Lin Hai vs Flying Squirrel. Hey, that's very dangerous, everyone disperse quickly. Ivankov looked at the huge fist-shaped volcano in the sky falling towards this side and reminded them quickly. Lin Hai drew out his saber and said speechlessly, why disperse? This move is really cruel. Clang. The volcano that hit Lin Hai was directly split by Lin Hai's sword, and at this time, everyone felt a vibration from the ice surface. That was little Ounce Jr. He was not dead, but ready to fight again. At this time, Lin Hai turned around and looked under the sea. Luffy asked, what's wrong? What happened? Lin Hai smiled and said, we'll wait here. There will be something interesting to watch soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard shouted, Ounce, you just wait there, Jaws, prepare to use your trump card. Jaws replied, understood. Boom. Suddenly, a huge ship with an outer wheel jumped out from the sea, and the people swimming on the sea grabbed them one by one and fled to the ship. At this time, after the distance was enough, little Ounce directly hugged the ship that came and sent it into the inner bay. Whoa! The huge force caused the navy in the inner bay to be blown away one after another. Woohoo! Ace! Navy headquarters, wake up! The pirates on the ship were excited and finally entered the inner bay square. After observing for a while, Garp said, we've been tricked. The 1,000-mile embankment was destroyed by the ants. We were cleverly calculated by the enemy. The encirclement wall may hinder us. Zhanguo was speechless. He didn't expect that Whitebeard still had a foreign ship hidden under the sea. Dad, seeing Whitebeard on the ship, Ace shouted excitedly. Whitebeard replied, your head is still there, Ace. Success. Little Ounce held his last breath and said, this way we can save Ace. Bang bang bang, all the cannons fired at Ounce. Lin Hai, who jumped off the ship, couldn't help but look black. This group of navy, from Zhanguo to the vice admiral, was simply a group of rumor bosses. They fooled those young people who wanted to protect their homes into willingly working for the Celestial Dragons. Protecting the rule of the Celestial Dragons in the name of absolute justice? To put it bluntly, this war will only cause a more chaotic sea, right? It's really funny. Now that the ship was brought in by Ounce, are they going to attack Ounce to vent their anger? At this time, Ounce finally couldn't hold on any longer. Before he fell, he didn't forget to say, we must rescue Ace. Boom. Looking at the fallen Ounce, Whitebeard quickly adjusted his mentality, looked at the execution platform, and then jumped off the bow. Looking at the densely packed navy, Whitebeard said, all retreat, sons. As he said that, Whitebeard held Kusukamokuri with both hands and made a slashing gesture. A circular white transparent energy was seen coming out of Kusukamokuri's scimitar. Ah! With a loud shout, Whitebeard slashed forward and threw the white energy forward. The plain atmosphere in front of Whitebeard was broken like a mirror, and the energy spread rapidly in all directions. Boom! The navy in front of Whitebeard was like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, all blown high into the sky by the violent energy. After one move, Whitebeard's face turned black and his body felt a pain. He had to admit that he was old due to his old injuries and his age. At this time, the captains jumped in front of Whitebeard and let him rest for a while. "Little guys!" Whitebeard raised his fist and shouted, "Save Ace and destroy the navy!" "Woo-oh!" Everyone echoed, of course, except for a certain rebellious guy. Who else could that guy be but Lin Hai? Lin Hai's goal was only to save Ace, but he didn't plan to destroy the navy. Those marines were much cuter than those vice-admirals. Facing the pirates with great momentum, Sengoku said on the execution platform, "Garp, now we have no choice but to get serious." Garp couldn't help but shed tears. He broke out in a cold sweat. If Garp took action to resist the pirates, it would indirectly send his grandson to death. If he didn't help, it would go against his original intention of joining the navy. It's neither right nor left. Garp, with a dark face, couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Ace and the damn world government, who had to make things so difficult for him. Whitebeard in the square looked at Sengoku and Garp, and he couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. The strength of those two old guys. Elsewhere, Lin Hai, who was observing the surroundings, was planning to cut in from that aspect later and rescue Ace without anyone noticing, when Luffy actually ran out alone. Lin Hai, who discovered this, couldn't help but slap his forehead. To be honest, in the anime, Oda was obviously talking nonsense. With Luffy's current ability, any vice-admiral would be enough for him. Really, Lin Hai complained for a while, but still drew his sword to help him, because Luffy was targeted by Vice-Admiral Flying Squirrel. Ding! The Flying Squirrel slashed at Luffy's abdomen quickly and fiercely, and Lin Hai instantly appeared in front of Luffy and blocked the Flying Squirrel's knife. Sleeping God Lin Hai! The Flying Squirrel stared at Lin Hai with his eyebrows twitching. Luffy said in surprise, "Lin Hai, you came to save me, thank you." "Damn!" Lin Hai said with a dark face, "Stinky rubber, why don't you act with those captains and stop acting alone?" Seeing that Lin Hai ignored him, Flying Squirrel put away his knife and slashed at Lin Hai from the side, saying, "You too, Flying Squirrel, will never let you pass here on the name of Vice Admiral of the Navy." Ding! Lin Hai blocked Flying Squirrel's side slash and replied with dangerous eyes, "Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, you look good, but if you have to pretend in front of me, you will die, do you believe it?" Flying Squirrel said with a gloomy face, "How dare you underestimate the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters?" Shave, Moon Step. Flying Squirrel used the Moon Step, one of the 6 styles, to jump into the air with a few assists, and then accumulated power, ready to chop down at Lin Hai. Lin Hai didn't look at the Flying Squirrel in the sky, but muttered unhappily, "Armament haki hardened, one sword style. Gamblers must die." The Flying Squirrel in the air narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, "Is this Ryasakura? The high-level use of armament haki?" Clang! The slash came faster and more fiercely, and the Flying Squirrel quickly used his sword to use his own haki to withstand the slash. What a violent slash! The Flying Squirrel, who had been immersed in kendo for many years, quickly led the slash to the sky, then jumped in front of Lin Hai and confronted Lin Hai. To be honest, the Flying Squirrel really didn't think he could defeat the guy in front of him. This made the Flying Squirrel almost explode, secretly hating this group of arrogant pirates. Damn it! Chapter 338 The Secret of Space. Escape. Swish! When Lin Hai and Flying Squirrel were confronting each other, a lieutenant general wearing a Dalmatian hat used a razor and instantly appeared behind Lin Hai. He stretched out an index finger and poked Lin Hai, finger grab. Lin Hai's body turned left in a weird way to avoid, and at the same time, his right hand grabbed the wrist that was poked from behind from bottom to top and pulled it forward. At this time, the lieutenant general did not expect Lin Hai's speed to be so fast. Due to inertia, his body leaned forward. But this was not the end. While Lin Hai continued to turn left, he raised his left foot and kicked the lieutenant general's waist directly with his heel, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. The lieutenant general, who reacted quickly, used his 6 special moves: iron block, steel, boom boom. Failed to sneak attack, but was kicked instead. Watching the lieutenant general fall into the pit, Flying Squirrel's face turned black. Is this guy in front of him so skilled? Despite this, the Flying Squirrel still determined his eyes, holding the knife with both hands. Today I will bet on the absolute justice of the Navy. Damn, what a disgusting person. Anyway, Lin Hai was a little irritable when he heard this name. Without waiting for the flying squirrel to finish, Lin Hai disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in front of the flying squirrel, holding Gao Feng in both hands and slashing at the flying squirrel. One knife flow, sweep. The flying squirrel quickly raised the knife to block, but what the flying squirrel didn't expect was that the force of this chop was too great, right? Boom boom. This move was not based on sharpness, but on brute force, directly sweeping the flying squirrel out, and the flying squirrel and the knife were directly smashed into the pit. Lin Hai shook the Gao Feng in his hand and muttered, "Actually, I am also a strongman." Having said that, after a few moves with these vice-admirals, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little loss of physical strength. It was really tiring to fight with masters. Lin Hai quickly turned sideways, and a hot golden light passed by Lin Hai. I didn't expect that Huang Yuan didn't look for others, but actually stared at me. Lin Hai secretly cried out, "Oh sleeping god Lin Hai, I didn't expect you to defeat 2 lieutenant generals so quickly, so scary." Lin Hai's face turned black, how to get rid of it? Seeing that Lin Hai didn't answer him, Huang Yuan complained, "If I didn't catch you guys, the celestial dragons would be annoying every day." As he said that, Huang Yuan raised a finger, and a dazzling golden light burst out. "Wait." Lin Hai wiped his hair with both hands and said, "It's you who forced me to use my ultimate move." "Oh." Kizaru looked at Lin Hai curiously. "Ultimate move?" Kizaru still didn't dare to underestimate Lin Hai. After all, although this guy was young, his strength was still unknown. At this time, Lin Hai said pretentiously, "The secret of space, escape into the air." To put it bluntly, Lin Hai just jumped into the space backpack, pretending to use a big move, but others didn't know. Lin Hai decided that as long as Kizaru didn't leave, he, Lin Hai, wouldn't come out. "Hey!" Kizaru looked around, damn it, couldn't even find the breath? How strange, where are the people? Kizaru scratched his head speechlessly, and couldn't help but complain, "Escape? So scary." In another place, after Whitebeard performed a move, he slowed down for a while and started to move. He said as he walked, "Don't enter my attack range." As he said, Whitebeard began to use his tremor fruit ability, and a round white transparent energy appeared again at the curved blade of Kusukami. This move has great destructive power, and the Navy will naturally not let Whitebeard continue to destroy like this. There's really no way. Aokiji jumped up in one place, ice ball. A fast and cold energy went towards Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was instantly wrapped in an ice ball and frozen. Crack! The transparent ice ball made a cracking sound. No matter Whitebeard's domineering or the ability of the tremor fruit, Aokiji could not trap him with this move. Seeing the ice ball shatter, Aokiji jumped up again, ice. Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard held Kurogiri and stabbed it directly into Aokiji's chest. However, no blood flowed from Aokiji's chest, but a pile of white snow surrounded Kurogiri in the form of a vortex. Aokiji stared at Whitebeard and pressed his hands on Whitebeard's weapon. Suddenly, a stream of white ice spread along the weapon to Whitebeard. After fixing Whitebeard's hand holding the weapon, Aokiji waved his hands, and 4 sharp spears made of ice appeared in front of Whitebeard. Just as he was about to stab the 4 spears at Whitebeard, a light flashed on the side of Aokiji. Aokiji reacted, but it was too late. The captain of the 3rd Division, Jaws, who had been protecting Whitebeard, attacked, flashing impact. Aokiji was smashed into a pile of broken ice blocks by this rude and unreasonable collision, and some of the broken ice blocks continued to emit cold air. Jaws stared at the pile of broken ice blocks that slowly formed into an ice-shaped Aokiji, and said, "Dad, you go first." Aokiji, who had turned from an ice block back into its original form, looked at Jaws with a serious look, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. For a while, Aokiji and Jaws confronted each other. Whitebeard continued to move forward, and seeing the dense navy in front of him, he once again performed the devastating move, but when he was throwing the condensed white energy forward, Kusakumakai was stepped on by Akainu, who rushed over. Boom boom! The 2 huge forces collided, causing a huge explosion nearby. Akainu stared at Whitebeard with a fierce face and said, "If you continue to destroy it like this island will not be able to hold on." Gulala Whitebeard replied with a dangerous smile, "Then you have to guard it well." The tone was full of sarcasm. "If you were afraid of being destroyed, why didn't you mess with the Whitebeard pirates in the first place?" Jinbei, who was with Luffy on the side, noticed this situation and said, "This is up to you." Luffy asked, what are you going to do? Jinbei stared at Akainu with a serious face and replied, I have decided to die here. At this time, Akainu and Whitebeard wrestled for a while, and the two separated and competed again. Akainu stretched one hand behind him, used the magma fruit ability, accumulated power for a while, and hit Whitebeard, big fire. A huge fist-shaped molten lava went towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard also stretched his fist backwards, accumulating energy for a while, and when he saw the magma approaching, he punched in front, crack. Instantly, a red energy and a white transparent energy competed with each other, back and forth. Boom! Because the force was too great, the energy in the center of the collision continued to overflow, causing a huge explosion around the two. At this time, in a place where Boa Hancock was guarding, the navy and pirates appeared. She was so willful that she kicked them into stones no matter who they were. Lin Hai hurriedly came out of the space backpack and couldn't help complaining, Hancock, you are slacking off, you are too messy. Hey! Boa Hancock immediately said with red hearts in her eyes, Dear, why are you here, I miss you so much. Lin Hai hurriedly said, Be restrained, remember, slacking off, after the war is over, we will go to Daughter Island to make people. Make people? Boa Hancock almost lost her balance when Lin Hai teased her. After all, this was a battlefield, and there were navy soldiers nearby. Lin Hai didn't dare to get too close to Boa Hancock, or he would hurt her. So, when no vice admiral or admiral was paying attention to this place, Lin Hai secretly knocked out a navy soldier, and then took off his coat. The good show was about to begin. Chapter 339, Swords Shake Mountains and Rivers. Dog Bites Red Lotus. Akainu used his signature skill, and a huge dog-shaped magma attacked Whitebeard like a living creature. Facing this attack, Whitebeard used his Kusakome Kiri to throw the magma, which was like a living creature, directly to the edge of the town. Boom boom! Seeing the town being destroyed again, Akainu said angrily, You destroyed the town one after another. Whitebeard smiled playfully, I told you to guard it well. At this time, Zhang Guo on the execution platform began to play with people's hearts and Whitebeard's mentality. He said, Hurry up and execute Ace. Whitebeard naturally heard Zhang Guo's words, which made him a little impatient. It was not false information to execute Ace in advance. Get out of my way, Magma Kid. Whitebeard held the knife with both hands and chopped at Akainu, but Akainu used his magma as a shield. Although Akainu was chopped away, Whitebeard's previous consumption, coupled with his anxious mentality, broke out at this time. Suddenly, Whitebeard covered his chest with one hand and half squatted on the ground. Seeing this scene at this time, Akainu knew that the opportunity had come. Time is not forgiving, Whitebeard. Akainu turned into an element with one hand, and said in a very taunting tone, Let me guide you to the underworld. As he spoke, Akainu jumped up and hit Whitebeard's chest with his molten fist. Boom! A stream of fiery red magma exploded in front of Whitebeard. Dad! Marco, who was confronting Kizaru, panicked and left Kizaru behind and ran directly to Whitebeard, exposing his back to Kizaru. For such a good opportunity, Kizaru would not be polite. He shot out several rays of light from his index finger and penetrated Marco. Seeing that Marco's hands turned into blue flames, Kizaru said, Hey, it's your turn. A vice admiral jumped in front of Marco, and his long hair behind him turned into multiple hands, grabbing Marco's joints, taking out the sea stone tied to the stick, and roasting Marco's hands. Kizaru shot several rays at Marco again. Marco, who was unable to use his ability, was seriously injured instantly. Jaws, who was nearby, noticed that Marco was seriously injured, and instinctively turned his head and exclaimed. At this moment of distraction, Aokiji activated his ability and froze Jaws directly. Elsewhere, Lin Hai, who was taking off a navy jacket, also heard the shouts of the crowd. Lin Hai looked over and saw that Whitebeard was hit hard. What was infuriating was that after Akainu succeeded in one blow, he immediately retreated from the battlefield to prevent Whitebeard from counterattacking. And Sengoku on the execution platform ordered, Don't dawdle, rush up together to take down Whitebeard's head. Lin Hai stretched out one hand in front of him and complained, Do you think I want to come over? As he said that, Lin Hai put his left hand on his right hand and pulled it to the left. In an instant, a thunder blade gathered. Lin Hai looked up and muttered, Oh my god, I can't do anything. They forced me to do it. As he said that, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, one knife flow. Thunderstorm, net. Swords shake the mountains and rivers. With a loud shout, a world-shaking spectacle appeared in front of everyone. Clang! Suddenly, an extreme horizontal light flashed in front of Lin Hai, and then this extremely long light burst out an arc like a huge mirror shattered, and dense net like lightning wrapped the navy in front. Those navy flew into a spider web like a group of butterflies. Ah! Suddenly, they were all electrocuted. Seeing this scene, Zhang Guo couldn't help but jump. Asshole! Dog bites red lotus. Akainu didn't expect someone to ruin his good deeds. He was angry and used his special skill again, punching Lin Hai. Due to the distance, the molten lava was too big, and the impact was also very strong. The range of Lin Hai's space net was not that large, so Lin Hai took out his sword. He, who was disgusted with Akainu, took it head-on. Armament color hardened, one sword flow, one sword cuts mountains and rivers. Clang! Lin Hai opened his eyes and used all his strength to strike from top to bottom, directly splitting the molten lava. The sword wave did not decrease and went straight to Akainu. But this kind of swing, there is no way to deal with Akainu. And now, it is not the time to fight with the Admiral. Lin Hai turned his head to look at Whitebeard and said, "How terrible, I'll dodge first." Whitebeard was a little confused. Why did he leave just like that? Asshole! Whitebeard didn't know how to comment, so he just laughed and said, "Gulala, guys, don't come here, I'm Whitebeard." Zhang Guo said, "It's useless, firing squad, prepare for execution." Lin Hai, who had left the place of trouble, noticed that the execution was about to begin. When he was about to take action, he suddenly found that Crocodile had run under the execution platform. Lin Hai understood that he didn't need to take action himself. Even if Lin Hai wanted to take action, it was useless because Lin Hai was being targeted again. A golden light bombarded from above. It turned out that Kizaru used his light speed kick. After all, if he didn't keep an eye on Lin Hai, the little guy, when would he cause trouble for himself again? Facing Kizaru's kick, Lin Hai was not stupid enough to confront him head-on, so, like last time, Lin Hai retreated into the space backpack. Kizaru, who had kicked the lonely Kizaru, saw that Lin Hai's breath was lost again. He couldn't help but frown and whispered, "Sleeping god Lin Hai. What a headache, where did he go again?" Although he said so, Kizaru, like everyone else, instinctively looked at the execution platform. Execution! With a command from Sengoku, the executioner raised the knife in his hand and prepared to chop it down. Ace! Everyone was anxious, and Whitebeard spit out blood again because of excitement. Because the distance was too far, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 340 50-50. Puff! Just when everyone thought Ace was going to stop here, two sand cuts cut upward from the bottom of the execution platform, and the two executioners were cut off the execution platform. Who is it? Sengoku looked down. In the center of the square below the execution platform, who else could that figure be if not Crocodile? At this time, he was different from before. In the past, in Crocodile's mind, Whitebeard was the goal he pursued throughout his life, but when he was in Crescent Bay, Crocodile was taught by Whitebeard that there is no strongest person in this world that will never change. Crocodile was reminded by Whitebeard in his heart, and he found that he had been avoiding a reality. Crocodile never had the courage to embark on the path of becoming the strongest. Whether it was becoming a 7 warlords of the sea on the pirate road, or obtaining Pluto in Alabasta, it was just an excuse to deceive himself. Crocodile, who realized this, is in a very bad mood now. Not only did he waste so much time and years in the past, but now Whitebeard seems to be unable to escape death in this war, and he, Crocodile, owes others a huge favor, and the detours he took in the past have caused irrelevant harm to others. At this time, Crocodile, who has a direction in his heart, his state of mind is different, and his style is no longer vulgar. He is on the road of equality for all beings, like those masters, whoever comes is 50-50. Crack, crack. At this time, the navy found Crocodile in the field, and everyone pointed their guns at Crocodile. Humph! Crocodile, holding a cigar, snorted at the navy around him. This made Sengoku on the execution platform bloodshot, and Sengoku couldn't help saying, "You bastard, Crocodile! I thought you, who have a feud with Whitebeard, are a favorable factor for us." Crocodile, with a dark face, looked up at Sengoku dangerously and retorted, "That dying old man, I will personally take his head off later. But before that, I don't want to see you happy. Suddenly, a silk thread slashed at Crocodile's throat, and Crocodile's head flew up, but sand kept coming out of his throat. At this time, a gangster dressed very slutty walked out from behind Crocodile. He put his hands in his pockets, wore black leather shoes, showing half of his leg hair, and wore a pink feather coat on his back, showing off his abdominal muscles. He walked with a figure-8 step and complained, "Hey, crocodile bastard, you dumped me and want to join forces with Whitebeard? It's really jealous, he he he. Who else could this person be if not Doflamingo?" Sand kept gathering in Crocodile's throat and returned to its normal form. Crocodile glanced at the back and replied expressionlessly, "I won't join forces with anyone." Doflamingo spread his hand downward and asked, "Then you still ignore me, right?" Crocodile, "That's about right." Doflamingo stared at Crocodile with a dark face. If Crocodile joined his camp, with Crocodile's genius management, Doflamingo's goal would be one step closer. But no matter how Doflamingo invited, Crocodile just refused to join, which made Doflamingo feel very embarrassed and very angry. For a while, the two were silent. Boom! Suddenly, Crocodile stabbed Doflamingo with the golden hook in his hand, and Doflamingo raised his foot to the cylinder under the golden hook, and a force exploded from the collision between the two. In another place, because the executioner was sent away by Crocodile, Sengoku could only order the marines to call other executioners over again. After giving the order, Sengoku ordered, "Whitebeard has been seriously injured, let's get rid of him first." Woohoo! The vice-admirals who were just there complained. Lin Hai, who was in the space backpack, dressed up and put on a navy uniform and came out of the space backpack. As soon as he appeared, a knife chopped down on the back of his head. Damn! Lin Hai turned around and blocked it with his arm. Seeing the person who chopped him, Lin Hai quickly took off the black mask that blocked one eye and complained, "Asshole, it's me, the sleep god Lin Hai." The pirate looked at Lin Hai blankly and muttered, "The sleep god has no beard, right?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "Get out of here quickly, be careful, I'll beat you up." Just after he finished talking to the pirate in front of him, Lin Hai saw Marco lying on the ground in the distance. Lin Hai was too lazy to complain, "Space field. Thank you." Marco rubbed his wrist, glanced at Lin Hai and hurried to Whitebeard. Seeing this, Lin Hai also started to move. In another place, Luffy, Ivankov and others kept moving forward, but there were only garrisoned navy officers in front of them, which made them very tired. 1,2,1,2. After kicking several navy officers away, Mr. 2 gasped and complained, "Little Straw Hat, these navy officers are so powerful." Luffy also felt very tired, but he did not answer, but used actions to illustrate that he was moving forward. Guess, machine gun. Shave. Who would have thought that these marines in front of them would actually use the 6 styles directly? Death wink. Boom. At this time, the executioner on the execution platform was ready again. Zhang Guo looked at Whitebeard and said, "If you want to know the future, I will let you know now, Whitebeard. Do it." The 2 knives on Ace's head were raised high again. Chapter 341 Whitebeard's approval. Ace. Seeing the knife on Ace's head about to fall, Luffy's attention became very focused, and an inexplicable energy seemed to burst out of his body to stop that scene from happening. In another place, Lin Hai was ready to use the Thunder Fruit ability to shoot 2 thunderbolts directly, but suddenly found that the airflow under the execution platform had changed. Lin Hai looked at Luffy. At this time, a puff of gunpowder smoke under the execution platform was originally blowing from above, but suddenly it was forced to blow to the right at a very fast speed. Luffy closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Stop it!" Instantly, a domineering aura swept across the battlefield, and the vigorous energy rushed from Luffy to the execution platform. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sweat. This domineering aura came too suddenly, and it seemed a little different. Plop, plop. The noisy battlefield became quiet for a moment. Whether it was the marines or the pirates, they were all pressed by the soul, and their eyes turned white and fell down. However, some people were still half squatting and panting there. "This is... Hey, Aokiji said with cold sweat, "Is it true? The son of Dragon, the grandson of Garp, this kind of bloodline plus the super rookie pirate captain with a bounty of 300 million, Aokiji understood that this guy was really dangerous. Akainu on the side suddenly narrowed his eyes and muttered, it seems that he did it unconsciously. This guy must be eliminated as well. Kizaru also muttered, it's really surprising, he really hides a terrible power. Hawkeye glanced at the side, it seems that Red Hair's vision is very accurate. And in the ace on the execution platform was also shocked. This level of Conqueror's haki plus his understanding of Luffy seemed to shock Ace. In the past, Luffy said he wanted to be the Pirate King, but he didn't take it seriously, but now it seems that Luffy really has this qualification. Garp, who was sitting in Akainu's position below the execution platform, also muttered, is it really innate? On the battlefield, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates looked at his fallen companions and said in shock, the same Conqueror's haki as Dad and Red Hair. Marco asked uncertainly, did that guy do it? Whitebeard was also surprised for a while. If he guessed correctly, Luffy first broke into the world's largest underwater prison, escaped unprecedentedly, and then participated in this war. The extremely weak strength, but he has persisted until now like a warrior. It is undeniable that this Straw Hat Boy Luffy has created many impossible things, and now he has shown the qualifications of a king. At this time, Luffy didn't care what ability he showed. It's not like he had never done it before. He came here for only one purpose, that is, to rescue Ace. And watching Luffy continue to run, Ivankov beside him asked in surprise, Straw Hat Boy, how did you master that kind of power? Luffy turned around and replied, I'm not sure. Ivankov complained speechlessly. A vice admiral in front of Luffy saw Luffy and his group rushing towards here, and he provoked them, the cowardly guy retreats, don't think he is just an ordinary newcomer. With the domineering haki, it is natural for the son of the Ge Ming family, Drago, to have such qualifications. Vice Admiral Doberman. Doberman continued, stop the Straw Hat Boy for me, don't let him survive this war, if he survives, he will become a powerful enemy sooner or later. We must kill the Straw Hat Boy and bet on the justice of the Navy. Woo-oh! A group of Marines rushed up with blood boiling. Ka! Boom boom! Whitebeard on the side punched in the air, and a violent force blew away all the Marines in front of Luffy. Luffy, Ivankov, and others who were running couldn't help but stop, and were almost stunned by this sudden attack. Following the source of the attack, a burly figure stood in the field in everyone's sight. Gulala Whitebeard seemed to have seen the future, and sneered, a bunch of weaklings in the Navy, are you going to use all your forces to deal with a spearhead kid? Aren't you going to take my head? As he said that, Whitebeard, holding Kuroganakiri, punched to the side again, and once again rolled up a huge cloud of dust and vibration. At this time, Lin Hai, who secretly changed his equipment, glared at Whitebeard fiercely. This bastard punched him, and he was also affected. Lin Hai, who quickly held down his beard and hat, said that he would endure it. But he took advantage of this attack to move one step closer to the execution platform. At this time, an instructor said, deal with Whitebeard first. Although he is a monster, he is also so seriously injured. We must defeat him no matter what. A few drops of blood dripped from Whitebeard's belly, but there was no pain or dejection on his face. Instead, he said provocatively, you have guts. The captains behind Whitebeard echoed, let's go support Dad. Woo-oh! Everyone echoed. Lin Hai, who was blown away in the air, couldn't help but complain, Brother Xiao Ma, and Whitebeard, have you bastards forgotten something? That's not what you said at the beginning. Akainu, who was standing in one place, saw all the Marines rushing towards Whitebeard and asked, are you holding on? Kizaru replied, how long can he hold on? A captain behind Whitebeard said, Dad, you are so badly injured, you can't mess around anymore. Little ones. Whitebeard suddenly shouted, from now on, do your best to cover Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Whitebeard naturally had his own considerations for making this strategy. He just searched for a while but couldn't find the bastard. What about the agreed cooperation? Since Lin Hai couldn't be found, Whitebeard first made a strategy and asked the captains to support Luffy. If the main forces of the Navy deal with Whitebeard, then Luffy will rush into the Navy's defense line. If the main forces of the Navy go to defend Luffy and others, then Whitebeard will rush into the defense line. Whatever he does, it is the best strategy. Ace's brother. Dad. Oh. The captains were stunned for a moment after hearing the captain's order, and all followed Whitebeard's order. Only Jinbei stayed behind Whitebeard. When he heard Whitebeard's order, Kizaru pointed his finger and ordered, kill the Straw Hat Boy now. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and the Vice Admiral with the Dalmatian hat took the lead and rushed towards Luffy again. They had agreed to bet on the name of justice, so how could they give up? Chapter 342 The opportunity has come. Ivankov suddenly turned around and reminded, Straw Hat Boy, danger. Flying Squirrel flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, using the sword drawing slash. Ding! A captain of the Whitebeard pirates also appeared in front of Luffy and raised his sword to block it. The Vice Admiral wearing a Dalmatian hat was also blocked by a duo. For a moment, the other captains surrounded Luffy, forming a force that cannot be ignored. Being covered by so many captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Ivankov exclaimed, This is... Luffy asked, what's wrong with these guys? A captain explained, Run Ace's brother, now the Navy's combat power is concentrated on the old man. If you miss this opportunity, you will be killed by the Admiral. That's right. Another captain shouted, Focus on a breakthrough, follow us. One of the captains rushed over and said, We pirates from the New World are here to help you. Ace is right in front of you, go, Straw Hat Boy. Woohoo! I saw a marine in front of the Vice Admiral holding his stomach and walking towards the execution platform. When the Vice Admiral called out, the marine replied with a tangled expression, Your Highness, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I just got hit hard, my stomach hurts so much. Ghost Spider stared at the marine with a dark face. The guy in front of him was dressed in a weird way, like a bandit, with a thick beard and a black eye patch covering one eye. But we are fighting now, and you have a stomachache? Ghost Spider asked, Are you going to be a deserter? This marine was actually Lin Hai. He cursed in his heart that he was discovered by this old man. He should have killed him at the beginning. However, Lin Hai quickly pressed a button that he had prepared in advance, Gyulong Long. A sound of stomach upset sounded, and Ghost Spider's face darkened a little. Lin Hai grasped Ghost Spider's psychology and explained, Your Highness, Vice Admiral, can I go to the bathroom first? I have reached the checkpoint and I can gush out at any time. Gyulong Long. Hearing this sound, Ghost Spider was full of disgust and waved his hand quickly, indicating to get out. Seeing this, Lin Hai was happy in his heart, but he still pretended to be tangled on his face, and hurriedly walked towards the side of the execution platform step by step carefully. At the battlefield, a marine didn't know what to do. After all, several captains of Whitebeard and Straw Hat Luffy were advancing all the way. He turned his head and asked, Vice Admiral, what should we do now? Are we going to stop the Straw Hat boys? Wait. The Vice Admiral pondered for a while and said, The pirates left Whitebeard and are ready to target Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard is defeated, the others will not be a problem. Woohoo! Hey! Whitebeard grinned, Do you think you can defeat me as long as you come together? As he spoke, Whitebeard half-crouched, holding Kusugawa Kiri horizontally, and the curved knife gathered a white transparent energy object that was larger than before. After accumulating power for a while, Whitebeard opened his eyes, Huma. Whitebeard made another dragon-like tail swing, and an invisible force spread out in the form of a vortex with Whitebeard as the center. Boom! Whoa! The newly joined Marines gathered on the battlefield were once again lifted into the air by Whitebeard's tyrannical power. Whitebeard. Does this guy still have such power? How abominable! Don't be afraid, we continue to attack. Seeing the Marines being swept away, the Vice Admirals who gave the order cheered up again. In the field, Whitebeard leaned on Kusugamoki and a few drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. Every time he used this kind of power, his body was very exhausted, but now he can still hold on. Now, Whitebeard is concerned about Luffy's direction. He stared at that place and muttered to himself, Go and try it, kid, you just stopped Ace's execution for me. If you are also the one who inherits DS Will, let me see the future of this era. Luffy, who was running, was spotted by Hawkeye again. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye had not given up stopping Luffy at this time. Clang! A green sword wave slashed directly at Luffy. Ivankov quickly reminded, Get out of the way, Straw Hat Boy. At this time, Mr1 jumped out, and his hands turned into swords to block the attack. Seeing this, Hawkeye jumped lightly, stood in front of Mr1 and asked, Are you Dawes Bones? Mr1 a cold sweat dripped down his head, and he didn't answer. He directly attacked Hawkeye, but Mr. 1 was no match for Hawkeye at all, and was chopped down by a knife. Hawkeye leaped towards Luffy again, ding! Hawkeye's knife hit a metal hook. After one move, the two stood on the ground and stared at each other. Hawkeye, Crocodile. When are you going to sleep, Mr. 1? Crocodile stared at Hawkeye and said, You are too annoying, Straw Hat Boy, get out of here. Hawkeye asked, Why are you hindering me, Crocodile? Crocodile bit his cigar, and said expressionlessly, I'm in a very bad mood now, be careful, Hawkeye. Hawkeye was silent. At this time, at Whitebeard's place, Kizaru stepped on Whitebeard's Kurogiri and taunted, Oh, he's about to go to the execution platform. Whitebeard laughed and said, That's the brave but foolish waste you mentioned. Kizaru retorted, He's still reckless. How can he release Fire Fist Ace? A man like you would actually bet on a little kid. Go to hell, you little kid. Whitebeard shook off Kizaru's foot and picked up Kurogiri to chop at Kizaru. Kizaru transformed into an element at a very fast speed, avoiding Whitebeard's chop, stepped on Whitebeard's weapon again with his foot, and pointed at Whitebeard with his index finger. In an instant, a golden light passed through Whitebeard's body. Kizaru said, You are careless. Whitebeard didn't pay any attention to Kizaru at the moment. The killer is about to come out. While everyone was focusing on Whitebeard and Straw Hat Luffy, Marco, who was in one place, seized the opportunity and immediately transformed into a phoenix and flew into the sky. For a moment, everyone noticed the gorgeous bird in the sky, with blue wings and golden tail feathers. The Marines didn't know what to do for a moment. Before, Admiral Kizaru's ultimate move couldn't do anything to him. What could they do? Warring States on the execution platform said confidently, What are you doing? Shoot him down. Bang bang bang. The bullet had no effect on Marco, who had transformed into a phoenix. Kizaru complained, This is bad. Whitebeard's focus was not here. He was looking for the figure of Lin Hai. Where is he? At this time, Garp on the execution platform was sweating coldly. After struggling for a while, he finally jumped up. And Lin Hai, who was hiding in a place, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Brother Ma, you've worked so hard. Don't get beaten silly. Chapter 343 Mythical Fruit. When Sengoku was about to attack, Garp took the lead and jumped into the air. If he stood by and watched the situation, what would his career in the Navy over the past few decades mean? At this time, Marco, who was flying proudly in the air, suddenly found a figure in front of him. Before he could react, he was knocked to the ground by a punch. Is the power of Garp's punch just exaggerated by the Navy? I saw that Marco, who fell to the ground, recovered from the devil fruit state to the normal form. His expression suddenly became a little depressed. He couldn't help but look up at the figure. It was really speechless. And Garp in the air jumped back to the place where the three admirals sat under the execution platform. Seeing this scene, the pirates all shed cold sweat. Marco's phoenix form was actually punched away. How strong was that fist? Finally he made a move, the hero Monkey D. Garp. The legendary Marine. Vice Admiral Garp made a move. Wow, the strongest guard. Everyone started to murmur. Garp sat where Akainu sat and said, If you want to pass through here, kill me first, you little bastard. Delaying. Before he finished speaking, the sound of handcuffs falling to the floor suddenly rang in everyone's ears, and everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Nanny. Why? Fire Fist Ace was released. What happened? Hey, what's wrong with that Marine? Why is he standing there? The Marines under the execution platform started to murmur again, and Whitebeard, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, were also puzzled. Ace was released. What's the matter? The Navy actually released Ace. Ha ha ha, they must have been scared by our Whitebeard pirates, so they took the initiative to release Ace, right? Now is not the time to talk about this, right? Anyway, Ace is free. Woo-oh. Staring at Whitebeard on the execution platform, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Gulala, you bastard kid, you are quite capable. On the execution platform, Ace was still a little confused looking at the guy in the Navy uniform next to him. He didn't know who he was. Did he save him? Ace looked at the sea stone on the ground and felt a little doubtful about life. Everything was like a dream. At this time, Lin Hai threw away the navy hat on his head, showing his messy chicken coop hair, and then threw the camouflage clothes into the sky, half squatted, spread his hands, and shouted, My 6 billion slaves around the world, are you surprised, not surprised, are you happy? Bucky, who was watching this scene from a distance, had 2 snots hanging from his big, red, round nose. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Lin Hai actually stole his lines? And he stole all the limelight. Before Buggy could get depressed, the prisoners behind him started to get sick again. Sije, Captain Buggy, even a figure like the god of sleep has to use your lines. That's right, our Captain Buggy is not only a legendary crew member, but also the object of imitation for those big men. You are indeed sent by God to save us. Captain Buggy, we will follow you for the rest of our lives. Listening to the prisoners muttering, Buggy sucked back the 2 snots and looked at the prisoners behind him in a daze. It was so strange. Whether it was Buggy and others, or the Navy and pirates present, or the people watching the live broadcast, they were all tempted by Lin Hai and wanted to beat him up. Because Lin Hai's behavior was really too cheap. The Navy was so angry that their teeth itched, and the pirates' eyes twitched. What were those lines? Congratulations to the host for showing off to the whole world and obtaining the primary entanglement of the domineering color domineering. On the execution platform, Ace stared at Lin Hai's profile in a daze. Coupled with the behavior of the man in front of him, he was so shocked that his mouth was shaped like an O, you guy. Lin Hai took out a fragrant chicken leg and stuffed it into Ace's mouth, complaining, the Navy is really something. They don't even let you have a full meal. Are you starving? Look at you, so weak. Before Lin Hai finished complaining, Zhang Guo on their side used his devil fruit to transform into a giant Buddha. One by one, golden circular rays of light spread out to the sky and earth with Zhang Guo as the center. Ace instinctively turned his head to look at the gorgeous golden light and the huge figure. Because of the transformed Zhang Guo, his weight became beyond common sense, and the iron nails fixing the bracket under the execution platform bounced out because they could not bear the pressure. After Zhang Guo completed the animal-type mythical beast form, a dusk drum sound resounded over Marineford, hitting everyone's soul. Zhang Guo looked down at Lin Hai and Ace and said, "Don't even think about escaping from me." Looking at the golden figure like a giant, Ace was sweating for a long time and shouted uncertainly, "Zhang Guo? Giant Buddha?" Whether it was the Navy or the pirates below, they were all shocked when they saw this form of warring states for the first time. Just from that form, it gave people a feeling of being difficult to defeat. It was all golden in appearance. Could it be as indestructible as the legendary Buddhist Vajra body? Space field. I had seen this form of warring states in anime. Although I was surprised at that time, I didn't think it was a big deal. But now I was in the scene, looking at warring states animal-type mythical beast fruit in front of me, Lin Hai felt that his heartbeat became very fast. Hurry up and open an ability field to calm down. At this time, warring states didn't care that he was wrapped in a round transparent object. He was furious now. Obviously, he, warring states, had been guarding here all the time, but Ace was released by a little kid? Warring states said, "Sleeping god Lin Hai, you are also a big sinner who deserves to be sentenced to death. I will punish the 2 of you." As he spoke, Zhang Guo raised his huge fist, emitting a dazzling light. When Ace was about to block, he was directly pulled by Lin Hai. Boom! The iron execution platform was destroyed by Zhang Guo's punch. The execution platform collapsed. What happened? Where are they? Fire! Destroy the execution platform together! Bang bang bang! The Navy below muttered for a while, and directly aimed the cannon at the collapsed execution platform and fired. Zhang Guo in the air turned back to human form, and saw this and jumped away quickly. Chapter 344 Zhang Guo vs Lin Hai. Boom! The collapsed execution platform exploded, and the flames that rose into the sky, anyone had to avoid its edge. Ace, Lin Hai. Could it be? Ace. They won't die just like that, will they? Idiot, look up, they're still alive and well. Yoo-hoo, that's great. When Zhang Guo threw a punch, Lin Hai picked up Ace and fled into the air. As for the big explosion, it had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, Ace in the air kept beating his chest, as if he was about to choke to death. Lin Hai threw a bottle of coke to him and complained, "Are we too conspicuous?" Ace drank the whole bottle of iced coke in one breath and shouted, "It feels like I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time, thank you." Lin Hai turned sideways, and a golden light passed through the corner of Lin Hai's eyes. Seeing this, Ace stood up and said, "It seems more conspicuous here, let's go down." Damn! Lin Hai looked down and complained, "Those guys are pointing their cannons at us. Ace raised his mouth and teased, "Don't be afraid, let your brother protect you now." Lin Hai looked up at the shameless guy in front of him in disbelief. He, Lin Hai, is the eldest brother, right? But Ace didn't give Lin Hai a chance to refute. Ace's hand suddenly burst into fire, and Lin Hai instinctively took out a cigar and lit it. The people below were completely speechless. What's going on now? Ace also complained in his heart. This guy. Lin Hai, get out of the way first. As he said, a lot of flames came out of Ace's arms, flame ring. Instantly, a huge ball of flames wrapped Ace in the form of a vortex, and Ace, who was in the center of the flame channel, threw the elemental flames downward with both hands. For a moment, the navy on the ground saw a huge pillar of fire appear in front of them, but this was not over yet. The flames at the bottom of the pillar of fire gushed out, forming a huge fire that spread all over the sky and spread to the surroundings. Boom! The huge impact force blew away all the nearby navy, and the weapons were also washed away. Two figures appeared in the center of the fire column, one half squatting, and the other holding a mirror to comb his hair. Crack, crack! Those more powerful navy, like dogskin plasters, raised their guns and gun barrels again and aimed at the two people in the center. An instructor shouted, "They are all very strong, everyone be careful." When Ace was about to speak, Lin Hai quickly grabbed Ace's arm and threw him in the direction of Luffy. At this time, Sengoku, who had transformed into a big Buddha again, flew directly from one place to the top of Lin Hai and stretched out a palm towards Lin Hai. Boom! Ace, who was thrown out, was shocked and said, "Lin Hai." A round transparent energy came too fast, and Lin Hai in the energy was directly hit by Sengoku. This kind of attack cannot be defended. Pucci Lin Hai spit out a mouthful of blood. What kind of attack is this? Shock wave? In the shock wave, there is no way to defend, and you can only take this blow. So angry. At this time, Lin Hai didn't know that as long as he was injured, he would start the violent mode. Asshole! Lin Hai raised his eyes and stared at Zhang Guo. The huge body did not make Lin Hai feel any fear. Quickly, Lin Hai's sword appeared in his hand, and he chopped at Zhang Guo at a very fast speed with both hands holding the knife. Stupid! Zhang Guo said, stretched out a palm towards Lin Hai, and a transparent spherical energy object suddenly appeared at the front of his palm, and it collided with Lin Hai's sword. Ka! The front of Lin Hai's blade appeared like a broken mirror, and the front of Zhang Guo was a transparent round energy body, and the two competed with each other. Seeing this scene, the navy was shocked. He took the attack of Marshal Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo stared at Lin Hai calmly and said, "How many times can you take it?" Lin Hai narrowed his eyes. These veteran top masters are indeed different. This slash from Lin Hai is not something that ordinary people can take. Moreover, the man in front of him released a shock wave. Isn't this too much of a cheat? If Lin Hai hadn't used his spatial ability, there is no need to guess the result. He would have been hit by another shock wave. With a strong push, Lin Hai jumped away and moved away, then stared at Zhang Guo with his eyes. A bleak atmosphere spread around the two. Whitebeard, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Now is not the time to fight desperately. He is so young and shouldn't die here again. After thinking for a while, Whitebeard had already made a plan. When he was about to make a move, Lin Hai suddenly made a move, and everyone swallowed their saliva. What everyone didn't expect was that Lin Hai suddenly turned around and ran away, and said fiercely, "Asshole Zhang Guo, you remember it. Sengoku's brain circuit has not yet reacted. Where is the demeanor of a master? Where is the pride of a person?" Hawkeye on the side was speechless. He is familiar with this. Doflamingo, he is also familiar with this. Everyone was confused. Where is the agreed competition? Gulala Whitebeard suddenly laughed. This little guy is flexible and has guts. When Lin Hai jumped to Ace, Ace was the first to complain, "You are too messy." He. Luffy laughed, "Great." Ace turned his head and sprayed, "You too." Lin Hai patted his chest and said, "Too scary, let's run quickly." Kaka. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy, Ace and Lin Hai were surrounded by the navy again. Ace's arms burst into flames and asked, "Can you still fight?" Luffy saw Ace being rescued, and now he felt full of strength, and replied, "Of course, one day I will surpass you too." Ace complained, "I never dreamed that our meeting again would be like this, thank you." Lin Hai complained, "Thank you for nothing, you are too shy. Luffy corrected, it's shy. Lin Hai said with a dark face, how dare you have any objection? He. Luffy replied, no. Damn it! A general raised his gun and shouted, these three dared to look down on our navy, everyone get ready. This is your execution ground. Bang bang bang. The navy shot directly at the three people. However, those bullets had no effect on the three people in the field. In the field, Lin Hai and Ace stood there and shot at them, but all the bullets went to Luffy. Humph. Luffy bounced all the bullets in his body back. Now. A very brave general chopped at Luffy with a knife. Lin Hai rushed over to Luffy's head before Ace and used his body to catch the sword. Because of the early elementalization, the body is no longer a body, but a lightning aggregate. The sword is made of iron and other elements, which is conductive, right? The result is obvious. Even if they are domineering, the generals who chopped at Lin Hai with knives were all electrocuted. Lin Hai couldn't help but complain that the thunder fruit is simply invincible for those guys who are not good enough. Lin Hai jumped to the venue and gave Ace a look that said, I'm awesome, right? Ace, who reacted, exclaimed immediately, didn't you eat the space fruit ability? What's the situation now? Lin Hai showed his white teeth and replied, because I'm the most handsome. Everyone was silent. Chapter 345 Whitebeard's Farewell. Hey. Seeing Lin Hai and Ace's eyes sparking at each other, Luffy half crouched, put one hand on the ground, and complained, you two, I have to say this, is it time to relax now? Second gear. Shave. The three navy men held knives in both hands and stabbed Luffy, but Luffy had already disappeared from the spot and appeared in the air, machine guns are firing randomly. Ace also half crouched, put his hands on his waist, and pointed his index and middle fingers at the navy rushing over, fire gun. Ace's fingertips kept spurting out fire particles, like bullets, heading towards the navy. Go to hell. Ace called out a marine holding a heavy hammer from the back of his head, ready to hit Ace hard. Lin Hai jumped up and kicked the marine in the belly. Seeing the three people cooperate so well, the navy felt Alexander. At this time, Ace said, hurry up, let's get out of here quickly. Lin Hai couldn't help but said, you are talking nonsense. Will the navy treat us to supper? Long. Lin Hai and Ace were stunned, and looked at Luffy at the same time and said, that's enough. He. A captain of the Whitebeard pirates laughed, what a tacit understanding. Make a way out for the three of them. Woohoo! The morale of the Whitebeard pirates soared. When someone is happy, someone is worried. The navy will naturally not let Ace and the other three go. Luffy and Lin Hai are not mentioned. Ace was originally going to be executed by the navy in the name of justice. If Ace is allowed to run away, where will the prestige of their navy be? How can they protect the sea in the future? An instructor shouted, we must not let them escape. Don't be afraid, follow me and execute these three people. Woodle Luffy couldn't help but be speechless. Luffy knew how strong Aokiji was. But when Luffy was about to say something, he was pulled to a place by Lin Hai. At this time, Aokiji stared at the three people and said, you can't even see tomorrow, what do you mean by one day? Don't even think about escaping from here. Admiral Kuzan. A marine didn't expect the admiral to come here. After Aokiji signaled them to retreat, he leaned forward and pointed a finger at Ace. In an instant, Aokiji's hand turned into ice, and the top of the fingers kept emitting cold air, ice. Ace stared at Aokiji's mouth, his body was slightly raised, and fire came out of his body, then he turned to one side, and a pillar of fire on the ground was sucked back by Ace in a curved form. Baoji's mouth. In an instant, Aokiji's arm shot out an ice block, which quickly turned into a huge ice bird and crashed in the direction of Ace. Mirror fire flame. A huge wave of fire appeared below Ace and rushed towards the ice bird, like a wave hitting the coast. When the ice bird collided with the fire, the bird instantly turned into an iceberg several tens of meters high, and the flame also became the same size as the ice. For a moment, ice and fire began to compete. Aokiji didn't care whether Ace survived the war. After all, Ace was also the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. If he was killed, not to mention whether Garp would go berserk, how would Aokiji face Garp, who had been so kind to him, in the future? Besides, the purpose of this war was actually to get rid of Whitebeard. So, Aokiji came here just to make a symbolic move, and the bastard on the other side also winked at Aokiji, which made Aokiji not know what to say. Soon, Aokiji's ice bird was melted by Ace's flame. After one move, Aokiji didn't bother with Ace too much, while Linhai, Ace and others took a detour. If they ran in front of Aokiji, wouldn't they be crazy? Elsewhere, Zhangguo punched the ground and said speechlessly, "It's really a mess. I'm here, but it still turned out like this." Marshal Zhangguo. The marines around him couldn't help but sweat, but they still waited for Zhangguo's order. Zhangguo couldn't join the battlefield casually, he still had to command the navy. And the marines not far from Zhangguo looked at the running Linhai and the other two, and retreated a little. The strength of the three was not something that these marines could resist. Look at Admiral Aokiji's moves, which were melted by his flames in a short time. At this time, a burly man walked out from behind these marines. "Don't panic. Admiral Sakazuki." The marines turned their heads and exclaimed. Akainu stared at Linhai and the others running in the distance and said, "I am here to make up for them and let them escape from here." At this time, Whitebeard, who was in a place, saw that his goal had been achieved, and he suddenly shouted, "Listen carefully, Whitebeard pirates!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the figure standing in everyone's sight. The wind blew through Whitebeard's cloak, and everyone listened quietly. Whitebeard said, "Now I am going to issue the last captain's order." "The last? Wait, Dad, it's too unlucky. No, we don't want to listen to that kind of order. Aren't we going to return to the new world together?" The crew members vaguely guessed what Whitebeard wanted to say, and Ace, who was running, also stopped and looked at the mountain-like back. Whitebeard said, "I want to say goodbye to you here. Everyone must survive and return to the new world safely." As he said that, Whitebeard took a step forward, clenched his left hand towards the right, and made a fisting gesture. At this time, Whitebeard shed 2 tears reluctantly and said, "I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship that can carry me in the new era." Ka. After accumulating strength for a while, Whitebeard punched forward, and with the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, a huge crack appeared in front of Whitebeard. Belang! Boom! "Let's go, little ones!" As Whitebeard fell, the navy in front of him were blown into the air one after another, and the building of the navy headquarters in Marineford began to crack. The past scenes flashed through Whitebeard's mind. It was really a nostalgic past. Even if he was reluctant, Whitebeard had to do it now. Suddenly, Whitebeard stared at the navy in front of him, raised his mouth and smiled. "It's been a long journey. Let's make a break, navy." Chapter 346 Everyone is in a mess. "Don't do this, Dad. This is the captain's order, let's go. I don't want to leave Dad and escape alone, let's go back together." Dad. Originally, he was persuading others to listen to the captain's order and retreat back, but who would have thought that while persuading, the people who persuaded others would follow everyone and call Whitebeard to go back together. Whitebeard couldn't help but shed a few drops of cold sweat. Even if he, Whitebeard, went back with everyone, he wouldn't live long. Whitebeard had to show the captain's prestige and said angrily, "Don't you even listen to the captain's order. Go, silly boys." Dad. Everyone was still reluctant. At this time, a navy officer holding a cannon said, "Kill Whitebeard now, he is already dying." Bang, bang, bang. Countless cannons and guns shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised Kurogiri and knocked it on the ground. Suddenly, all the navy officers in front were blown into the sky. Looking at Whitebeard standing alone in front, like a lion, about to be slowly killed by wolves, a pirate suddenly shouted emotionally, "Dad!" Several pirates beside him advised, "Let's go, do what Dad said." The emotionally broken pirate shouted, "Do you think it doesn't matter if you leave Dad here alone?" After hearing what he said, many pirates nearby also collapsed. Yes, yes. Asshole, no one here can do such a thing. A captain said with all his strength, "At this point, you are still so fussy, do you want to discredit Dad's consciousness? Go." As he said this, he shed tears. Ace, who was beside Linhai, stood there and stared at Whitebeard's back for a while. Luffy quickly reminded him, "Ace." Ace's face became extremely gloomy, because in this matter, no matter what, he was a guide, and so many companions died because of this war. Now Whitebeard is going to cover the rear alone. How will Ace face his companions in the future with such a favor? At this time, Whitebeard slashed forward with a knife, and the navy who came were lifted into the air. Damn Whitebeard, he is so seriously injured and still has such a strong power. A vice admiral blocked the front with one hand and complained. At this time, Sengoku stepped out and said, "There is no time to care about others now. Marshal Sengoku." Several navy turned to look at Sengoku, waiting for orders. Sengoku said, "That guy really wants to sink this Marineford to the bottom of the sea, along with his own life." Garp's forehead dripped a few drops of sweat, and he stepped forward and muttered, "Put an end to the era? The timing is just right." Warring States turned to look at Garp and said, "It seems we have to take action." "Ah." Garp replied simply. In another place, Ace had been staring at Whitebeard's figure. Seeing this, Luffy and Lin Hai also stopped there. Ivankov, who was beside Luffy, shouted, "Straw Hat Boy, why are you still standing there stupidly?" Luffy was not a fool, and quickly reminded him, "Ace, let's go, otherwise Uncle." "I know, I won't waste it in vain." Ace looked up and turned his hand into an element, throwing fire to Whitebeard's side, knocking those navy away. Ace suddenly knelt on the ground facing Whitebeard, not knowing what to say for a while, and was silent. Whitebeard turned sideways and said, "No need to say more, just ask you a question, Ace." Ace couldn't help but look up at Whitebeard. Whitebeard asked, "Am I a competent father?" When the soul asked, Lin Hai on the side almost broke down, "This bastard Whitebeard." Tick tick tick. Ace's tears kept dripping to the ground, and suddenly burst into tears, of course. Gulalalala for Ace's recognition, Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily. How high Ace's ambition is, Whitebeard knows best. On another point, Ace hated Roger very much. Compared with this, although Roger was called the Pirate King by the world, he, Whitebeard, won in terms of being a father. If I can see Roger in the underworld, see how Whitebeard brags in front of Roger. Whoa, Lin Hai said with tears in his eyes, "You two bastards, haven't you said goodbye yet?" "Ace, Luffy, you should follow Jinbei and get out, the Admiral is watching you too." Luffy was stunned and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Puff. Lin Hai wiped his snot on the corner of Ivankov's clothes and said, "Go, I can't die." Ivankov's eyes jumped and he complained, "Sleepy boy, you are so disgusting." Ace stood up and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I want to go, and no one can stop me. You guys run to the coast quickly. I have a plan that can at least reduce casualties. Get out of here, you nagging." Luffy and Ace still believed in Lin Hai's ability. After a few words, they went in opposite directions. Soon, a lightning bolt shocked the navy rushing to Whitebeard. Looking at Lin Hai who appeared beside him, Whitebeard was a little angry. One death was enough, and one more was needed? Whitebeard looked down at Lin Hai and asked, "You runny-nosed kid, do you look down on me? You are not needed here." I am Whitebeard." Lin Hai complained to himself, "In this situation, if it was my parents who did this, I would never run away. I can't do it." "Whitebeard, you want to be my son?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "I am giving an example." "Who wants to be your son? Look at those people, they look back every 3 steps. If you don't leave, will they be willing to leave?" Whitebeard glanced at the back and grinned, "What a bunch of stupid sons, Gulala kid, get out of here quickly, you shouldn't stay here." Ignoring Whitebeard, Lin Hai said to himself, "In addition to being the rear guard, you should have another reason to make the navy pay the price, right? After all, the world government provoked you, so you are ready to fight back. Everyone has his own pride and glory, not to mention Whitebeard." Whitebeard gave Lin Hai a white look. He really meant it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, his body is not good. Second, he is the last one. Third, if you piss him off, you must pay a price, right? Despite this, Whitebeard has already given the order, and this is the business of his Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard roared, "You runny-nosed kid, stop being smart, do you look down on me? I am Whitebeard." As he said, Whitebeard swung his knife forward, and the navy that rushed over was blown away again. And because of Whitebeard's roar, everyone has a temper, right? Lin Hai retorted, "Whitebeard is so great? I am not your crew member. If you order me again, I will kill you first." For a moment, Lin Hai and Whitebeard's eyes burst into sparks. Running on one side, the pirates who were paying attention to Whitebeard suddenly became confused. "What are they doing? Isn't he in the same camp as us? Why is he fighting with Dad? Who can tell me what's going on now?" At this time, Lin Hai and Whitebeard didn't care about what those people said. Lin Hai suddenly shouted at Whitebeard, "You are a pirate, and I am also a pirate. So, hand over your treasure to me." Whitebeard was stunned. Treasure? What's going on now? He, Whitebeard, has a woolen treasure on him. However, Lin Hai's words reminded Whitebeard of the past when the Whitebeard pirates met the Roger pirates a long time ago. Roger pointed his knife at Whitebeard and said heroically, "Hand over all your treasures to me." Whitebeard also pointed his knife at Roger and shouted, "Hand over your treasures to me." What a nostalgic past. Thinking of this, Whitebeard's eyes lit up. The little guy in front of him seemed quite interesting. So, Whitebeard also shouted to Lin Hai, "Little devil, hand over all your good wines." The pirates who stopped were confused. "Hey, what's going on now?" A pirate held his head with both hands and shouted, "Is it time to do this now?" The other pirates who stopped had 2 streams of snot running down their nostrils, making them messy. Chapter 347 Akainu's Heart-Piercing Theory. Little devil, hand over all your good wines. At this time, Whitebeard looked at Lin Hai with a bad taste and teased him, just like a long-time neighbor. Lin Hai's eyes jumped. "Is it time to say this now? I'm afraid of you." As he said that, Lin Hai quickly threw a bottle of classic Lao Baigan to Whitebeard, and Whitebeard took it as a matter of course, then opened the lid and sniffed it intoxicatedly for a few times, and then drank it in big gulps. Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, "What a drunkard, what on earth did he, Lin Hai, want to say just now?" Noticing Lin Hai's expression, Whitebeard asked, "What's wrong, kid?" That Lin Hai slapped his forehead and complained, "Really, you're so old, but you still have such a bad temper." Gulala. Whitebeard shook the remaining white liquor in his hand, which was as clear as water but exuded a charming aroma, and asked, "What do you want to say?" Lin Hai stared at the navy in front who didn't dare to move forward, and replied, "It's come to this point. Reputation or venting, etc., don't seem to be so important anymore, right?" Seeing Whitebeard looking at him, Lin Hai looked up and said, "The most important thing now is that those people in the rear can return to the new world safely, right?" Whitebeard looked at Lin Hai with an idiotic look. Wasn't he, Whitebeard, covering the rear? Being despised by Whitebeard, Lin Hai tried to be calm and said, "If you don't leave, will they be willing to leave? This is a battlefield, and the emphasis is on quick victory. If you keep on being deadlocked like this, when you are exhausted, they will be in danger." Whitebeard still knows something about his physical condition. Sometimes after using a big move, there will be a period of exhaustion. If you are caught by the opportunity, it will be a fatal injury. Sometimes the body suddenly hurts so much that you can't move, that is also a fatal injury. Without answering Lin Hai's words, Whitebeard poured all the remaining wine in the bottle and said, "Little devil, give me another bottle, it's too little." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Whitebeard and said, "I have a plan, that is, you can't get angry. For the lives of your own pirate crew, it's not bad to admit defeat, right?" "Admit defeat?" Whitebeard was silent. At this time, Lin Hai came in front of him and exerted the power of thunder to repel those navy again. But soon, Lin Hai left in a hurry without saying the next words, "Because Ace." While Lin Hai was talking to Whitebeard, Admiral Sakaski was eyeing Ace and Luffy. Kizaru was watching Whitebeard, Aokiji was going to cut off the pirates' retreat, Sengoku was in command, and Akainu was going to eliminate those who posed a threat to the celestial dragons. In Akainu's view, whether it was Ace, Luffy, or Lin Hai, these people would pose a huge threat to the celestial dragons. For such villains, Akainu was determined to eliminate them in the name of absolute justice. "Run, run to the ship!" A captain reminded the people around him while running. And Ace, who was running, had his brows furrowed all the time, and the sound of falling down was like every bullet hitting his heart. However, in order not to disappoint everyone's efforts and save himself at such a great cost, Ace forced himself to turn his attention elsewhere. Perhaps noticing Ace's behavior, Jinbei on the side reminded, "Mr. Ace, brother Luffy, hurry up." "Jinbei." Luffy and Ace turned their heads and shouted at the same time. Jinbei said seriously, "You two are being targeted by the enemy. Daddy's wishes to I can let you all survive." At this time, Akainu in the distance stared at the direction where Ace and the others fled, and said, "Do you really think you can escape? How naive." "Admiral Sakaski." A navy turned his head and looked at Akainu, waiting for orders. Akainu said, all of you get out of the way. As he said that, Akainu elementalized one hand and punched the fleeing pirates. Whoa! For a moment, those wailing sounds appeared in the mind of the fleeing Ace. Luffy also noticed Ace's situation, but Jinbei took the lead and said, "You two just run to the ship." "Is this really okay?" Ace tried not to think about other things, and he was determined to numb himself as much as possible and ran forward. At this time, after killing several pirates, Akainu mocked, "Just after releasing Fire Fist Ace, you ran away with your tails between your legs. What a group of cowards, the Whitebeard pirates." "Nanny!" The fleeing pirates turned around and shouted at the same time. A captain said, "Don't pay attention to his obvious provocation. If you stop, it will play into his hands." Akainu smiled playfully, lifted his hat with one hand, and continued to taunt, "After all, captains are all like that, there is nothing we can do about it." As he said, Akainu wiped his short hair with one hand, put on his hat again, and sneered, "Whitebeard is at best a loser of an era." This move of Akainu was extremely effective and hit Ace's dead spot. Since when, Ace has been working hard to learn etiquette and correct the basic principles of being a human being. After going to sea, he understood the cruelty of it. It was not until he was accepted as a son by Whitebeard that Ace understood the greatness of Whitebeard. In his Ace's life creed, he willingly recognized Whitebeard as his father and helped him become the Pirate King. But now, his parents have been insulted, even if he dies, Ace will stand up. "Loser?" Ace stopped, his hands were flaming, and he turned around and said to Akainu with a gloomy face, "Take back what you said just now." A captain reminded with cold sweat, "Stop it, Ace, don't stop." "Yes, let him say whatever he wants to save." Ace said angrily, "That guy dared to look down on my father." Ace. Luffy, who stopped, also shouted with cold sweat. But at this time, Ace had been led into the ditch by Akainu. In the distance, Akainu asked expressionlessly, "Ask me to take back what I said just now." As he said that, Akainu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of ridicule, and said, "I firmly refuse, is what I said wrong? Your father Gold Roger dominated the Grand Line, and his death brought about the Great Pirate Era and opened the curtain of this new era." After a pause, Akainu continued, "Although it is a bit inappropriate for me as a navy to say this, he is indeed a man worthy of the title of Pirate King. Compared with him, what is Whitebeard? It is even a question whether he dares to confront Roger head-on. In my opinion, Whitebeard will probably just find a safe place and dominate in front of his sons and never get tired of it, right? Although many idiots will say that many islands in the world today can only maintain peace because of the name of Whitebeard. But if you ask me, he will just show off his power with those small fish pirates. Tisk, he still has the face to pretend to be a hero? It's really laughable. When Roger was still alive, he was always inferior to others. Even if he was going to die, he could not become a true king. That is to say, he could never beat Roger and would always be a loser. This is Whitebeard, am I wrong in what I said? If you can't beat Roger, you are a loser? Besides, what Whitebeard wants is not to become the Pirate King at all." But Akainu added fuel to the fire and ridiculed Whitebeard, and everyone felt a flame of anger in their minds. If Lin Hai was here, he would definitely be able to distinguish the sophistry and misleading, but Ace in front of him was furious, and Ace was not as clear about right and wrong as Lin Hai, which hit Akainu's heart. "Look," Ace said with anger all over his body, "shut up." As he spoke, Ace continued to walk towards Akainu. Chapter 348 Lin Hai vs Akainu. Seeing that Ace was provoked by him, Akainu continued to add fuel to the fire. "Now think about it, he is really a pathetic man, being revered by a group of gangsters as daddy all day long, and being rampant on the sea like a family farce. Shut up. Even if he reigned on the sea for decades, he still couldn't be the king and got nothing. It was really an empty life." As Akainu spoke endlessly and brilliantly, the group of people in the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have been hit in the dead spot. Although I always felt that something was wrong, I couldn't refute it. Because what Akainu said seemed to be true. "Shut up." Ace was even more angry, and he lowered his head and said, "Dad gave us a home to survive. How can you understand Dad's greatness?" Although he was playing tricks on people, Akainu knew that the world government could no longer tolerate Whitebeard. If he continued to let Whitebeard go, the residents of Whitebeard's territory would only know Whitebeard. How can I know the government of the world? So, Akainu replied, "If humans cannot live on the right path, there is no value in survival. There is no place for you rogue pirates in this world. Shut up! Ace shouted. Seeing that the time was right, Akainu also shouted, Whitebeard will die as a loser. Isn't this the end of him, a garbage mountain admiral? Ace shouted, Whitebeard is the great pirate who created this era. You are not allowed to look down on the person who saved me. Stop it, Ace! The pirates on the side shouted at the same time. At this time, Ace turned sideways and clenched his fist to accumulate strength, shouting, the name of this era is Whitebeard. Boom boom! The ground under Ace's feet could not withstand Ace's strength and cracked. Akainu on the opposite side also accumulated strength to punch, and the ground under his feet also cracked, spreading endless magma. Suddenly, the two punched each other at the same time. Boom boom! The result is obvious, Ace was blasted out. Akainu has possessed the top-level magma fruit ability for decades, and has reached a certain level in the practice of domineering and physical skills. How can he be compared with Ace who has only been honing in the sea for 3 years? Ace is not Lin Hai, there is a cheat. Ace was burned by fire. A captain exclaimed. Akainu stared at Ace lying on the ground and said, even if you are the strongest natural system among the devil fruit abilities, you are too careless, right? You are just ordinary fire, and mine is magma that can even burn fire. The abilities of me and you are completely superior and inferior. If Lin Hai were here, he would definitely spray Akainu in the face, saying that he was just talking nonsense. The magma fruit is just a special substance burning, while the flame fruit can burn everything. What a superior and inferior relationship. Ace. Luffy saw Ace like this, he couldn't help but go forward to see Ace's situation, but his body had become very tired. If it weren't for his perseverance, he would have fainted long ago. Just as he was about to go forward, Luffy found himself kneeling on the ground with his whole body powerless. Jinbei hurriedly said, Brother Luffy, you have reached your limit. Ace's life card. For some reason, Luffy felt a sense of fear in his heart, always feeling that things would be beyond his expectations. He just wanted to take back the only thing Ace gave him that was thrown on the ground. At this time, Akainu, who was not far from Ace, said, Pirate King Gol.d. Roger, Gu Mingjia Dragon, the sons of these two people are actually sworn brothers, which really surprised me. Your bloodline has already constituted a felony. No matter who is let go, you must never be let go. Watch carefully. Ace was stunned. This guy can't be. Wait. Ace exclaimed, Luffy. At this time, Akainu had already jumped in front of Luffy, and the elemental arm blasted towards Luffy. For this kind of thing, Ace instinctively rushed to Luffy, ready to block it with his body, hoping to replace Luffy with himself. Space Field. Lin Hai, who was running at high speed in the air, quickly used his space ability, Space Exchange. Ding! Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Akainu's punch was blocked by Lin Hai with a knife. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to cut Akainu's throat, but if he did so, Akainu's inertial arm would go down, and Ace would be gone. And time was too tight, but fortunately he made it in time. Akainu, this guy, bullies people to this extent? Lin Hai, with a gloomy face, looked up at Akainu and asked, Akainu, do you want to die? Akainu retracted his arm and stared at Lin Hai silently. That was the Conqueror's haki, right? It seemed to be a very unusual haki. At this time, Luffy stared blankly at Ace who was blocking the way ahead, and asked tremblingly, Ace, are you okay? Ace thought he was going to die, but it seemed that he was saved. Great, they are all fine. A captain said with lingering fear. Ace and his brother were saved by the god of sleep. Woo, great. Jinbei hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Ace, Brother Luffy, let's run. Plop. Because of the accumulated fatigue in his body, coupled with a huge gap between great sorrow and great joy, like a dream, Luffy suddenly fainted. At this time, Lin Hai stared at Akainu angrily and said to Ace, Ace, he is the Admiral of the Navy, Whitebeard is a pirate, do you still want the Admiral of the Navy to call Whitebeard a saint? What I said before, you ignored it. Take Luffy and go. Ace, who survived the disaster, reacted and calmed down. What on earth did he do just now? Looking at Lin Hai behind him, Ace quickly picked up Luffy and ran to the sea with Jinbei and others, leaving a message, take care. It's really annoying. Akainu stared at Lin Hai with a gloomy face and said, I was about to succeed just now, you are a troublesome guy. However, facing the Admiral of the Navy, you didn't even feel a little fear. What happened? Of course, you are also someone who must be eliminated. Since you want to die first, then I. Hehe, try not to fight when you can. Just now, I couldn't cut Akainu's throat, but now. At this time, Lin Hai stretched out his left hand in front, and then put his thumb, index finger and middle finger together, and scratched back. Because at this time, Akainu was in Lin Hai's ability field, and Lin Hai did not release the ability. Lin Hai's weird behavior made Akainu frown, but he still elementalized one arm, and when he was about to hit Lin Hai took the lead and chopped him with a knife. In front of him. Puff! A shocking scene appeared. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out of Akainu's chest. Although this move was strange and unpredictable, it was fast, but the power was not enough. Lin Hai secretly felt sorry that Akainu's grandson was too fast. Lin Hai originally wanted to cut Akainu's throat, but Akainu's elementalization went above his head, so Lin Hai only cut his chest. And Akainu, who was cut by a knife, was angered by Lin Hai. The Admiral of the Navy was actually cut by someone? Is he shameless? Big Fire. Chapter 349 Cutting of All Living Beings. Big Fire. Facing Akainu's attack, Lin Hai had already done research. Using the high temperature of magma and the power that erupted instantly, this kind of attack is the best among all attacks. Just like the iceberg that Jaws threw before, it was instantly broken and melted. But for this kind of person in front of him, it is impossible for Lin Hai not to be angry. Once angry, he will be tough. One sword style. You want to compare strength, right? Then give it a try. A pitch-black color instantly covered Lin Hai's sword. He raised the sword with both hands and chopped forward with power. Lin Hai roared, split the mountains and rivers with force. Akainu added new strength and roared at the same time, arrogant. Boom! In an instant, a semicircular red energy and a transparent semicircular energy competed with each other. From the middle of the two forces went to the left and right. Pirates! Akainu roared, staring at Lin Hai angrily. Akainu! Lin Hai also roared with anger. Clang! A sound like a blade scraping across a steel plate resounded around Lin Hai and Akainu. It turned out that Lin Hai and the tip of the blade formed a C shape and charged down to separate from Akainu. The huge energy overflowed, and wind pressure continued to be generated around. Suddenly, Lin Hai jumped back, then put away Gao Feng, stared at Akainu and said, "You are the Admiral of the Navy, right? Do you dare to take my sword?" Akainu replied with disdain, "You ignorant fool, don't think that you can fight with the 7 warlords of the sea and you have the strength to fight with me. Are you overestimating yourself?" Lin Hai ignored Akainu's ridicule, put 2 fingers in front of his chest, and suddenly a space disc vortex appeared on the left, and a peerless sword slowly came out of it. The bigwigs who were paying attention to this place narrowed their eyes. Clang! Before the sword was used, a sword sound had resounded over Malinford. Hawkeye in the distance stared at Lin Hai with fiery eyes. Until now, Hawkeye still couldn't figure out why the sword came out from there. And what grade was that sword? Although it was impossible to evaluate, Hawkeye always felt that the sword was very extraordinary, and it seemed to be better than his own supreme sword. At this time, Lin Hai, who was standing in one place, drew out the holy sword, and flicked to the right and lower side. The scene in his vision turned into a 3-dimensional form, with grids of space. Lin Hai was ready to launch the second real space slash against Akainu, cutting space. Putting the sword horizontally on the left, Lin Hai lowered his head and said slowly, "The mystery of space, cutting all living beings dimension slash." Instantly, those who were paying attention to this place or not on the battlefield found that there seemed to be a ray of light above their heads. Because it was too fast, it seemed to be there and not there, just like a dream. Lin Hai's sword seemed to be very casual, giving everyone the illusion that he had not made a move yet, and they did not realize what kind of sensation this move would cause. Eagle Eye on the side saw it clearly, and his eyes could not help but look to the Navy headquarters behind. Boom! The huge Marineford was like a huge cake being smashed by people. It was chopped smoothly from the middle and flew up. Moreover, Akainu's head was also taken with it. Once the effect came out, many people were almost scared silly. Those Navy officers who were chasing pirates all stopped and were attracted by the loud noise behind them. Marineford is a huge island, and now it is chopped in half? Is this something a human can do? Even if the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, comes, he can't do this, right? And this is not the primary problem. Akainu, as a Navy admiral, his head flew up. Admiral Sakaski. This can't be true. The admiral was killed. This is impossible. The admiral of the Navy is the highest combat power of the headquarters. It is impossible for him to be killed like this. Although those Navy officers were muttering there, Akainu was really fine. He turned into an element in advance when Lin Hai aimed at him. Because Lin Hai's sword made him feel a huge threat, the result just as he expected. As for Lin Hai's sword, why can it cut off any object? As we all know, all matter is in space, and what Lin Hai cuts is not matter, but space. Defenses such as domineering, physical skills, devil fruit abilities, and properties such as the hardness of matter are all invalid. Lin Hai cuts space. Space is cut by Lin Hai, who has space ability. Although space will recover immediately, the matter in space does not have the characteristics of space, so the object is forced to separate by the cut space. The result is that the matter in the space will cause irreversible damage. Just like the introduction of the Fengxiao system when I just crossed over. For this heaven-defying ability, Lin Hai can't just leave it alone to study. At this time, magma kept coming out of Akainu's throat, and then a complete head was gathered again. He looked back. Seeing Akainu avoid his moves, Lin Hai was a little depressed. The admiral of the Navy is not so easy to kill. Damn pirates! Akainu was really angry. If Sengoku retired, the next person to take office would most likely be him. If Akainu took office, the restoration work would have to be thrown on his head. Sengoku, who was in the execution area, also looked behind him and couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. Marineford was chopped up like this? Marineford stood at the center of the world, a fortress of absolute justice. It goes without saying how important this place is. Now it has become like this. Can it still be repaired? Garp, who was next to Sengoku, had 2 streams of snot flowing from his nostrils. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of this little guy Lin Hai. Gulala Whitebeard was most happy with Lin Hai's move. After he finally got rid of Kizaru's entanglement, he saw the town being chopped up. He couldn't help but laugh and cursed with some sourness, what an arrogant bastard. Boom boom. Everything that Lin Hai's sword passed by was chopped up, but with the effect of gravity, it fell back down, but the fallen buildings were no longer the original buildings. After losing the original stable fulcrum and smashing the buildings below, many houses were already shaky. This exaggerated scene also made the fleeing pirates stop in their tracks. Is this really done by the sleepy god Lin Hai? Hey, pinch me, am I dreaming? Can a swordsman do this? Vista. When asked by the person next to him, Vista, the strongest swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, was shocked for a while, touched his beard and replied, I can't do it. I really want to fight him once when I have time. Ace, who was running with Luffy in his arms, also stopped. He was a little confused. It had been a long time since they last met. Is this bastard Lin Hai so strong? Did he underestimate him before? Mr. Ace, no matter what happens, we can't stop. What happened just now? Seeing Ace stop, Jinbei couldn't help but remind him. Ace continued to run towards the coast and replied, I know. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I didn't control myself and almost got Luffy involved. Jinbei quickly comforted him, you don't have to blame yourself. Facing this situation, everyone had different expressions and attitudes. Akainu, who came back to his senses, stared at Lin Hai angrily, damn pirates, you actually destroyed Marineford like this. As he said that, Akainu elementalized one arm and prepared to jump up, first kill Lin Hai here, and then kill Ace and Luffy. However, just as Akainu ran, a navy nearby reminded him with a fearful look on his face, Admiral Sakaski. I have a cold and don't have any ideas, so I'll try to update one chapter. Chapter 350 Whitebeard vs Akainu. Sleepy God Lin Hai. General Sakaski. A burly figure appeared behind Akainu while he was running. By the time Akainu reacted, it was too late. Whitebeard, who had arrived, propped up one end of Kusugawa Kiri on the ground. An invisible cylindrical energy went up from the bottom. The high-end application field of Conqueror's Haki instantly blocked Akainu. Whitebeard knew how Akainu had just talked nonsense and almost killed Ace. Does this grandson really think that Whitebeard is a decoration? Akainu, who was blocked by Haki, suddenly showed fear on his face. Even his elemental transformation was suppressed. There was murderous intent behind him. Akainu instinctively looked back. It was too late. Akainu was greeted by Whitebeard's punch. A fist wrapped in a transparent circle hit Akainu's head. Because the energy of Whitebeard's punch was too great, Akainu's body seemed to be distorted in the field of vision. For a moment, Akainu's head was directly pressed into the ground by Whitebeard's punch wrapped in a round transparent energy. Because the energy was too huge, the overflowing energy caused sand and rocks to fly around. After one move, Whitebeard jumped up and prepared to hit Akainu again. But the Admiral of the Navy is the Admiral of the Navy. This physical skill is really speechless. He quickly rolled out of the concave ground and escaped Whitebeard's attack. Whitebeard didn't intend to let this guy go. After a run-up, Whitebeard jumped again and directly used Kusukyum to cut/slash at Akainu. Akainu quickly rolled on the ground to jump out of the attack range, elementalized one arm, and used the magma jet to launch a long-range counterattack against Whitebeard. Whitebeard dodged this kind of shooting attack, but his curved beard was still touched. Perhaps out of the pride of the Admiral of the Navy, or perhaps because of the blow he just received, Akainu lost his mind and rushed towards Whitebeard with his bare hands to engage in close combat with him. In this world, there may be opponents who can fight with Whitebeard, but the Admiral of the Navy is still a little bit worse. Look, after a few hard blows with Whitebeard, Akainu was directly punched by Whitebeard and flew dozens of meters away. Lin Hai, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but be speechless. Akainu is too durable, isn't he? At this time, Whitebeard walked close to Akainu and raised his fist again, ready to beat Akainu into an idiot. Suddenly, Akainu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly used his ultimate move. A stream of magma suddenly exploded in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard instinctively shrank back. In this instant, Akainu seized the opportunity. Akainu quickly transformed into an element and rushed up to the magma that exploded instantly. Hell dog! The magma suddenly gathered into an arm and hit Whitebeard's abdomen. Dead! The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching nearby exclaimed. After another fatal blow, Whitebeard half knelt on the ground with one foot and supported Kusugawa Kiri with one hand to prevent himself from falling. But his consciousness was gradually blurred, but he could clearly remember the past. Akainu, with blood flowing from his forehead and nostrils, stared at Whitebeard for a while, and the magma was still burning in his abdomen. Seeing this, Akainu took a few breaths and said, "Give up." Just now, Akainu was almost scared to death. Whitebeard, who was fatally injured and participated in high-intensity battles for so long, almost killed him. That unreasonable punch. Now Akainu doesn't dare to talk nonsense, so he can only advise to give up. Dad. The voice of Dad, full of worry and grief, reached Whitebeard's ears, waking up Whitebeard who was about to fall asleep. At this time, Whitebeard, who was in a quiet state, seemed to hear the noise, which made him regain some consciousness. He saw Marco, Jaws, and those stupid sons. What are they doing? Why is he looking like this? He seems to be very anxious, and his mouth is still opening and closing. Whitebeard, who has reacted, remembered what is going on now. When the pain reaches a certain degree, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore, not to mention that bastard in front of him. Whitebeard will not feel at ease if he doesn't beat him to death. Suddenly, Whitebeard stretched out a hand and grabbed Akainu's collar. Akainu didn't expect that Whitebeard was like this, but he was still alive? Akainu was shocked. Staring at Whitebeard with incredible eyes, is the monster in front of him immortal? Besides, after the battle just now, Akainu also needs time to take a breath. Now he is weak all over. At this moment, Whitebeard looked up with his eyes open. How could he look like an old man who is seriously ill and about to die? It's terrible. Akainu couldn't help but sweat when Whitebeard stared at him like this. Whitebeard stood up, supported Kuromokuri with one hand, and held Akainu with the other hand, staring at Akainu for a while. Close. Throwing Akainu into the air, Whitebeard gathered a circular transparent energy with one fist, then turned his body to one side, and put his fist on that side, half squatting, and began to accumulate energy again. Just when Akainu fell to the attack distance of Whitebeard's fist, ka! Belaying! Suddenly, with Akainu's abdomen as the center, it was like a huge mirror shattered, and the cracks continued to spread around. Akainu, who was in the center, was shaken by Whitebeard with his abdomen as the center, just like being torn apart by 5 horses. With a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Boom! Ah! The vibration spread to the surroundings, and the Navy flew backwards, and the buildings collapsed. The meeting place of the high-level Navy headquarters, which was dozens of meters high, began to crack with the center as the axis. In addition, it was split by Lin Hai before, and now it seems impossible to rebuild. At this time, the aftermath of the vibration did not stop. The cracked land tilted, one piece tilted to the left, and one piece tilted to the right. The scene was like the movement of the Earth's crust, repeating the earth, water, wind, and fire. The end of the world is coming. Asshole! Akainu, who was hit by this attack, lay on the ground helplessly. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Whitebeard and shouted unwillingly, "Whitebeard!" As he said this, Akainu fell into the crack. In the distance, Lin Hai looked at Akainu in disbelief. This grandson was attacked like this, but he could still speak? It's too fake.